Chapter 176, A Critical Moment. The perverted hidden properties of the mind bracelet. In the large corridor, at the top of the 5th floor of Legend Line Zuma. This is the only way to the Zuma Pavilion on the next floor. As long as the left end of the walkway leads to the entrance to the next floor. This entrance is in a small room. However, there is only one door at this entrance, which is not open yet. You cannot go to Zuma Pavilion. And naturally you cannot enter the home of Zuma 7 and Zuma Leader. At this time, in the middle of this large corridor, an orange light beam rose into the sky, illuminating the surrounding dim corridors. For extremely conspicuous large characters are displayed on the orange light pillar. Mind bracelet. A player holding Jing Zhongyue in his hand is standing under this orange light pillar, stepping on this soul bracelet. Around him, hundreds of players gathered. There were 7 or 8 players from the Marfa Friendship Alliance lying on the ground.
King Brago, what do you mean? Steal our equipment? Are you going to start a war with our Marfa Friendship Alliance?
The night owl lying on the ground said angrily. This group of people were killing monsters here, and finally encountered a perverted Zuma statue. They were fighting. King Brago and the others saw it, so they gathered around and fought together. The other party did not attack anyone on his side at first, and it was difficult for Night Owl and others to stop them. It's not just a day or two for everyone to live in harmony here. But when the perverted Zuma was about to die, they were all pushed away by the opponent's mage player named Queen Brago with a resistance fire ring. With a crisp sound of the bell, the mind bracelet exploded out. But they had all been pushed far away. When they rushed up, the King of Brago had already stood up. Everyone was arguing angrily. But in the blink of an eye, they were beaten to death by other people from Brago and fled.
Idiot!
King Brago, who was standing on the soul bracelet, glanced at him sideways and laughed.
Are you a monkey sent by Shuiliandong? If I don't steal your good equipment, will you watch you pick it up? Ha ha. What the boss said is absolutely true. Are these people so funny? They don't grab equipment when playing games, but they still play with wool.
The one who spoke was young Master Bragaji, who was poking the corpse of Ai In Shirxian next to Yi Owl's corpse with a magic weapon in his hand.
TSK. TSK. You still have to log out? Then my brother will poke you again. I'm going to stab your sister. Wait. Our boss and the others are here. You've got something to look at.
Ai In Shirxian cursed loudly. But I dare not go offline. He formed the team, except for a few of them who lay down. And the little mushrooms flew away. Now that he exits the game, the team will immediately disperse. And the opponent can immediately pick up the soul bracelet.
Ha ha! Your boss and the others are going to kill the Corpse King's palace. This Zuma 5. You only have a few hundred people at most. Do you think you can take it back?
Marshal Brago spoke, a high-level Taoist priest. And next to him, there was a darker-colored 5th-level skeleton. Tang Bohu is happy with the flowers, and the moon is happy with Xiuxiong.
Don't BB. Our prodigal son boss is here. You can just wait for your turn.
Queen bragged.
Ha ha. Is he the prodigal son of the end of the world? I'm so scared. Tell him to come.
Everyone was chatting. And with a whoosh, a player flew into the middle of the crowd. Sui Feng Xiaoquang. As soon as he landed, Sui Feng Xiaoquang was stunned. There are hundreds of people from Prague around. Boom. Kakaka. Puff Pung Pung. Before Sui Feng Xiaoquang could react, countless lightning strikes, assassinations, and soul fire talismans had already been struck on him. With a sound of awe, Sui Feng Xiaoquang died meaninglessly and lay on the ground. Random items, potions, and a few charm rings and other equipment found in packages were dropped all over the floor. The next moment, the ground was licked clean by Brago's men and horses.
What the heck?
Sui Feng Xiaoquang yelled in anger.
Ha ha. Do you see? We have gathered a formation. As many as you come.
You will die. I want to order this soul bracelet. Ha ha.
The King of Brago laughed wildly.
Be careful. They have hundreds of people gathered here. Quickly form a formation. Form a formation first. Otherwise you won't be able to rush over.
Sui Feng Xiaoquang reminded in the guild channel.
What? Hundreds of people? Damn. There were only more than 30 people when I was there just now,
exclaimed the cool little mushroom. Night Owl.
Organize your formation. Otherwise, you won't win.
Just talking. Hoo. A few more people randomly came over, including Yuing Xinghuan and the book-loving Chongzi. As soon as he landed, he was knocked to the ground. Things fell to the ground. But fortunately, the equipment on him was not exploded. Ai In Shirxian.
Be careful. If they fly in here, run away quickly. There are many of them, and they can kill them in seconds.
Following their prompts, the players of the Marfa Friendship Alliance flew away immediately as soon as they flew into the players of Brago. The one who flies fast will run away, and the one who flies full will die. This made Night Owl and the others speechless for a while, anxious and unable to help. It would be strange to be able to snatch it back after flying here in such scattered pieces. At this time, Tianya Prodigal,
gather the coordinates of the top corridor on the 5th floor, 2233. Hurry. Hurry.
Hurry. The 5th floor is the headquarters of the Marfa Friendship Alliance. With hundreds of people here, under Qin Heng shouts, everyone had a backbone and flew into chaos. And soon hundreds of people gathered around Qin Heng.
Brothers, that's Zuma's brand name equipment. You'll get a big red envelope if you grab it. Go for it.
Qin Heng loudly ordered everyone to rush forward. He also put on a blessing necklace and mingled in the middle of the team.
Kill.
The ligation surgeon rushed forward immediately.
Rumble.
A burst of thunder and lightning came down, instantly knocking the ligation surgeon and the 7 or 8 people at the front to the ground. Fortunately, he was wearing a blessing necklace. Otherwise, he would have been heartbroken if he had lost his equipment. Others who did not wear blessing necklaces were not so lucky. Potions, equipment, etc. exploded all over the floor. Fortunately, those who don't have blessing necklaces are just big bastards who were rubbish to get around, and all they reveal are ordinary equipment. It's not that heartbreaking. At this time, the soldiers of the Marfa Friendship Alliance, led by Yujin Zaihe, also rushed into the opponent's group of players. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce melee.
Enable guild mode for all.
Guild mode. Qin Heng's dog rushed forward, and he also hid behind and fired cold shots, specifically wandering outside, facing those with residual blood, and taking away one of them with an anti-scarf. The battle was very fierce. Taoist priests from both sides poisoned the other side's personnel and added health and defense to their own personnel. The soldiers rushed to the front and kept stabbing. Stabbing! The mage threw fire walls, thunder and lightning spells, and bursting flames at the crowd. People kept falling down, and people kept rushing up. Qin Heng has a high level and high defense. He even has a lot of Wanyan Shuashuang in his backpack. He carefully wanders around the perimeter and goes up to fire cold shots from time to time. It's okay, but if you want to rush in and grab something, it's impossible. There were too many people on the other side, more than they could gather temporarily. If all the players from the Marfa Friendship Alliance gathered on the 5th floor, there should be a little more than the opponent. But now, in order to rush for time, there is not enough people to rush forward. This is also something that can't be helped. But in this case, there is probably no time to retrieve the equipment. The players of the Marfa Friendship Alliance are also aware of this. So they are all trying to move forward. But no matter how you look at the form, it's not good.
Doodla. Boss Prodigal. No. I can't get it back if this keeps going.
Emperor Yun killed the god.
Yes. There are too many people, and we can't kill them at all. The prodigal son of Tianya.
Everyone. Hold on. I have my own way. You all charge hard for me. Also, who of you formed a team that exploded with the mind bracelet? Quickly form a group called Tianya Mingyu. Hurry up.
Ayin Shirshian.
I am the boss. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and marry my wife Tianya Mingyu.
Qin Heng roared.
Ding dong. Ayin Shirshian invites you to join the team? Agree.
At this point, Tianya Mingyu joined Ayin Shirshuan's team. Tianya Prodigal.
Brothers, charge quickly. Charge harder. I have a way to get it back. Ayin Shirshian, how many enemies are there around you? How many levels are you stepping on the soul bracelet?
Ayin Shirshian said.
There are more than 20 more. All of them are great warriors and a few Taoist priests. The others are all in front. The person stepping on the soul bracelet is King Brago, a level 33 warrior.
Tianya Prodigal.
Okay. Others come to me. Confuse them. Randomly fly away from them. Fly to the middle of them and kill.
Ayin Shirshian. Please pay attention to the number of people around them. If it's less, pay it back.
Qin Heng continued to explain one by one. At the same time, his other mage number, Tianya Mingyu, finally moved. Before Qin Heng rushed over, he had already traded a lot of 10,000 years of snow and random scrolls to Tianya Mingyu. The bright moon in the sky wearing a blessing necklace began to fly around. His target flew directly and randomly to Brago. But there are too many players in Brago ahead, so they will definitely not be able to fly. Otherwise, as soon as you fly over, You will be killed. Now there are not many players around King Brago. This is Qin Hang's opportunity. The bright moon was flying randomly in the sky. And on the other side, Qin Hang directed everyone to rush forward. This had to make the King of Brago send some more people around him to join the battle. In his mind, as long as the opponent's large force cannot get through, there is no need to be afraid if scattered people fly next to him, and there are about 10 members there. He can kill the opponent instantly in just a few strokes without him having to do anything. Time passed little by little, and the fight between the two sides became even more intense. People keep dying, and people keep rushing forward. Qin Hang is also anxious. The bright moon from the end of the world can't fly to Brague. It has been flying for almost a minute, and the protection time is probably over soon. Luckily, he got a package of random ones, and there were lots of them. Keep flying. Never let go until the last moment. At this time, in the land of the soul bracelet, King Brago laughed wildly. Ha ha. The time is coming soon. Night owls. Your boss Tianya can't make it. I want to order this bracelet. Quack quack. Bitch. Don't be complacent. Today's shame will come back sooner or later. Bitch. Wait. I'll kill you once when I see you again. Seeing that the time was almost up, the large troops were still fighting fiercely with others on the outside. Night Owl and Ai In Shirxian no longer had any hope. I can only talk and vent my anger. King Brago. Ha ha. The time is almost up. If I am not mistaken, it will not exceed 10 seconds at most. 10, 9, 8 inch. In order to stimulate Night Owl, Ein Shirxian and others, the King of Brago started counting directly. Night Owls and the others would go crazy listening to this. Continuous greetings to all the female relatives of the King of Brago. But the more they cursed, the more excited the King of Brago became. But just when King Brago was laughing wildly and counting to 8, with a hiss, a mage wearing a golden edge appeared not far from Brago. The bright moon at the end of the world. Ha ha! Kill her! Brago ordered with a wild smile. A mage is not here to deliver food. The surrounding soldiers roared and rushed forward, ready to chop. The Taoist priests also took photos of the poison and soul fire talismans. The Night Owl and others on the ground looked at the sudden appearance of the bright moon in the sky. After being stunned for a moment, they were not too surprised. What good can a mage do? As soon as the soldiers surrounded them, they killed each one with a single blow. But something happened that shocked everyone present. When all the soldiers rushed to chop, they saw a halo of flame suddenly coming out from Tianya Mingyu. Resist the ring of fire. With a bang, all the enemies rushing up were pushed away. But at the same time, she was also attacked by the soul fire talisman of 3 Taoist priests. The blood volume instantly reached the remaining blood. Before Brague and the others could be happy, Tianya Mingyu's blood volume was instantly full. He rushed towards Brague. Stop her! She's level 36. Hack! Seeing Tianya Mingyu pushing everyone away, the Lego panicked a little and quickly checked Tianya Mingyu's level. Level 36. The level displayed shocked him. This level can definitely push him away. Several soldiers in front of him rushed forward, but it was no use. They were all pushed away by Tianya Mingyu, arriving in front of him in a blink of an eye. The surrounding Taoist priests kept shooting soul fire talismans, but with only 4 Taoist priests, they couldn't kill Tianya Mingyu in an instant. Although the mage is fragile, she has a magic shield and her natural magic defense is also high. Therefore, the Taoist priests had to attack in one round, and they could only knock her down to the lowest level of health. Qin Hang and Wanyan Shueishuang pulled him back. Court death! Seeing the bright moon from the end of the world rushing up, the King of Brago swiped and struck forward with an assassination swordsmanship. Unexpectedly, Tianya Mingyu didn't dodge at all. She rushed forward, received a blow from him with an assassination swordsmanship, and pushed him away. With a swipe, he stepped on the soul bracelet. As soon as he stepped on it, the Taoist priests around him attacked again. This time, King Brago assassinated him first. Tianya Mingyu, whose blood volume was already low, laid down with a cry. Ha ha! Dead! The King of Brago and others were overjoyed. But the next moment, their expressions turned pale. The soul bracelet on the ground is gone. Nothing dropped on the ground. Hack! Bitch! Seeing that the duck in his hand flew away, King Brago was so angry that he stepped on Tianya Mingyu and tried to dig 3 feet into the ground. But Tianya Mingyu has disappeared, obviously not intending to give him a chance to insult. It's a long story. In fact, it didn't take more than 5 seconds from the moment the bright moon fell beside her to the moment she rushed into the crowd, pushed them away,
and grabbed the soul bracelet. In just a few seconds, the sight of Night Owl and Ai Yin Shixian on the ground almost stopped breathing. The bright moon of Tianyao fell to the ground, pushed away everyone, was attacked, and was left with blood. Full of blood. Charge. Push the king away. Pick it up. Lie on the ground again without exploding. These few seconds are really exciting for night owls and others. Male hormones are soaring. I don't even dare to take a breath. After seeing the death of Tianyao Mingyu and not revealing the soul bracelet, and confirming that they had picked it up, Night Owl and others were completely aroused. Night Owl.
Ha ha! King Brago! Are you satisfied? Are you happy?
Ai Shixian.
Shabi! You want to steal our equipment?
Jiuechen.
Ha ha! A bunch of stupid dogs. Do you know how powerful our sister-in-law is?
Tian Dodgy.
TSK. TSK. A large group of men can't stop our sister-in-law alone. Are you still men? Still with a handle?
All kinds of sarcastic voices sounded. And the king of Brago was so angry that he rushed forward with others and had anal sex with the players of the Marfa Friendship Alliance. At the same time, Night Owl also yelled in the guild chat.
The soul bracelet was picked up by my sister-in-law. It was snatched back by my sister-in-law.
One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Everyone in the guild suddenly roared like chicken blood. The legation surgeon.
Sister-in-law, you are so awesome.
And Yuan Jiangtianmu.
Sister-in-law, you are so awesome.
Xingya's sadness.
Sister-in-law is so awesome.
Fearless lone wolf.
Sister-in-law is so awesome.
Mu Shuihui.
Hack! Stop shouting. You can't call me sister-in-law.
You're awesome. This is so discriminatory.
I should feel that my sister-in-law is invincible.
Yujian goes to HL.
Sister-in-law is invincible.
Everyone in the guild was having fun. And the Marfa Friendship Alliance players on the 5th floor were even more excited. If you pick something up, it means you can make a fortune. The Zuma brand is so valuable. So, while everyone was frantically fighting Bragg, they were constantly mocking them. The players on both sides became more and more fierce and scolding, fighting all the way from the Zuma 5th corridor.
Ding dong! The Marfa Friendship Alliance has started a guild war against Bragg.
The guild war was launched in an emergency for those who had difficulty naming the household. At the same time, a large number of troops from both sides are constantly being summoned to rush towards Zuma 5. As a result, they met at Zuma 1, 2, 3 and 4, and they started fighting. This fight doesn't matter. It soon spread to the arrogant Thousand-Year Dynasty, Iron Blood Alliance and others. In the end, it evolved into the Marfa Friendship Alliance plus the Temple of War plus Pretty in Pink plus the Mythical Empire. Battle against Brago, the arrogant Thousand-Year Dynasty, and the Iron Blood Alliance. But when I hit him, it became chaos. After all, sometimes they are in a mess, and it is easy to be accidentally injured. After the accidental injury, the players who killed the Red Eye did not listen to the explanation, and just went up and did it. The 8 major guilds fought in chaos, and the war burned from Zuma to Tuching, Centipede Cave, Woma Temple, etc. This was not over yet. Other guilds were soon involved, and all the leveling maps in the entire front line were played like crazy. If there are monsters, fight them first. If there are no monsters, don't wait and just find someone to fight. Faced with the war-torn major leveling maps, many individual players who used to work on the front line no longer dare to stay on the front line and have gone to other routes. Of course, this is all a matter for later. When Qin Hang's Tianyao Mingyu quit the game, Tianyao Prodigal also quit. After coming up again, Tianyao Mingyu was in the Tuching safe zone, and Tianyao Prodigal was still in Zuma Wu. However, he quickly returned to Tuching Inn. He took the soul bracelet from Tianyao Mingyu and put it on. When he checked it, Qin Hang's eyes lit up. Mind bracelet. Taoism 1/2. Durability 7/7. Weight 1. Requires mental strength, 24 points. Hidden properties. 1. Taoism 1/1. Defense 2/3. Magic defense 2 of 3. 2. Soul Fire Talisman increases damage by 10%. My day. What a perverted ability. Although the basic attributes are only 1/2. The hidden attributes completely equal the defense power of the 3-eyed bracelet. It also adds a little more Taoist lower limit, a little defense, and a little magic defense. What's even more awesome is that the damage of the Soul Fire Talisman is increased by 10%. This is very awesome. As powerful as the Wuji stick. If you were 2 soul bracelets and add a Wuji stick, it will be absolutely amazing. Chapter 177 I Can't Help Myself. Start training your dog.
Brothers on the 5th floor. I want the soul bracelet. Come back to Tuchingen to share the money.
After admiring the abnormal ability of the soul bracelet, Qin Hung shouted. The answer to him was, the legation surgeon.
We'll talk about it later. Damn it. I was chopped off just now. I want to chop it back.
Doodle-a-doo-da-da.
I'm busy. I don't have time.
SA World.
It's important to kill people.
Cloud Emperor killing God.
Ha ha. Come when I die.
Yujian goes to HL.
What a great idea. Ha ha. I'll save money on going back to the city.
Dog-headed strategist Husky.
Boss, I want Chinese coins.
Long Xiaoyu.
Boss Prodigal. I want gold coins.
The little mushroom, that is so cool.
How should I divide this?
With everyone talking, the person who had difficulty naming the family spoke up.
Brothers, listen to what I have to say. This soul bracelet can be snatched back because of everyone's contribution. But the biggest credit goes to Tianyao Mingyu. Without Tianyao Mingyu, I would definitely not be able to get it back this time.
Since her husband Tianyao prodigal brother wants this thing, then I suggest giving it a 40% discount. Do you have any comments?
Game riddle.
No objection.
I insure Xian.
Ha. It's good if you can get it back and score points. No objection.
Tian Dodgy.
No objection.
Ruffian 13th Young Master.
Agree.
Shang Yun Shiyu.
Second the proposal.
No matter what.
Second the proposal.
After everyone agreed for a while, the question came again. How much is this soul bracelet worth? This thing belongs to the Taoist priest and is Zuma's famous brand equipment. It has a very low explosion rate and is obviously expensive. Still naming the needy household. He finally said,
my green necklace was priced at 100,000 Chinese dollars last time. If I can get this one back, I guess it counts as 100,000 Chinese dollars.
What do you think?
Tang Bohu is happy. The flowers are happy. The mood is cool. Xiaoxiang is happy.
Okay. Listen to the boss.
Everyone agreed. The household with difficulty in naming said.
Then the problem will be easy to solve. If we get a 40% discount, the Tianyao prodigal brothers only need to come up with 60,000 Chinese dollars.
If we want to divide the profits, the team that produced the soul bracelet will get the lion's share. Your team will get 1/5. The other brothers contributed, so they will get 4/5 in total. In this case, after deducting a few hundred yuan of dividends from the Tianyao prodigal's son and his wife, he would have to come up with another 59,500 yuan. No objection?
Night Owl.
The boss is wise.
And basking in the sun.
The boss is wise.
After a while of agreement, Qin Hung spoke.
Brothers, I don't have any Chinese coins, but I will exchange them for equipment of equal value. There are almost 60,000 Chinese dollars here. Brothers, I'll take a handful of purgatory. For life necklaces. For ordinary ghost gloves. And one top attack 1 ghost glove in exchange. A ghost suit. Okay.
A handful of purgatory is worth 12,000 Chinese coins. For ordinary ghost gloves are worth 20,000 Chinese dollars. A top level attack 1 ghost is worth 10,000 Chinese dollars. For life necklace is worth 16,000 Chinese dollars. A ghost suit is worth 1,400 Chinese dollars. Add it all up. A total of 59,000 and 4,000. Almost. Cloud Emperor God of Killing.
Ha. The prodigal boss will do whatever he wants.
Yujian goes to HL.
As long as you have money to share. Ha.
And you all in Jiangtianmu.
Damn. Are you wealthy people still short of money? I regret not following him. I came to the Corpse King Hall and only grabbed a copy of
Summoning the Divine Beasts.
Are there any brothers who want?
Summon the Divine Beast.
1 million. Only 1 million gold coins. I want it. Come to the inn.
Qin Hung chatted privately on the bank of the Yangtze River at dusk. At the same time, he shouted at the guild to ask households with difficulties to come over.
Brothers, I named the equipment boss, and he will give you money.
The transaction within Yuanjiang and Tianmu is completed. If he throws the equipment to a needy household, whether he sells it or keeps it, it has nothing to do with Qin Hung anyway. In this transaction, Qin Hung brought out, in addition to a handful of infernos, the life necklace and ghost gloves. In fact, currently, they are the least popular brand name equipment. It's not the life necklace, but all the current brand name equipment necklaces. Compared with other brand name equipment, they are not that easy to sell. Given the price, there are slightly fewer people buying it, because many rich and wealthy people like to wear blessing necklaces when they go out. Of course, There is no shortage of guys who carry prayer necklaces in their backpacks and change their outfits at any time. It can be sold, but relatively speaking, the necklace does not sell so fast. Although the ghost gloves are brand name equipment, many warriors pursue high attack. Although this kind of purely defensive glove has some hidden attacks, its attack rate is still slightly low. It is also available in the market, but compared to other famous brands, it still sells slowly. Another reason why Qin Hung exchanged it was that it could not be used to upgrade weapons in the future. He keeps other brand name items, and can sell them or upgrade weapons in the future. If he wasn't afraid of others gossiping, he would have taken out all the ghost gloves. After all, he still has a lot of. By the time all transactions were completed, it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Hung quickly logged off. He was really hungry and couldn't bear it. Mingyu has prepared delicious food. After eating, Mingyu did not let Qin Hung continue to sleep. If you don't sleep well, your body will become stiff. You need to exercise. But my injury is not healed yet. Qin Hung didn't want to exercise. Why don't you go there? Just walk around the yard for a while. Come on. Qin Hung had no choice but to think about what Mingyu said made sense. It was not a problem for him to lie in bed all day long. Maybe if you lie down for a long time, something will happen to you. So, Qin Hung slowly walked around the courtyard of Sun Moon Pavilion and the martial arts arena. Mingyu, on the other hand, took out a guqin and played a few elegant tunes. The sound of the piano was ethereal, which made Qin Hung feel very comfortable. Sister Yu, I never thought you could play this piece of music so beautifully. Qin Hung praised. Ha ha. Do you want to learn? Mingyu smiled slightly. No need. I can play what you just played. Qin Hung chuckled. Not to mention that he has learned to play the piano before. Even if he has not. Now with the blessing of the skill necklace. After listening to it and watching it again, he will be able to do it immediately. Skill necklace. Full understanding. It's so outrageous. Now that I have read and understood all the mental techniques, there is nothing to hide about this thing. But what does Mingyu mean? You don't really want to train yourself to be a young master, do you? Ha ha. Very good. How about playing a song? Mingyu waved. Qin Hung smiled and sat down to play. Sure enough, the sound was lingering. No less good than Mingyu is playing. Ha ha. Not bad. Not bad. Mingyu covered her mouth and chuckled. These words of praise made Qin Hung feel a little proud. Ever since he heard others say that you liked him, he also wanted to show it in front of Mingyu, regardless of whether it is true or false. What if it is true? Wouldn't that add extra points? If it's fake and this woman still wants to treat her as a master to pick up guests, she can just pat her butt and leave. Who can't live without us? After all, he is also a master. And he still has so much money, which is enough for him to live freely. Just as he was enjoying himself, a voice came. Well, you play well. It's enough to be a young master. The ant standing not far away nodded slightly. Qin Heng's face froze instantly. Depend on. Do you really want to be your own master? With his thoughts at this point, he was no longer in the mood. He said low to Mingyu and went back to bed to play games. He decided that he would just eat and drink here and learn whatever Mingyu asked him to do. Isn't it a burden to have many arts? But when the day came when he was asked to pick up guests, he immediately patted his ass and left. Let her fetch water from a bamboo basket in vain. Thinking of Mingyu looking for him angrily in the future, Qin Hung almost smiled crookedly. Auntie, can you not mention the matter of being a young master? Seeing that Qin Heng's mood seemed a little wrong, Mingyu silently shook her aunt's arm and said coquettishly. The woman opened her hand and looked up at the blue sky in the distance. After being silent for a while, he slowly said, Have you forgotten what the great cause of our Song family is? I know. Restore the glory of our Song dynasty. Speaking of the Song dynasty, Mingyue's expression became serious. Then do you think you can make your own decisions about your children's personal relationships? After the woman finished speaking, she sighed, turned and left without waiting for Mingyu to reply. Mingyu was stunned when she heard this, and her face instantly turned pale. The Song family is the descendant of the Song dynasty. But the Song dynasty has already perished. The Song family wants to restore their country, which is a difficult road. As the daughter of the Song family, she has no choice but to get married for the sake of her great career. My aunt was married to a prince of Qi as a concubine. She heard that Mingyu was seriously injured and came back to see her. I have to go back in a few days. My sister Qiuyue. Her father seems to be helping her find someone. And she, because the deputy sect leader's son, Ling Alfing, has been pursuing her.
So her father has been hesitant and made no arrangements for her. Fengyu sect has two deputy sect masters, Deputy Sect Master Ling and Deputy Sect Master Hu. The Ling family and the Hu family are subordinates of the Song family. And now they are also the right-hand men of the Song family. The Hu family only has a daughter in this generation. So she became the target of Ling Alfing's pursuit alone. If she married an outsider, the Ling family would probably have a lot of objections. It's just that I didn't like Ling Alfing in the first place. Now that we have little men, it's even more impossible. Little men grow up too slowly. There was no other option but to reveal to his father that he was a warlock with powerful healing abilities. But is this really good? The little man's healing skills are incredible. If he doesn't have strong cultivation, he can easily be detained. If the father disagrees and knows the little man's ability, this may be a disaster for the little man. Alas, I am still too weak. If I could be stronger, I could protect him better. Forget it. Let Chuinju and the others take care of the food these days, and seize the time to practice. If I can cultivate to the level of 8-star Grandmaster, I will have more say. Thinking of these headaches, Mingyu felt dizzy. Alas, they are all ants. Well, why did you bring this up? She realized that she might have made a mistake in calling her aunt over. But she couldn't ask people to leave right now. Besides, she was also worried that bastard Alfling would cause trouble for Qin Hung while she was away. But where did Alfling and Dongju go? No one can be found anywhere. Could it be that they really eloped as Qin Hung said? It would be great if they really eloped. I would have more hope with my little man. Yes, I should give up looking for them. This way, they will think that I have calmed down and maybe come back. Mingyu thought. Turned around and returned to her residence next door. After throwing a pill cultivated by the 7-star Grandmaster into his mouth, he began to practice quietly. She must seize the time to break through the 8 stars. Qin Hung naturally doesn't know Mingyu's troubles and thoughts. After hearing that Aunt Mingyu said that he was suitable to be a young master, he immediately went back to sleep. Is he still a young master? So Bai Fumei still can't have too many fantasies. Forget it. Let's level up and practice hard. Just take it one step at a time and run away when the time comes. With a slightly depressed mood, Qin Hung entered the game. I listened to the guild channel first, and found out that no one was selling advanced skill books. There are fewer people selling advanced skill books in the guild these days. Maybe because everyone has become a higher level. Therefore, whenever there is a skill book for sale, anyone with money will prepare one. Of course, it is not ruled out that the gold medal girl bought it first. At this time, the guild was filled with the sounds of guild members piking everywhere. The fearless lone wolf.
Someone is coming from Tuching Pharmacy. Killing crazy dog. 1,000-year-old dog.
Doodle-doodle-da.
Tuching Jewelry Store. Please support us.
Mu Shui Wei.
Xiangxianshan asks for support. There are too many ferocious dogs here.
Starry Night Sadness.
First line Zuma 4. Here comes the perverted Zuma guard with 200,000 HP. Come and grab it.
Household with difficulty in naming.
The leader of the third line Loma leader is about to be wiped out. Stop piking. Come here and beat the leader first.
Qin Hung felt a little dizzy when he heard that there were wars raging everywhere. How about going there to level up?
Boss Prodigal Son, do you want to come to Zuma 4 on line 19? There are not many people here,
so it's okay.
At this time, Guan Hai's voice came over.
Okay,
here we come. PK with everyone everywhere. Qin Hung naturally would not waste such time. Upgrading is important. Soon, Qin Hung found Guan Hai and Guan Yun on the 19th line of Zuma 4. They were cleaning Zuma C's small rooms one by one. At this time, Guan Yun and the dog were invisible and blocked the door of the small room, where a bunch of monsters were squeezing around crazily. While Guan Yun was invisible, she was still poisoning the monsters inside. In this way, those monsters couldn't hit her. Guan Hai, on the other hand, was outside getting electricity, and occasionally an ice roar. Qin Hung saw it and admired these two people for mastering the method of cleaning Zuma's room so quickly.
Haha. The monsters here are too fierce. It's a bit laborious for one person to go to H.L.
Guan Hai said with a smile. Team of 4. With the addition of Qin Heng's account, it will be much easier to defeat monsters. First clean up the wedge moths in the small room. Qin Hung and Guan Yun's dogs attract the firepower of the monsters. Then the two mages open their shields and use the H.L. thunder among the monsters. Fighting like this is naturally much faster than watching Hai Tian Tian. After cleaning a small room and finding the next small room that had not been cleaned, Qin Hung and Guan Yun first blocked the door. Qin Hung summoned dogs to bring the Zuma monster to life. First to see if there was any abnormal Zuma monster. Although the explosion rate here is low, the number of these perverted Zuma is almost the same as that of the first line. If it weren't for the perverted Zuma, the two mages would clear out the wedge moths and then go into Hell's Thunder. If there is a perverted Zuma monster, the Taoist priest will be poisoned, and the two mages will be shocked. It will be very fast. After cleaning up all the way, Qin Hung gradually became depressed. Although this is the 19th line and the explosion rate is low, there are many players. After Qin Hung and the others usually finished destroying a small room, the surrounding monsters were mostly cleared away by others. You have to run forward some distance before you can find the monster again. Calculating this, Qin Hung and the others can kill up to 5 monsters in 1 minute. On average, each person can gain up to about 500 experience points per minute, compared to their previous peak period, when each person had 16,000 experience points per minute. That was really far behind. Qin Hung is currently level 39. If he wants to rise to level 40, he will need 9 million experience points. At this rate, he would need to kill without sleep for more than 10 days before he could be promoted to level 40. Of course, he had already gained over 4 million experience points before being promoted, and he was only short of nearly 5 million experience points. But it will take about 7 days to go up. The 4 of them can kill faster and find more monsters. Otherwise, Qin Hung may upgrade more slowly with Tianyao Mingyu. After all, if Tianyao Mingyu were alone, the H.L. Lightning would definitely not be able to kill him so fast. Then it is very likely that after Qin Hung has defeated one monster in the room, all the surrounding monsters have been defeated. Qin Hung was used to rapid upgrades, but he couldn't get used to such a slow upgrade speed. But there is no way. This is already considered very fast compared to ordinary players. If you wanted to advance from level 39 to level 40 in a previous game, ordinary players would not even be able to do it after only a few months. In addition to the large number of people and slow upgrades, the explosion rate here is also very impressive. Leveling up here, you can't drop a few pieces of equipment in a long time. Of course, if a piece of equipment drops out, the leveling money is enough. But what Qin Hung lacks is not money for leveling. He lacks too much. After a few hours, my experience has not increased much, and I have not made any money. In this environment, Qin Hung practiced leveling until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and then quit early to eat. This surprised Mingyu, because Qin Hung was too early today. During the meal, Qin Hung didn't want to spend more time with Mingyu as aunt. I finished my meal quickly, took a bath, and then logged into the game again. After going online, Guanhai asked him if he wanted to go. Qin Hung thought about it, and drove Tianyao Mingyu. I didn't go to the large one. Upgrading is too slow, and a waste of time. It's better to practice skills first. Qin Hung is now level 39, and has not yet mastered many skills. Holy Armor, Ghost Shield, Summoning Skeletons, Summoning Mythical Beasts, Group Healing. This is the large size. And the small size requires even more practice. Resist Ring of Fire, Tempting Light, Exploding Flame, Wall of Fire, Flash Cinema, Holy Word, Ice Roar. Therefore, Qin Hung planned to take advantage of the fact that it was difficult to upgrade his level and practice his skills one by one. As for upgrading, wait until the skills are finished and the official version has not yet been released. Just continue leveling like this. If the official releases a new version, you can go to a new place to play. After thinking about everything, Qin Hung quickly changed his clothes into junk, bought a lot of amulets, put on a skill necklace, and came to the exit to the north of Tuching and stood next to the sword guard. Start summoning dogs? Ouch. As soon as the dog was summoned, he was instantly killed by the sword guard. The claymore guard will attack all monsters around him, and all the players' pets. This is the method that legendary players in previous lives came up with to quickly practice summoning mythical beasts. Just a bit boring. Chapter 178: The Outside World's Portable Warehouse. Mage's Spring. Ouch. Click. Ouch. Click. At the sword guard at the north gate of Tuching on line 19. A player dressed in garbage kept summoning a red divine beast. As soon as the mythical beast appeared, the next moment, the two sword guards at the door dodged, and the big sword in their hands cut the mythical beast in two neatly. The divine beast that just appeared was cut into nothingness in less than a second, howled for a moment, and then disappeared. This strange scene immediately attracted countless novice players wearing civilian clothes to watch. There are many sheep that can be leveled around Tuching, as well as some monsters such as armored bugs. Therefore,
There are now many novices who specially go to teaching to level up. Qin Hung only knows of 2 divine beasts that can be brought in the entire game. One is him, and the other is Guanyun. Among others, he had at most seen the Great Wall of China with level 7 skeletons. Even high-end players like him have never seen other people bring mythical beasts, let alone these novice players who are still wearing commoners. No one can understand why this level 39 master keeps summoning divine beasts to be chopped by the sword guards. Could it be that he was bored and wanted to kill the sword guard? Could it be that killing the sword guard can reveal something good? Gradually, news spread like wildfire that a master was challenging the sword guards here. Many high-level players ran over from the safe area to see what was going on. Faced with the weird behavior of this great master, everyone used their brains and started talking. Marshal Han Lang.
Holy crap! Isn't this the famous prodigal son of Qianya? Is he going to challenge the sword guards here?
Fallen Angel 4.
Well, maybe killing the sword guard can explode something?
Sanhe Xiaoshan.
Nonsense! If he wanted to kill the sword guard, why didn't Mao poison the sword guard?
Then Jin was sad and Rui said,
Idiot! If you poison the sword guard, he will be killed immediately by the sword guard.
Real uncle.
I think he seems to have some purpose, other than wanting to kill the sword guard.
Just a little rubbish.
Yes, he was hacked to death just after he was summoned. How could he want to kill the sword guard?
After taking the name, Dumas said,
Isn't it because you have nothing to do to show off that you have brought a mythical beast?
Yi Lian Yilu.
Don't tell me. This beast of his looks so powerful. It's much more powerful than my little ribbed skeleton.
It feels like flying in straw sandals.
Nonsense. Summoning skeletons is learned at level 19. This summoning of mythical beasts is the ultimate skill of Taoist priests at level 35. Isn't it powerful?
I guess your 5 skeletons can't defeat this dog.
Yi Qingshan.
Ha ha. Could it be that you are broken up in love?
Jun Lulin.
Why do you have so many guesses? You'll know if you just ask. Hey, prodigal master. What are you doing here? My girlfriend doesn't want me anymore. Please get out of here and leave me alone.
Qin Hung replied weakly. My brother is a shooting star.
Holy crap. I'm so heartbroken. Alas, we are both from the end of the world. Let's go level up. Only leveling up can solve 1,000 worries.
When everyone heard what Qin Hung said, they looked at him sympathetically and dispersed. Seeing everyone leaving, Qin Hung continued to call out in boredom. He won't tell everyone that I'm training my dog. At present, there are not many high-level players, and everyone is in the stage of leveling up. We don't pay much attention to skills yet. We will pay more attention to them when there are more advanced players and more people know about them. As a game celebrity, Qin Hung is naturally too lazy to advance this kind of thing. There are no advantages, only disadvantages. Why? Just imagine, if he explains the benefits of practicing skills to others, and everyone knows that he is practicing skills, what will happen? It is estimated that all the sword guards are occupied by people who come to practice skeletons. There will be so many people at that time that the sword guards will not be able to handle them at all. He even practices some shitty skills. Not to mention telling these strangers, even in the game, except for a few very familiar people. If you ask, he will answer in private. He wouldn't say it in the guild. After saying it, there were so many spies, and everyone knew it immediately. Therefore, Qin Hung would not do such a thing. Wait until you finish practicing. It's hard to train a dog. To train from a 0-level dog to a 1st-level dog requires 10,000 points of skill proficiency. After he was promoted to level 35. Because dogs are not as fragile as skeletons. They have higher defense and are difficult to die. Therefore, Qin Hung's skill proficiency is only over 200. It takes 1 second to summon a dog, and another 1 or 2 seconds to be killed by a machete. But this is not a computer. It is virtual. Qin Hung will always feel tired. It's possible to slow down and so on. Therefore, on average, it takes about 6 seconds for the sword guard to kill a dog once. He had checked before that the skill proficiency gained after summoning once was between 1 and 3 points. So now if you wear the skill necklace, the skill proficiency gained every time will be doubled. That is between 2 and 6 o'clock. Let's take the middle value of 4 points. It takes a long time to go from level 0 to level 1 dog. Every 6 seconds. For points each time. 10,000 times. It will take more than 4 hours. This is still with the skill necklace. Without it, it will be more difficult. In fact, Qin Hung spent far more than these 4 hours. Because he was training the dog while listening to the regional calls in the safe zone. Whenever he heard a player selling a high-level skill book, he would buy it in private chat. When buying this, those who were not afraid of death would be shouted at by the sword guards to make a deal with him. But there were more, and he was afraid that he would kill people and explode the equipment. So he had to go to the end to trade. This time is wasted here. Also, now that he is relatively free, Qin Hung is also paying attention to the guild chat. If I see someone selling advanced skill books, I will also chat with them privately and buy them. Now this thing is still 1 million gold coins apiece, which is not as expensive as Exploding Flame, Firewall, and Summoning Skeleton. These 3 books have all sold for 1.5 million copies. Other lightning spells and poison spells have remained at 300,000 gold coins per book and have not gone up. But Qin Hung hasn't planned to take action yet. As the number of intermediate players increases, the price of popular intermediate skilled books such as Summoning Skeletons will continue to rise. Qin Hung's psychological price is about 3 million gold coins per book. Although the estimate was very high, he did not continue to take and summon skeletons, and so on. There is really no need to eat anymore at this price. If the official organizes an event, they will have to pay for it. On the contrary, you can continue to eat advanced skill books, such as Half Moon Scimitar. Qin Hung was not interested in other equipment except skill books. He is not a businessman, and it is not tiring to make that little difference. So he keeps going back and forth. In a blink of an eye. 6 hours later it was almost 12 o'clock in the evening. Qin Hung finally leveled up his dog to a first-level dog. Summon the Divine Beast, Level 1. Skill Proficiency, 2/20,000. Without exception, the dog's skill proficiency doubled. Qin Hung remembered the legend in his previous life, and the dog's skill proficiency seemed not so abnormal. But now, there is nothing I can do. Just practice. A level 1 dog can be trained by players at level 35. Level 2 dogs can be trained at level 37. A level 3 dog requires level 40 to practice. Qin Hung is currently level 39 and can train as a level 2 dog. The blood volume of a 0-level dog is more than 200, and the blood volume of a first-level dog is 300. After Qin Hung has reached the first level of dog training, the dogs he summons will be directly at the first level. When the skill is upgraded to level 2, the summoned dog will be directly at level 2. Its health will reach 420, and its defense will be stronger. If you have a level 3 skilled dog, the summoned dog will be level 3, and its health will reach a terrifying 840 drops. Attack and defense will be greatly improved. You can also level up your dog to level 7. A level 7 dog will be even more terrifying, with a blood volume of over 2,000. An absolute superhuman shield. If Qin Hung reaches the level 2 skilled dog, he can take the dog to level up to level 5. The level 5 dog is already very abnormal. It's enough to challenge the leader of Woma and other bosses. As long as he adds health and defense next to him, there will be no problem at all. If it were a level 7 dog, it would be able to directly kill the leader of Woma without even adding blood. Ding dong! Do you want to sign in? Qin Hung was training his dog when a system prompt sounded again. Sign in! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the permanent external storage and 50,000 gold coins. External portable warehouse? Qin Hung was stunned and instantly became ecstatic. He had long been annoyed that the outside world could not directly store things in the warehouse. But now it was better. And he finally had it. With this, it's so awesome. As long as there are things from the outside world, he can throw them into the warehouse at any time. It can also be taken on demand. This is a real space artifact. It seems that it is still a warehouse with no upper limit. Not bad. Not bad. Qin Hung, who got a good thing, continues to train his dog. On the other side, Tianya Mingyu is still leveling up with Guan Hai and the others. Speechless. After 6 hours of fighting, the best thing is to explode a coral ring, a demon robe, 4 men, and a demon slaying ring. Other equipment exploded a lot less. In these 6 hours, Tianya Mingyu only received 20 million gold coins, compared to the previous split of 70 to 80 million. It was really much less. As for experience value, just don't mention it. In fact, Qin Hung's current leveling speed is also very fast among the players. It's just that he was used to going faster, and it suddenly became a lot slower, which was just a bit unaccustomed to him. The trumpet follows the leveling and treasure hunting, while Qin Hung trains the dog with peace of mind. At this moment, Mu Huixin's voice sounded loudly in the guild. Boss! Sister-in-law! Sister-in-law is famous! She's so awesome! Tianya Prodigal. Famous? What is famous for?
Qin Hung was a little confused as to what his trumpet was famous for. Night Owl?
Uh-huh. Boss Prodigal. You have to praise me now. Why should I praise you? Because I posted a post on the official forum. I originally just wanted to discuss the King of Brago and the others.
But who knew my sister-in-law would become popular?
Night Owl chuckled. Then, Night Owl told the whole story. It turns out that a few hours ago, Night Owl, who was tired from competing with Brago, went to the official forum and posted a video post.
The #1 mage in the server, snatching Zuma's brand name equipment from the crowd of thousands of troops.
The video recorded that they managed to get the soul bracelet, but it was snatched away by Brago. I also recorded Brago's arrogance and domineering. And in order to get it back, the Marfa Friendship Alliance formed troops in the guild and continuously attacked the positions of hundreds of people in Brago, until the people around King Brago were sent to the front line. There were more than 20 people left. Seeing King Brago counting arrogantly and proudly, just when he was about to grab the soul bracelet, the bright moon fell from the sky, and a ferocious ring of resistance pushed all the soldiers away. He resisted the attacks of 4 or 5 Taoist priests and snatched his soul back at the last moment. Bracelet! After the video ended, Night Owl just cursed at the end.
King of Brago, are you embarrassed? There are so many people who can't stop our sister-in-law. You are a stupid pig.
This originally looked like a scolding post, but after the Night Owl posted it, he ignored it. But what the Night Owl didn't expect was that this post went viral. In fact, what he didn't know was that the content in his post was really fascinating. The #1 mage in the server grabbed Zuma's brand name equipment. The Zuma brand is now available. If you post a post about the W-Mart brand, there will be a lot of people clicking on it, let alone the Zuma brand that has never been seen before. What is the Zuma brand? Currently, there are really only a handful of people on the entire server who carry the Zuma brand. A piece of Zuma brand name equipment is more expensive than the most expensive weapons today, the Infinity Stick or Jing Zhongyue. The main thing is that their explosion rate is too low. For Wuji Stick and Jing Zhongyue, there are 20 lines. It is normal to produce a few on average in a day, not to mention too much. But Zuma's brand name equipment, it seems that no one has released it after a few days. This explosion rate is simply incredible. Therefore, the first mage, Zuma brand, these are all hot words, and together they become even more incredible. In the blink of an eye, it attracted a large number of players to watch. After watching the video, many people, in addition to accusing King Brago of being shameless, also discussed Tianyang Mingyu, the #1 mage, and the mind bracelet. When discussing the mind bracelet, the main thing is to guess what its properties are. This thing has not been officially announced yet. Therefore, many people are guessing, and there are actually more people discussing Tianyang Mingyu than Zuma's equipment. Countless people shouted that it turned out that the mage level was so high that he was so awesome. In the original impression of players, apart from having higher attack power and killing monsters faster, mages really have no advantage in terms of PK. Mainly because it's too crispy. A level 20 warrior can run after a level 24 mage with a cleaver. This is a shame for mages. Not to mention fighting a more awesome Taoist priest. The Taoist priest's Soul Fire Talisman is only slightly weaker than the mage's Thunder and Lightning spell. Add in skeletons and poison spells, and it's really a mage's nemesis. In addition, playing mage is too expensive. Therefore, many players who originally played mage have switched to Taoist or warrior. But Tianyang Mingyu's performance today completely subverted their 3 views. It turns out that, after a mage reaches an advanced level and uses a magic shield, he can really move freely among the crowd. Be brave and invincible. Warriors are great. Right. But you also need to be able to hit people. Even a fire ring that resists will push you into a corner. If there weren't a few Taoist priests here, I guess Tianyang Mingyu could make them doubt their life. And the magic shield also completely solves the problem of mage vulnerability. He resisted the attacks of several Taoist priests, and finally lost more than 20 drops of blood when he withstood Brago's attack. This is simply extremely unfair. All the players who played the mage were all excited. They finally saw the spring of the mage. Yui. Ha. So is it true that our mages are so evil? I see hope again.
Quanquan 1.
The mage is cheating. The mage is invincible.
I only like to read.
Brothers. Mages. Rise up.
After the rain. Do.
Ha. Yes. I'm going to pick up the mage number.
Contractor 123.
Sister-in-law is so awesome. I want to level up.
Indulgent.
Sister-in-law is awesome. Level up.
Countless players are leaving messages and shouting, including players from other professions. After this battle, in addition to making the players realize the power of the senior mage, they also realize the benefits of high levels. As long as you have a high level, if nothing else, you can snatch things back in seconds, especially those who are often robbed while fighting monsters. Their eyes are red. It turns out that the resistance fire ring has this purpose. Then, it's not a bad idea to use it to rob others. At this moment, Tianyamingyue's actions seem to open another door for the players. The resistance halo that was useless before turns out to have such a wonderful effect. It is simply a magical skill. In addition to mage players, players from the other two professions are also clamoring to level up. Shanghai Lonely Peak 957.
Haha! The brutal collision of our soldiers can also hit people. Not bad. Not bad.
Magic Dodge 70 Luck 5 Tiger Teeth.
Damn it! We Taoist priests don't seem to have the skill to push people. What a disadvantage. Practice leveling up. Otherwise it will be too uncomfortable.
Amid the clamor, this post naturally became more and more popular. While Qin Heng's Tianyamingyu became popular, night owls also made a lot of money. Such is the age of network traffic. After what Yao said, Qin Heng actually envied the legendary trumpet, Yao and Feng Shigua. If you come out with some really explosive news or a viral video, you can make a lot of money immediately.
Huh?
By the way, if Guanhai had revealed the secret passage at that time, Feng Shigua might not have been so advantageous. He should make a lot of money. This guy is not bad. Otherwise, it would be impossible for my alt to reach level 36 so quickly. Qin Heng thought about it secretly and expressed satisfaction with Guanhai's character. On the other hand, won't Guanhai post a video? No. After being stimulated by classmate Feng Shigua and rewarded by Guanyun, Guanhai finally agreed to some of Guanyun's actions. That means beating monsters and recording videos at the same time. They have now posted the video of the H.L. Thunder and Lightning beating Zuma together with Tianyamingyu. The title is also very eye-catching.
The #1 mage in the server. Teach everyone how to defeat Zuma quickly.
Not to mention, many players really don't know how to use his Taoist priest's method of blocking doors and blasting Zuma monsters with thunder and lightning from H.L., coupled with the gimmick of being the #1 player in the entire server. The click-through rate is also very high, and there are a lot of rewards, because it really taught others how to fight. Many people will suddenly realize it after reading it.
Damn it! Is it possible for two mages to team up with Hell Thunder to be so evil? Holy crap! It turns out that the Taoist priest is blocking the door, and the mage can fight the perverted Zuma. Is it so easy and quick?
It seems simple, but in fact, if no one teaches the magical skill of Hell's Thunder, many people estimate that until the game closes down, they will not know that it can be so awesome when used in group attacks. Therefore, the video of watching the sea is becoming more and more popular. In addition, every time he beats the perverted Zuma, the video will be posted before the fight is over.
Guess what will happen this time?
After finishing the fight, I posted another video, and there was another wave of traffic. What a click rate! The income is huge. Chapter 179 Account Safety. China Chronicle. Qin Heng didn't know about Guanhai's transformation. And it didn't matter if he did. Using Hell's Thunder to defeat monsters is not a big secret. After all, they are leveling up and too many people have seen it. As long as you do well, someone will imitate you. Therefore, Guanhai's actions are not betrayal. Qin Heng continues to train his dog and collects skill books. It takes 20,000 points of proficiency to cultivate a second-level dog. It is summoned once every 6 seconds on average, with an average of 4 points each time. Qin Heng would have needed more than 9 hours at the fastest. But that was often not enough. After all, he still had many things to do. In the blink of an eye, at 7 o'clock in the morning, Guanhai and the others were offline. Qin Heng was not so fast. The trumpet played alone in Zuma 4, and he started to acquire things. First, I traded prayer necklaces with several studios such as Wooden House Ancient Clock. To Qin Heng's surprise, the volume of Wooden House clocks increased to 1,000 blessing necklaces every day. This made Qin Heng have to admire this guy's perseverance. After all, one trumpet can only make 5 blessing necklaces. If you want to make 1,000 blessing necklaces a day, you have to open 200 small accounts to do it. After finishing the work, you have to pick up another trumpet every day. This is a tedious process. After all, there are no plugins now, and you can open several alt accounts at the same time. This all takes time. Qin Heng didn't believe that this guy could do it by himself every day. There must be many people behind him. If there are just so many people, is it still profitable? A necklace only costs 10,000 gold coins. Converted into money, it's only 2 Chinese dollars. A maximum of 5 entries can be made for one account, which is only 10 Chinese coins, including the time spent digging for meat. The income is actually not tiring enough. However, if you buy the meat directly, it's another story. Now a piece of quality 5 chicken pieces has dropped to 350 gold coins due to the appearance of a large number of meat pieces. 5 yuan is 1,750 gold coins. Venison of quality 12 or above is only 600 gold coins per piece. 5 yuan is 3,000 gold coins. The total amount is less than 5,000 gold coins. The cost is only 1 Chinese dollar. If you purchase a large amount of meat first, as long as 2 people cooperate to create a character, it will probably take less than 5 minutes to complete the task. You can get 12 numbers in 1 hour. But now there are 1,000 ancient clocks in wooden houses. If there are only 2 people, that day is really the limit.
How many of you are doing this?
Qin Heng asked curiously.
There is no profit in the first place. How many people are there? It's just me.
Mo Guzhong chuckled.
Oh my god. Don't you need to sleep? You have to work for a long time to create an account. Right.
Qin Heng's eyes widened when he heard this. One person makes 1,000 prayer necklaces a day. What a cruel person. The wooden house ancient clock chuckled and said,
There is no way. There are old people and young people at the top. And we are not talented. So we can only work hard. There is no need to start an account. You can buy an account from others, which is very cheap.
Buy from someone else? Qin Heng was stunned for a moment and said in confusion,
This is a virtual game of real people's consciousness. Can the account be resold back and forth? Will it be stolen? Ha. The account can be sold at any time. But the name will be forced to be changed when selling. And there will be official consent. If the official agrees, the original owner of the sold account will no longer be able to log in. As for someone else's account, even if you know the account password, you cannot log in as long as the other person has not transferred it. It has a character recognition system. So account hacking does not exist.
So this is all. Qin Heng nodded. In this way, it is indeed impossible to steal the account. But it can also sell the account. It's just that the name of the account that is sold will be forced to change, which is to remind the game friends of the original owner. This account has been sold. Please consider your personal relationships. This is not bad. At least there will be no one using the original number to defraud friends with the original number. Games in the virtual world are awesome. Account hacking will no longer be possible in the future. It's completely safe. In fact, as a legendary hardcore player in his previous life, Qin Heng has often experienced account hacking incidents. At first, for the sake of passion, I went to an internet cafe with my friends and brothers to have fun. It was okay at first. But as the legendary game became more and more popular, there were constant incidents of account theft in internet cafes. Many criminals will plant viruses on computers. As long as someone logs into Legend on this computer, he can monitor other people's account passwords from a long distance away. If you find anything valuable, steal it. If there is nothing valuable, just keep it. Check it out from time to time. If you find something good, steal it. There are even many internet cafe administrators who are self-involved and plant Trojans on their own machines. Qin Heng's account was naturally stolen before. He had just played an attack with 3 strong points, and it was stolen by someone. But he remembered the original password and immediately used the original password to recover the number. Change your password again. But the hacker knocked him down again. Fortunately, a friend was nearby at the time, and he quickly traded the good things to his friend. Then I bought something like a security card to protect my account. And then I dared to continue playing with confidence. At that time, a security card was very expensive, costing 100. Fortunately, he was a rich second generation, so it didn't matter. Later, one of his friends was reluctant to part with the security card, which was the worst. I was fighting monsters in Fantasy 7, but I got pushed. When his friend found him in 3 minutes, the number was already in the Tuching warehouse. Naked. A set of magic gods. Jiajiu's bone jade scepter, blood drink, and a bunch of other goodies were all stolen. At that time, this piece of equipment was worth 5,000. My friend was shocked. He shouted that he would never play again. Who would have thought that less than a week after coming here, he would be naked again and asked Qin Heng to dress him in Walmart before playing again. Not long after it was stolen, he continued to play with it. Qin Heng didn't even remember how many times that friend was robbed in the end. Anyway, When you get to the back, if your friend finds something good, leave it to him. And when you go offline, trade the good thing to him. But that's it. When I'm fighting monsters, the person with the stolen account gets the credit. And then I continue to steal. Jin Hung tried to persuade him to buy a security card more than once, but he was always rejected.
100 yuan can be exchanged for 3-point cards, which is enough for me to play for 3 months.
Facing his friend's answer, Jin Hung was also speechless. Perhaps, in the eyes of my friends at that time, equipment and everything else were just a cloud. The key was to have money to play, because the game at that time was charged by card. Although a piece of high-level equipment could theoretically be sold for a lot of money. In fact, at that time, Jin Hung and the others had no idea who they wanted to sell the equipment to. It's really hard to know if you don't know the basics and have no one to introduce you. The top equipment he started to buy from others was all traded offline by real people. Who dares to buy and sell online? I have no experience. It wasn't until the legend was updated many times with all the bells and whistles that Jin Hung learned from others that there were special websites for buying and selling equipment, etc. In short, Jin Hung gets a big headache when he thinks of the account hacking, because many brothers stopped playing, and most of them were related to account hacking. Of course, in the end, there were fewer and fewer brothers, which was also related to the subsequent copying controversy. Money-making, and getting older. Jin Hung has been able to continue playing for so many years only because there are still more than a dozen old brothers in the club. Otherwise, it would be really difficult for him to persist in playing non-stop for more than 10 years. Looking back on more than 10 years of experience in the Legend game, what Jin Hung misses the most is the Legend before version 1.80. Simple and fun. After trading the blessing necklaces with the wooden house clock, Mingyan and others, Jin Hung owned a total of 6,500 blessing necklaces. After spending more than an hour, Jin Hung spent another 70 million to clear out the black iron ore and gold mines. There are still not many high-quality black iron ores, and Jin Hung is sure that someone must be sweeping up the goods. But the gold mine is steadily selling goods. After 1 day of dear blood, he scanned 20 lines and got 1,000 bottles, including the previous one. There are 6,000 bottles. Jin Hung feels that as the player level increases, the day when the unknown Dark Palace will be opened is not far away. As long as the unknown Dark Palace is open, the Dear Blood quest and one of the gold mine quests will also be released. By then, I should be able to recover a large wave of gold coins. After everything was done, it was already past 9 in the morning. After exiting the game, Mingyu has already prepared the meal. What made Jin Hung a little happy was that he didn't see his aunt there.
Where's Aunt?
Jin Hung asked curiously.
She saw that I was fine and went back,
Mingyu said with a smile. In fact, it was Mingyu herself who told her aunt early in the morning that she was fine. It was obvious that he just wanted his aunt to go back. My aunt is not a 3-year-old child, so she naturally understands. Knowing that I am my niece, I am afraid that I will affect her good things. However, she didn't have any objections. After all, she herself is very busy and has things to do, so she can't stay here all the time. But before leaving, her aunt said something to her. Before you go to the church, you must clean yourself up. Don't pay for it yourself and end up getting nothing. This sentence immediately made Mingyu feel overwhelmed. She really had the idea of getting Jin Hung drunk someday. However, she heard people say that the first time would be difficult, and she was scared just thinking about it. Anyway, no matter what, the troublesome aunt is finally gone. Both Mingyu and Jin Hung felt much more relaxed. The two also chatted at the dinner table. Mingyu will ask him about some things in Huanhua village. After asking, she will tell Jin Hung some interesting stories about the capable people in the Chinese continent. There are also some glorious achievements of her own. Nothing more than a certain year and a certain month. She challenged so-and-so, and how many people she killed. It seemed that as soon as their aunt left, their pent-up emotions were released. What made Jin Hung speechless was that Mingyu still kept eating slowly. He wanted to tell her, "Stop pretending. I know it all." But after all not. He felt that Mingyu looked pretty good like this. After the meal, Mingyu did not let Jin Hung go to bed immediately. Instead, he took him to the study.
This is my library, which contains information about all major forces in the entire Chinese continent. You read it for half an hour first, and I will take you to practice the Wind and Moon Heart Sutra later.
After saying that, Mingyu ignored Jin Hung and went back to eat secretly. Jin Hung's original dissatisfaction because he couldn't play games disappeared instantly. The information on the entire continent was exactly what he lacked, although Chief Daddy had mentioned it to him a bit. And Yoer and the others had also explained it a bit. How could it be compared with a formal book? Picked up a copy of China Chronicles and flipped through it. The mainland of China is very vast, stretching from the East China Sea to the east, the South China Sea to the south, the desert to the west, and the 10,000 years snow mountain to the north. On this continent, there are currently 7 most powerful countries and hundreds of small countries. Qin, Shi, Yan, Xiao, Chu, Han, Jin. These 7 countries are the most powerful, and each country is like a giant. Taking a look at the map, South Korea, the smallest country, is comparable in area to the country where Qin Hung lived in his previous life. Not to mention the most powerful Qin state. One country is comparable to 3 South Koreas. In addition to their large area, these 7 countries have 9-star grandmasters in charge. The population of the entire continent exceeded Qin Heng's imagination, reaching tens of billions. You know, the modern population where Qin Hung lived before was only over 7 billion. In ancient times, this was completely unimaginable, because of natural and man-made disasters, and the medical facilities are not as good as modern ones. It is simply a miracle that there are still so many people here. This is only for this continent of China. In addition, there are also people in places other than the East China Sea, the South China Sea, the desert, and the 10,000 years snow mountain. But they no longer belong to the Chinese continent. Specifically, I didn't introduce it above. I just said briefly, beyond the divine state. It is extremely dangerous. Those below the Grand Master level should be careful before entering. Seeing this, Qin Hung fell into deep thought. Does this mean that only great masters can go to these places? Otherwise their lives will be in danger? Mingyu once said that immortals can be born in China mainland, but it is rarely seen. Qin Hung was very suspicious whether these immortals had gone to places other than China. Qin Hung continued to open the back and gradually learn more about this continent. In addition to countries large and small, there are also countless sect forces, large and small, distributed on the mainland of China. But there are only 20 forces with 9-star grandmasters at their command. These 20 sects are undoubtedly the super sects in the Chinese mainland. This also includes the hidden door that Qin Hung is familiar with. Qin Hung quickly flipped through the pages. And with the bonus of the skill necklace, it was really easy to flip through the pages. And then flip through the pages. You don't even need to look at it. Just glance at it. And the information on this page will be stored in your mind. It will be engraved in your mind immediately. This reading efficiency is comparable to that of a printer. How fast can the master turn the pages of the book? His shooting speed is so fast that he can only see after images when he turns the pages of the book. Qin Hung locked the door to prevent others from seeing. Then picked up a thick book with hundreds of pages and flipped through it in less than 10 seconds. Remember them all. The study room is huge and has thousands of books. But it only took Qin Hung less than 5 minutes to read it all and remember it. Rather than looking at it, he was turning over it. If he hadn't seen some interesting things and looked at them over and over again, Qin Hung would probably have finished reading them all in less than 2 minutes. In the end, Qin Hung only had one book left in his hand. Qin Guiji. This book introduced the history of Qin, and Qin Hung read it several times emphatically. The Qin state has been established for thousands of years. Since its establishment, it has conquered east and west, annexed countries large and small, and formed the powerful Qin state today. After the founding of the Qin state, the Great Wall and temples were built extensively, and the people were deeply resentful. But they still stood for thousands of years. This is mainly because the royal family of Qin is really awesome. 9-star grandmasters are born from generation to generation. There have been many immortals in this continent of China where force is respected. Who dares to disobey? Qin is indeed powerful, but I don't know what my relationship is with them. There is also a hidden door. There is not much information about the hidden door in this study. What is its origin? What are its specific strengths? And where is its headquarters? No one can tell clearly. Yes, a powerful killer organization. If its base was so easy to find, it would probably be gone long ago. Finally, Qin Hung lay down on the armchair with his eyes closed. And the contents of many books flashed through his mind. Digest these things slowly. This kind of knowledge might be useful someday. Qin Hung will naturally not be careless. After an unknown amount of time, there was a knock on the door, and Qin Hung woke up from his deep thoughts. How's it going? How many have you read? I know you have a strong memory. Your task today is to read the books in this study, and then you can rest. Mingyu chuckled, picked up a book and flipped through it casually. No matter how good the little man's memory is, he will probably be able to read these thousands of books for several hours.
Oh, really? I've already finished reading it.
Qin Heng chuckled.
What? Have you finished reading it all? Real or fake?
Mingyu asked in surprise. The stronger the little man's memory, the better?
Of course. If you don't believe me, you can check at will.
Qin Heng said casually while lying down.
Really? What's written in the third line on page 99 of the Chronicle of China? In the Chinese calendar. On August 15th, 1999. The state of Qin sent troops to destroy the state of Song.
Qin Heng said casually.
My memory is good.
Mingyu nodded, her eyes a little wandering. And after a while, she continued to check Qin Heng. After randomly checking more than 50 books and asking random questions, they were all correct. At this point, Mingyu finally confirmed that this little man had truly memorized all the books.
Sister Yu, can I go to bed? Yeah. But I'll give you this chi building pill. After you go back, take 3 pills every day and use your internal power to dissolve them. It will enhance your cultivation.
Mingyu took a bottle of elixir and gave it to Qin Heng.
Thank you, Sister Yu.
Qin Heng took it respectfully, turned and left.
Before going to bed, melt it away first and quickly upgrade to a 2-star warrior.
Mingyu reminded again. Qin Heng returned to his residence and opened the elixir bottle, only to see 12 white elixirs inside. Exudes a light fragrance. A system prompt flowed through his mind. Small chi building pill. It can increase a small amount of internal strength.
Huh?
Does the system still have this function? Could it be that only when you see the actual product will you be prompted? Well, I got a lot of pills from Emin last time. Why don't I take a look at them? He threw one into his mouth. And after swallowing it, he moved his energy, and it melted away in the blink of an eye. Qin Heng's internal strength increased a little bit. Qin Heng didn't care either. This is what a 1-star warrior eats when leveling up. What can be added to it? He took a bunch of pills from the warehouse and opened them one by one. Zhongqi tonifying pill can increase a small amount of internal energy. Great Qi building pill. It can increase a moderate amount of internal strength. Xiao Dudan can produce trace amounts of toxicity. After verifying a bunch of medicines, Qin Heng took out a large Qi tonifying pill and ate it. This was obtained from Elder Yuan and those 7-star masters. After swallowing it, the internal energy will turn and it will be dissolved instantly. The internal strength increased a little, and the strength did not double as expected. According to Qin Heng's estimation, if he wanted to be promoted to an 8-star grandmaster by taking this medicine, he would probably not be able to achieve that level without hundreds of thousands of pills. It has no effect. And Qin Heng doesn't want to waste it. Let's put it away first. Maybe it will be useful someday. Entering the game, Qin Heng continues to train the dog. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and all of Qin Heng's Taoist skills, except for summoning mythical beasts, had been promoted to level 3. Summoning divine beasts can only be practiced as a level 3 dog when you reach level 40. So it is currently only level 2. In the past 2 days, Tianyang Mingyu has not been upgraded, and is still at level 36. What's even more pitiful is that in the past 2 days, she, Guanhai and the others haven't revealed a single famous brand. The best thing is to get a 1/5 magic demon robe, male, and give it to Guanhai. However, Qin Heng also received a lot of gold coins. After finishing practicing the skills of the large size, Qin Heng continued to practice the skills of the small size, and then went to level up the large size. Chapter 184 Days. Full Skills. Target Hongming Village. In these 2 days, Qin Heng naturally did not give up stocking up. He scans around 70 million gold coins in or every day, plus 2,000 blessing necklaces and deer blood skill books. It consumes about 100 million a day. Originally, when the prayer necklaces were first made, several studios of wooden house clocks could only provide 1,200 pieces. But ever since I learned about Qin Heng's unlimited acquisition, the ancient wooden clock was like eating xianmai, with a little more processing. At first, he could only supply 500 pieces a day, but the next day, he could supply 1,000 pieces. On the third day, 1,300 pieces were supplied. Qin Heng was afraid that this guy would die suddenly because of money. Fortunately, on the 4th day, he finally stopped adding more. When Qin Heng asked, the ancient clock in the wooden house only said one sentence.
It's the limit. We can't do it anymore. Otherwise something will happen. I still have to carry it at home.
Fortunately, this guy didn't let money go to his head.
Actually, when your level is high, you can buy any piece of equipment and sell it for tens of millions of gold coins. For example, A coral ring or a top-quality dress costs 7 to 8 million.
Qin Hung reminded him kindly.
Pull him down. My friend is a level 26 mage. He doesn't have enough money for potions every day. He has to invest more than 10 yuan for potions every day.
The wooden house ancient bell decisively refused. Mage level 26. Qin Hung said no more. Everyone has his own way of playing. Just like a little girl. At first, she just wanted to level up to level 11 and mine every day until the game shut down. It is estimated that many people have this kind of worry now. Mining for one day can earn a stable income of about 70 per day, which is not bad for some people. For example, a little one who can't get out of bed. In addition to stocking up on goods, the 2 days of signing gave me a 5-day warehouse scroll, a magic shield, 200 time return stones, and a bottle of blessing oil. Not bad. As for Mingyu, during the past 2 days, she would take Qin Hung to practice his internal strength for a while every day. When it comes to practicing with him, it actually means watching him eat a small chi-boosting pill after eating 3 meals a day. After eating on time, Mingyu will ignore him. As long as the little man's inner strength is growing, that's fine. She didn't ask Qin Hung to meditate every day to cultivate his internal strength, because she understood that the little man still had to practice magic. There are very few practitioners of both law and martial arts in the mainland of China. Talent is one reason, but the main reason is that you can't have your cake and eat it too. Cultivation is inherently contrary to nature. Manpower is sometimes scarce. Only one among tens of millions of people can become a master in martial arts. When a warlock reaches a certain stage of cultivation, he can also become a master, but the proportion is smaller than that of a martial arts master. It takes 15 million people to produce one, but their title is not Grandmaster, but Dharma King. 1-star Warlock, 2-star Warlock, 3-star Warlock, 4-star Warlock, 7-star Dharma King. A warlock who has cultivated to the 7th level can also fly into the sky. Legend has it that once a warlock practices the immortal mirror, his physical body will be greatly improved. The body is no longer fragile. You can easily perform martial arts. The same is true for warriors. After achieving the immortal mirror, you can cast spells. All things are unified. It's just a main martial art and a main magic method. It is so difficult to practice one of them to become a master. But it is really even more difficult to practice both at the same time. The Mingyu family must be rich. She doesn't dare to practice magic at the same time. It's not that she's not suitable for cultivation. It's that she doesn't have enough energy. Many people can practice martial arts, but they don't practice martial arts because it costs too much money and brains. Spiritual power is something that can only be released more easily after becoming a 7-star Grandmaster. One can imagine how difficult it would be to cultivate spiritual power in the state of ordinary people. More people choose to learn a little bit of magic to enhance their attack power after becoming a master. But I won't practice it deliberately. After all, there are 8 stars and 9 stars behind the Grandmaster, and they also want to attack the immortal realm. Therefore, in the mainland of China, those who practice both magic and martial arts either cannot grow up, or they are huge perverts. Mingyu doesn't know whether the little man will become a big pervert. However, she saw a little shadow. The little man's understanding is too strong. Maybe he can do it. By then, she won't have to worry about her family anymore. As for the road to national restoration in the future, as long as the little man grows up and has the help of the little man, it will be easier. At this time, it was 7 o'clock in the evening. Qin Hung finished his meal, washed up, and went online again. After practicing the tuba skills, it is natural to practice the trumpet. However, there is no need to deliberately level up the trumpet next to the Tuching sword. The skills that Tianyao Mingyu needs to practice, except resisting the ring of fire, which must be practiced deliberately, other skills are not required. For example, fire wall, bursting flame, HL thunder, magic shield. These skills can be practiced while fighting monsters. Therefore, both Qin Hung and Guan Hai teamed up. However, this time he deliberately cultivated his skills. Let's practice the HL thunder first. This thing is just right for fighting monsters. At level 30, you can practice the first level, and at level 34, you can practice the third level. Tianyao Mingyu used the skill necklace to blast the lightning from HL very quickly. After practicing the hell lightning, you will practice the flash film and magic shield. The magic shield is always on anyway. Add it if it's gone. When you practice quick light movie, you won't be able to defeat monsters so quickly. Qin Hung and Guan Yun's 2 dogs threw them into the middle of the monster and sprayed them hard. Watch the sea and blast monsters with HL lightning. And Tianyao Mingyu will not explode. Just use flash movie on the monsters. Practicing Jiguang cinema is expensive. After a while, the blue potion went down a lot. In order to ensure speed, Qin Heng has an unlimited supply of powerful solar water. It makes my heart ache to watch the sea and the clouds. As for Tianyao Mingyu's crazy skill training, Guanhai can only practice it occasionally, because he felt that fighting monsters was more important. Without the thunderous light from the sky and the bright moon, killing monsters slowed down a bit. But it's not particularly slow, because after Qin Heng's second level dog was upgraded to a 5th level dog, the speed of killing monsters was greatly increased. Guan Yun was so envious when he saw it. It's a pity that she is still level 36 and can't practice level 2 dogs at all. Not to mention the second level dogs. The first level dogs have not been cultivated yet. After practicing the quick light movie, Qin Heng continued to practice the exploding flame and ice roar. Explosive flame is easy to practice, but ice roar is less than level 37 and can only be practiced to level 1. Finally, what remains is the wall of fire, which moves instantaneously and resists the ring of fire. As for the thunder and lightning technique, I have mastered it before I know it. The fire wall technique cannot be practiced in Zuma, because Zuma monsters will walk around the fire wall and not in the fire. In order to practice the fire wall technique, Qin Heng and the others went to the 5th floor of the 18th line pig cave. That place is not a front line, and 4 high-level players can still occupy a large area. At Qin Heng's suggestion, Tianyao Mingyu and Guanhai set fire to the large passage on the far left of the 5th floor of the pig cave. The 4 of them ran back and forth to clean up the monsters in the middle. Taoist priests are responsible for administering poisons, releasing dogs, and mages are responsible for setting fires, etc. In addition to setting fires, Tianyao Mingyu also practices holy word art, holy word red wild boar, etc. The probability is very low. It will be good if you practice slowly. After spending more than 3 days in total, Qin Heng finally mastered the mage's hell lightning, fire wall, flash movie, and explosive flame to the full level. The magic shield has reached the 2nd level, but the holy word is still at the 1st level, mainly because the odds are so touching. In the past few days, the 4 of them only encountered a white wild boar once on the map on the 5th floor of the pig cave. After he was killed, a handful of silver snakes were exploded. Guan Yun asked for it, and Qin Heng also got a lot of money. After all the skills were trained, Qin Heng's tuba and Guanhai went to Zuma 4 again. Tianyao Mingyu found a sheep outside Tuchun to practice resisting the ring of fire. Pushed the sheep all the way to the entrance of Death Valley, and then pushed it back. Pushed back and forth in the alliance. After practicing this skill to the full level, Tianyao Mingyu continues to practice teleportation. Teleport back and forth with all the strength of the alliance. Finally, holy word remains. Qin Heng originally wanted to go to the zombie cave to practice with the holy word zombies. But even on the 18th line, people still belong to Wuyong. After refreshing several times, before any of his zombies were killed, others had already defeated all the monsters. In desperation, Qin Heng came up with a way. The 4 of them were still fighting monsters in Zuma. He brought a level 5 dog and Guanhai to fight monsters, while Guan Yun summoned skeletons to practice the holy word technique for Tianyao Mingyu. When there's a perverted Zuma, the 4 of them will go up together. Don't mention it. Maybe the mage's holy word spell is aimed at Taoist pets. The probability of holy word skeleton is obviously much faster than that of holy word zombie. I spent a whole day like this, practicing all the techniques of resisting the ring of fire, teleportation and holy words. The holy word technique has reached the 2nd level, and she wants to practice the 3rd level, but she is not level enough. At this point, it took a total of 6 days for Qin Heng to master all the skills of the 2 numbers. Those who can reach full level have all reached full level, and those who cannot reach full level have reached the current highest level. Watching these 2 people practicing their skills crazily, Guanhai and Guan Yun were not unmoved. But I don't dare to play like this. It's so crazy to spend money. If nothing else, let's talk about the fire wall. As fires are set all over the place, the magic potion must be drank continuously. In order to achieve the goal of quickly practicing skills, Tianyao Mingyu even criticized the powerful solar water. Besides, to practice summoning divine beasts, you need several amulets at one time, even more terrible holy word spells and flash movies, etc., which consume mana and powerful solar water, are even more awesome. According to Guanhai's initial estimate, Tianyao Longzi and his wife spent at least 60 million gold coins to practice all their skills. 60 million gold coins is more than 10,000 yuan. They are reluctant to part with it just to practice their skills. Therefore, they didn't plan to ask Qin Hung to borrow the skill necklace, as they really couldn't afford it. Guanhai and the others don't want to borrow it. So Qin Hung saves trouble. Otherwise, he would be very embarrassed if he really borrowed it. When the time comes, he would rather throw 100 million gold coins to Guanhai than borrow them. The skill necklace is really important to him in the outside world. At this time, Guanhai and Guanyin, who were already approaching level 37, were already at level 37, and Tianya Mingyu was still at level 36. As for the prodigal son of Tianya, he is still at level 39, and he still needs 3 million experience points to reach level 40. Speaking of scanning goods, Qin Heng's gold coins were consumed very quickly under the daily scanning of 100 million gold coins. In addition, he earned less every day and was unable to make ends meet, leaving only 100 million gold coins in his hand. Qin Hung was thinking about selling some brand name equipment. Otherwise he would have no money to buy the goods. He has obtained a total of 12,000 bottles of deer blood so far. The number of prayer necklaces reached 15,000. In addition to the ancient clock in the wooden house, the other two studios, Mingyan and Xiaohe Wuji Studio, worked overtime. Otherwise, they would not have produced so many. As for Mingyu, every day she just eats and walks around the yard with Mingyu. Mingyu will supervise his progress in learning internal strength, and then teach him martial arts. Not to mention internal strength. This martial skill is really mastered in one go. Originally, he knew how to read. Can Mingyu teach him again? One day Mingyu wanted to teach him calligraphy. But after writing it once, Qin Hung completely surpassed her when he wrote it again. So he stopped teaching him this. While she was depressed, Mingyu was also extremely happy. She found that the little man was perfect except for his internal strength, which was a bit slow. Whatever you teach, you can learn it once you teach it. However, should we find an opportunity for him to learn the combat skills in the room? I heard from the sisters in the building that if you learn this thing well, you will naturally be full of sexual happiness in the future. However, the little man is still in the stage of quickly learning other things. Let him be exposed to this now. What if he gets excited? I'm not ready yet. After thinking about it, Mingyu didn't dare to let him come into contact with this. Fortunately, he didn't give it to him. Otherwise Qin Hung might think that Mingyu was ready to let him, a fake young man, go to the battlefield. In short, Qin Hung is living quite comfortably now, whether in games or in reality. After eating every day, play with beautiful women, occasionally look at her admiring eyes, and then play games to fight monsters and practice. There was no need to worry about food, clothing, housing and transportation. During this small life, Qin Hung thought he was truly a young master. On the other side, in the guild, after everyone was stimulated by Qin Heng's level, many people started working hard to level up. During the past few days of practicing skills, Qin Hung didn't see any of his brothers using Zuma's brand name equipment. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that there are other outsiders playing it. But no one is selling the entire server. The gold medal merchants have never received goods. On the contrary, Wuji or Chopper occasionally heard her selling, but they were immediately snatched away by rich people. This is enough to show that the explosion rate of Zuma's famous brand is so touching. People come out with Woma equipment from time to time all day long, especially when they are trying to kill the first-line Woma leader. There are many people, and the leader of Woma with high HP can explode the best. Every time, the first-line Woma leader can reveal several famous Woma equipment, or at least one or two, becoming a truly powerful leader who never fails, and is loved by all the major guilds. Unlike the Woma leader in other routes, he has a lot of health. But sometimes the package is empty, and he doesn't even give a Woma name tag. However, there are many guilds. Even though the 5th level Mafa Friendship Alliance is powerful and has 5,000 troops, it is not always possible to grab the first-line Woma leader. However, 5 times out of 10, I got it! This makes people like an Yuanjiang, Tianmu, Yushimi, and Mushui, who are short of money, fool around with people named in need every day. On the first line, in addition to the good explosions of the leader of Woma, there are also the evil snakes on the 5th floor of the pig hole and the evil centipedes of the death coffin, which are also very good. The explosion rate of the evil centipede is slightly lower, although it is difficult to kill at first. It is still easy to kill everyone who has mastered the method. That is, every time they fight, there will be a large number of casualties. Except for the leader of Woma, everyone actually likes the evil snake on the 5th floor of the pig cave the most. This guy is really good at explosives, especially when major guilds gather. Tens of thousands of people are present. and its health volume is as high as 500,000. After the kill, the best one was when he dropped a Wuji stick in Jing Zhongyue. So rich. However, as the players continued to kill, they gradually felt that the explosion rate was not that good. But still good. I can gain a lot from leading my brothers every day. It's just that Qin Hung doesn't like this kind of harvest, because there are too many people. Often more than 1,000 guild members join the battle. After selling something worth 20,000 yuan, each person will get 20 Chinese dollars. Of course, this is a one-time operation. In one day. Plus the subsidy for households with difficulties in naming. It costs a few hundred yuan per person. And it can still be done. Therefore, and Yuan Zhang, Tianmu, and the others are willing to follow. As long as they follow, they will have a stable income of several hundred yuan every day. Maybe in the middle of the game, his character will explode and he will hit some monsters and become the best, which will be another big income. For example, and Yuan Jiang Tianmu picked up a top-quality ghost suit last time. These bastards are not afraid of dying and being covered in rubbish. Especially in Yu Tengu, who wears light armor all day long and goes out to swim. If you find something worth more than 100,000 gold coins, as long as the boss has not been cleared yet, quickly return to the city to save it. There's no way. It's all money. As for Starry Night's sadness, Dragon Tattoo, Fearless Lone Wolf, the Legation Surgeon and other tycoons who love PK, they naturally follow the guild most of the time, despite such frenzied raids on the boss. Zuma's brand name equipment has not been revealed in the past few days. But there are some top-notch Woma brand name equipment, such as Sea Bear from Magic 3, Life Necklace from Magic 6, and Dragon Ring from Attack 6. Naturally, this top-quality equipment was divided up on the spot by rich people like the poor households. These equipments were not very attractive to Qin Hung. They were not enough. But he remembered that there was Sea Bear from Demon 3 in his warehouse. There were so many things that he forgot. After taking it out and putting it on, it feels like the characters have become bigger. This is an illusion. They look the same in appearance. But because they are wearing the best equipment, they always feel that their characters are superior to others. Walking on the streets seems to attract countless heads of people. Especially the sad people named Difficult Household in Xingye. When they have nothing to do, they like to stand in the safe zone of Tuchin wearing the best clothes and looking coquettishly, admiring the envious eyes of everyone. Forget about the pride I feel in my heart. Of course, guild battles are unavoidable when fighting for bosses every day. And they are open all day long. As long as it is a guild that is pleasing to the eye. Those who have trouble naming will start a guild war with the other party. Even so, many brothers in the guild have become famous from time to time. Why? Because in addition to the major guilds, there are always individual players or small forces joining in the fun and taking advantage of the situation. At this time, a manslaughter would cause a large area. No. Now, the Fearless Lone Wolf and the Cloud Emperor Killer God are hanging in the famous second-tier village. There are more red-named players on the first line. And the safe zone of the red-named village is almost full. Therefore, Dujla and the others choose to hang out on the second line. Of course, there are a lot of people here. Dujla.
I'll go. It's going to be terrible this time. I don't know how long I'll have to hang on.
Fearless Lone Wolf.
Uh-huh. I'm okay. I think I only killed 7 or 8 people. I watched a few of your Flash movies and killed 10 or 20 of them.
Cloud Emperor God of Killing.
Uh-huh. It's already past 1 o'clock in the morning. I can't bear it any longer.
So I'm going to sleep. Don't think about hanging on for long. Just activate the red name card and hang on. When I wake up tomorrow morning, my name may be in vain.
Red name card. A new product that appears in the guild store after the guild is promoted to the 5th level guild. Its only function is that after use, it can make the famous people return to the famous village instantly. Then you can choose whether the character will hang up the red name here, and the player can exit the game. To put it bluntly, the red name card is for the convenience of red name players to register their red names. There is no way, in the Legend game, when a red name player wants to enter a village or town for supplies or rest, he will be attacked by the sword guard at the door. The broadsword guard's attack power is very strong. Basically, for today's players, it can be killed instantly with one sword. Only when they reach level 40 or so can red-named players be more confident in overcoming the obstruction of the sword guards and entering the town. Commonly known as punching the big knife. How can today's players have the ability to attack a machete? The punishment for the red name is very serious. In addition to being attacked by a machete, after death, The contents of the package will explode completely. The equipment worn on the body will also have a great chance of exploding. The more players you kill, the longer your red name will be. This red name time can only be hung online, and the PK value will become less and less, until the character's name turns yellow, and finally turns white. The more players you kill, the longer the name whitening process will take. In the past, without the existence of the red name card, they would still be too timid to kill, because it's troublesome to go into town to supply supplies. Since the guild was upgraded to level 5, this group of violent elements have completely let go of their hands and feet. The worst thing is that after getting a red name, when you are about to go to bed, just buy a red name card and hang up in the red name village. After using the red name card to select the character will automatically hang in the red name village. But the player can exit the game and sleep. This is a super benefit set by the game official for famous players.
TSK. TSK. The iron-blooded overlord and the crazy princess are here too. With this brand name equipment, I really want to blow them away. Forget it. I'm offline. I have to go on a blind date tomorrow. What the HL?
After muttering something in the guild, Dujuludadada went offline. He does not mean that. Qin Hung, who is killing monsters in Zuma. His eyes instantly turned green after hearing this.
Hongming Village.
A bunch of big-name players wearing the best equipment. How could I forget this? Qin Hung, who was feeling like he was going crazy from poverty. His eyes instantly turned red, and his whole body felt as if he had been given a shot of chicken blood. And he became excited. Chapter 181 Crazy Explosion of Hongming Village. Hongming Village is located in the wilderness in the lower right corner of Mengzhongtucheng. It is a small village, and except for the red name players, generally no one goes there. There is an NPC selling medicine here, but the medicine is twice as expensive as other places. Although there are medicine supplies, many players still want to clear their name, because the equipment cannot be repaired here, and the equipment does not last long. You can repair the weapons with Ares oil, but what about jewelry, clothes, etc.? Still need to be repaired. As a legendary hardcore player, Qin Hung certainly knows about Hongming Village. He suffered a loss in Hongming Village and has a profound memory. I originally hung up in the safe area of Hongming Village, but when I woke up the next day, my character was dead, and my equipment and items were all exploded. It's simply miserable. He never understood that people who did good things for Mao would die in the safe zone. It was not until later that he realized that the water was too deep. This is also the reason why Mao has not dared to log off in the safe zone since he logged into the current game. In fact,
the safe zone will become more terrifying and not safe at all under the control of thoughtful people. Qin Hung is this caring person now. Qin Hung is very poor now. He only has 100 million gold coins left. If he can't get money anymore, he will have to sell Woma brand name equipment. This is all caused by the major guilds occupying the map. Now that he had the opportunity to trick the other party, Qin Hung didn't feel guilty at all, but was very excited. As for many of them are brothers in the guild, such as Fearless Lone Wolf and others. This is easy to handle. If they lose their brand name equipment, I can just secretly send a few back to them. These people are still trustworthy. As for the other guild members, if they exploded with ordinary equipment, I could definitely show the generosity of a boss and give them some. And they would probably shed tears of gratitude. You can't give Mao's brand name equipment directly in front of your brothers. This stuff is really valuable. And even a fool can see that there's something wrong with you. He could only secretly return it to those brothers, and he wouldn't say what he did. As for them, they really couldn't control their mouths and said random things. That's okay. Anyway, he has already been on the same level as other forces. But this way, it will be difficult for him to trust others no matter what happens in the future. At this moment, he, Guan Hai, and the others were at Zuma 4 on the 18th line.
There are always no shipments here. Let's go to the second tier Zuma to have a look.
Under the suggestion of Qin Hung, a caring person, Guan Hai and his wife followed him and switched to the second line Zuma 4. There is no other way. The mage's pet will be used later. If the pet goes offline, it will die. Therefore, when he heard that Princess Guangzhou and the others were in the second tier red famous village, Qin Hung immediately suggested switching to the second tier Zuma. Get ready for the big things to come. Continue to fight monsters. And after a while, it refreshes. After a few people finished slaying the monsters in one room, they soon came to the next room, where there were also a lot of monsters that had not yet been killed. Guan Yun was occupying the door, and her dog was surrounded by monsters and beaten inside, squirting the monster slowly. This is also the idea that Qin Hung and the others came up with. That is, after the monsters are refreshed, if there are monsters in the corridors and rooms next to them, they will send Guan Yun to seduce the monsters with dogs first. Apply the poison first to avoid being beaten by others. There are so many monsters. I must try my best to get more monsters. Every time a monster spawns, 2 Taoist priests will lead one to the upper corridor and the other to the lower corridor. Let the dog pull the monster, and then assist the mage to clean up the room. After a set of procedures, Guan Hai and his wife, under the leadership of Qin Hung, an experienced driver, became more and more skilled in the technical work of attracting monsters, grabbing them, and killing them. In addition, their 4 levels are too terrifying, and 2 dogs are intimidating. So even if they attract monsters, no one dares to snatch them away. If you encounter someone who doesn't open your eyes, a flash movie like Tianyang Mingyu can scare people to death. There are many Zuma monsters in the small room occupied by Guan Yin. Qin Hung glanced at it and saw what he wanted.
Don't kill the hornfly inside. Keep it for me. Boss, what are you doing here?
Guan Hai asked curiously.
Use it as a baby.
Qin Hung laughed.
Baby? Does this thing work? Of course. By the way, you can also seduce 5 babies. You can seduce the wedge moth.
Qin Hung reminded. Speaking of tempting the baby, the 2 mages deliberately forgot about this big killer weapon, because they always form teams quickly.
Seducing a wedge moth? Oh, try it.
Watching the sea made me feel sexy. A few people first killed the other Zuma monsters in the small room, leaving 4 wedge moths and 1 horn fly unkilled. Qin Hung has the highest level and strong defense. He doesn't wear an invisibility ring now. He hasn't worn it since he formed a team with Guan Hai and the others. Therefore, he went directly up and stood next to the horn fly to seduce all the monsters and act as live targets. As a result, the 4 wedge moths and horn flies attacked Qin Hung. The wedge moth spat out saliva to paralyze Qin Hung, and then slapped him with its wings. The horn fly's attack method is to spit out small bats one after another, and the small bats will attack the player, although its attack power is low. When the number increases, it is simply terrifying to death. The amount of blood can be so high. Zilala. Zilala. Tianyang Mingyu and Guan Hai began to seduce their pets. As a result, Tianyang Mingyu and Guan Hai tempted her for more than a minute, but neither of them succeeded.
Damn! Isn't this thing too difficult to seduce? It's a waste of time,
Guan Hai said depressedly.
Yeah, it's too hard to seduce.
Qin Hung silently added blood to himself, and killed a little bat with a stick. The next moment, he was paralyzed again. He has a high level and abnormal defense, and wedge moth's attacks can't drop any blood at all. However, Guan Yin still thoughtfully added blood to him, and beat the little bat to death with the soul fire talisman. At this time, Tianyang Mingyu seemed to be angry. She snorted coldly and roared at the monsters. He beat all the monsters to the point where their health was reduced, and then stopped to relieve his anger. Zilala. At this moment, Guan Hai saw another tempting light, and the next moment he laughed in surprise.
Ha ha! I've been tempted. Look, this wedge moth's name has been changed to mine. Ah, you're not going to beat them down to the last bit of blood, just to tempt them, right?
Qin Hung pretended to suddenly realize. As an experienced driver, he certainly knows how to seduce monsters as babies. The fastest way is to beat the monster to the point where its health is reduced, and the success rate is very high. It's just that there are some things that he can't say directly. In this way, it is more acceptable. Zilala. Zilala. After all the monsters were beaten to the lowest level of health, Guan Hai and Tianyang Mingyu seduced them smoothly. Soon, the bright moon at the end of the world lured the horned fly to stop. And after Guan Hai lured 3 wedge moths, it could not lure the 4th wedge moth.
What's going on? Can you only seduce 3 pets?
Guan Hai asked depressedly.
No, I have read the skill introduction. It should be that your skill level is not satisfactory, and you can only seduce 3 babies.
Qin Hung explained.
I'll go. That's it. How many pets can you seduce after you've leveled up? I don't know. Let's see how many she can seduce later.
Qin Hung chuckled. The bright moon at the end of the world seduced the remaining wedge moth. Next, while everyone was fighting monsters, Tianyang Mingyu deliberately waited for half an hour before seducing 2 more horned flies and a wedge moth one after another. 3-headed horned flies and 2-headed wedge moths are enough. Qin Hung. This is the time when Ka Bao Bao rebels. In the Legend of the Past game, The mage's babies usually started to rebel after more than 2 hours. If he were here, he didn't know how long it would take for him to rebel. So, he decided to block time. As long as the pet seduced in the first half-hour rebels, the rest will be done soon. There are 3 pets left. Enough for him to go to Hongming village. After pretending to seduce Guan Hai and the others for a while, Qin Heng concluded,
the light of level 3 temptation should only be able to seduce 5 babies. Oh, boss, why doesn't my sister-in-law say anything?
Guan Hai asked in confusion.
She is mute.
Qin Heng sighed.
I'm sorry, boss, I didn't mean it.
Guan Hai apologized repeatedly.
Ha ha, it's okay.
Qin Heng laughed again in a blink of an eye. Several people continued to fight monsters. But something depressing happened. The wedge moth from Tianyao Mingyu can still follow him. But the horned fly cannot. This thing is just a pile of mud and can't walk. Qin Heng had no choice but to walk a short distance. Call it. And pull it over. But the horned flies of Tianyao Mingyu began to spit out small bats one by one when there were monsters around. But this little bat doesn't bite monsters, but bites Qin Heng and the others.
Boss, how come my sister-in-law, this horned fly, can't tell the difference between friend and foe? The little bats that spat out even attack us.
Guan Hai said depressedly as he killed a little bat with his wand.
I don't know about this either.
Qin Heng said depressedly. Of course he knew. He was just pretending not to know. Once summoned, the horned fly belongs to its owner. But the bat it spits out does not. Such is the nature of the horned fly. Nearly an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Tianyao Mingyu and Guan Hai's wedge moths and horned flies were finally promoted to level 7 pets. The pet name color changes from white to dark blue. When people look at it, their first impression is that there is something wrong with this thing. It is not easy to mess with. And there is a sense of pressure on the senses. The wedge moth's attack power and HP have been greatly enhanced. Qin Heng can't remember how much HP the 7th level wedge moth had in its previous life. But here, he has more than 600 HP. And he can fight 2 ordinary Zuma guards one by one without any problem.
Wow! Boss! This pet is so powerful after it's upgraded!
Guan Hai exclaimed.
Fierce!
Even Guanyin, who didn't speak much, said one word.
Ha ha! Yes! He looks very powerful!
Qin Heng said with a smile. While fighting monsters, several players suddenly turned around from the corner in front. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be brothers from 2 guilds.
Huh? It's Boss Luangzi and Guan Hai.
The speaker was a 26th level Taoist priest, Contractor 123, and one of the first members who followed Qin Heng and the others in the early days. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck a wedge moth next to Tianyao Mingyu. But there was no blood loss. The attacker was a level 25 mage who was with Contractor 123. How dare Qi Feng with 2 sleeves miss the beauty? Seeing that his attack had no effect. After taking a closer look, how could Liangxiu Qi Feng dare to mislead the beauty? He was immediately shocked and said,
Wow! Boss Prodigal, these are your pets. No wonder I can't touch them. Let me go! The color looks terrible. Very powerful. How did you do it? You can summon it with the light of temptation. Don't you know?
Qin Heng chuckled.
Ah, is it true? I have only seduced scarecrows before, and it seems to be of no use. I never thought I could seduce a wedge moth. It's so powerful.
How could Liangxiu Qi Feng dare to mislead the beautiful lady? She said with a shocked look on her face as she watched several dark blue pets kill the spawned wedge moths with a few clicks.
Yeah, I never thought about it. It's amazing.
Contractor 123 also looked at it blankly.
Ha ha. You are only level 25. You can't seduce this. I have seduced centipedes, black evil maggots, and pincers. If your level is not high enough, you can try starting with centipedes.
Qin Heng reminded casually. Anyway, his trumpet is so high-end, so it is normal for him to say that he has been tempted. Even Guan Hai, who is often together, doesn't seem to matter to them because they don't stay together 24 hours a day.
Ah, it's true. Contractor, let's go and accompany me to seduce a few centipedes.
How could Qi Feng with 2 sleeves dare to mislead the beautiful woman and said excitedly. But he did not give up and still seduced a wedge moth for a while. After trying for 5 minutes without being tempted, he finally gave up, getting ready to seduce the centipede.
If your light of temptation is of low level, it may only be able to seduce 3 pets.
Qin Heng reminded.
Thanks, boss.
After the 2 left, Qin Heng and the others continued to level up. More than 2 hours later, The wedge moth watching the sea took the lead in rebelling.
Don't beat him to death. Try to seduce him back.
Qin Hung reminded. In the past life, pets could be lured back after they rebelled. La. After a meal of temptation, 2 wedge moths came back, but the remaining one died with a click.
Oh my god! It will be tempted to death.
Qin Hengxian cried out in surprise. Although he already knew it, he still had to pretend when it was time to pretend. Guan Hai's rebelled, but Qin Heng's rebelled after more than half an hour. But the two of them were almost seduced together. So why? After thinking about it for a while, Qin Heng felt that it should be related to magic power. Tianyao Mingyue's magic power is much higher than that of Guan Hai. A wedge moth and a horn fly rebelled, and Qin Heng never summoned them back. He just wants to wait for the rebels to be summoned back. Isn't that nonsense?
You guys go ahead and play. I have something to do.
Qin Heng said low with a smile and flew out of the dungeon. He decided to do it himself. Putting aside the issue of interests, there is another very practical issue. That is, if he does this and is discovered by someone, then he can still say that no matter how others target him, it can only be in the game. It seems that the two couples in Guanghai are different. They are in China. This matter is too big. If it is really successful, Qin Heng doubts whether Guan Hai and his wife will be humanely destroyed by the angry players. After all, we have to engage the big bosses of various forces. There are real people offline. Therefore, in order to protect the Guan Hai couple, Qin Heng decided to do this high-risk thing by himself. Why use the dungeon instead of just returning to the city? Of course, he is afraid of attracting onlookers in the safe area. Players remember that it is the pet he summoned. So be careful, asking Guan Hai and the others to take care of their pets first. Tianyao Mingyu and Qin Heng flew out. After a random meal, Qin Heng finally arrived outside Hongming Village. Hongming Village looks larger than the legendary Hongming Village in the previous life. At least 4 times larger. There are quite a few players hanging up here to eliminate red names at this time. At a glance, there were hundreds of people, almost filling the safe zone. The people Qin Heng cared about the most were the princess, the prince, the dynasty's son, and the iron-blooded overlord, all of whom stood motionless in the safe zone, all dressed in red. Seeing the Wuji sticks in their hands and the moon in the well, Qin Heng knew that he was going to make a fortune. At this time, it was almost 5 o'clock in the morning, and hundreds of people were standing in the entire second-tier red village, motionless and quiet. Tianyao Mingyu first came to the corner inside, summoned the 3 pets, and hid first. There is no way. The pet is still close to rebelling. Now put it in the safe area. When someone comes later, I guess if you see the pets that have not rebelled, you will know that it was Tianyao Mingyu who summoned it. Counting the time, when there were almost 5 minutes left, Tianyao Mingyu finally squeezed in beside Princess Guangtu. He tapped a few of them with his wand, but there was no response. Then he chuckled and summoned the 3 pets to Princess Guangzhou and the others. After waiting excitedly and nervously for 5 minutes, a hornfly took the lead in rebelling. Seeing so many players, the excited hornfly started spitting out little bats. Qin Heng gave Tianyao Mingyu and 2 other pets that had not yet rebelled to become invisible first. The little bats spit out by the hornflies began to attack Princess Guangzhou, the iron-blooded overlord and others. The blood volume of several people began to slowly decrease. The 7th level hornfly spits out small bats very quickly. After only more than 10 seconds, there were already a lot of small bats around, constantly attacking the surrounding players. Finally, the crazy rocking girl and the crazy princess were the first to die without distinction. The bell rang twice, and a large amount of red light beam equipment, potions, random items, etc. burst out from the ground. The excited Qin Heng quickly stepped on an infinity stick, a magic wand, a platinum ring, and a ruby ring. However, other equipment cannot be picked up temporarily because it is next to other people and cannot be squeezed in. Some were even picked up automatically by other standing people. Qin Heng was anxious and had no choice but to wait for a wave of bats to attack them. Soon, people died one after another. The equipment exploded with a bang. Chapter 182: A Huge Harvest. It's around 5 o'clock in the morning, when the players are most sleepy, and the entire red village in the server is quiet. Only in the second-tier red famous village, there are constant sounds of ah, and the crisp sound of tinkling bells. At this time, all 3 of Qin Heng's pets had rebelled, and 2 level 7 hornflies were spitting out little bats at incredible speeds. The entire safety zone of Hongming Village has been enveloped by an overwhelming number of little bats. Wuyong's little bats are attacking all players at the same time. That 7th level wedge moth was completely ignored. Players kept falling down, and equipment rained down on the ground. The red light pillars soaring into the sky kept popping up, making the entire Hongming village a bright red. Qin Hung also didn't expect that the 2 level 7 horned flies would be so fierce. It is too difficult to pick up equipment on his current Taoist number, because the surrounding space is full of small horned flies, and they are so densely packed that they cannot be squeezed. If he wanted to pick up the equipment, he had to kill the little bats one by one and fight his way out. But as soon as one is killed, another one will come in. Fortunately, the violent mage Tianyang Mingyu is here. Wherever there is a red beam of light, just use the bursting flame to clear the way. This bursting flame is a group damage spell, with her superb magic power. When a bursting flame falls, all the little bats within the range will be instantly killed. At this time, don't worry about whether the little horned flies will be wasted. It's important to pick up the equipment. Otherwise, if a living person comes and takes away a few pieces, it will be heartbreaking. The mage clears the way, and the Taoist priest picks up equipment. If there is famous brand equipment, pick up the famous brand first. At this time, Qin Heng's 2 horns were ringing and stepping on famous brand equipment and high-end equipment, and his heart was beating continuously. Get rich. Make a fortune. In a short period of time, he had already picked up a Wuji stick, a kitchen knife, and more than a dozen Walmart brand name items. While stepping on the equipment furiously, he also kept praying in his heart that no one would come at this time. Otherwise, let alone grabbing the equipment, word will spread that it was him who did it. However, many of them died with nothing exploding from their bodies. Qin Hung curiously checked it out, and suddenly felt angry. He was actually wearing a blessing necklace. Among them are many arrogant players. But what surprised Qin Hung was that those with better equipment basically didn't wear blessing necklaces. For example, dragging the prince, the princess and others. Obviously, these rich people thought it was safe to hang up in the Hongming village safe zone. So they hung here wearing their most awesome equipment before going offline. This is what a group of pretentious criminals, who have never been beaten up by society, are hanging here for people to see. With the development of the game, more and more wealthy people like to wear brand name products and stand in the safe area of teaching to show off. Just go to that station with awesome equipment. Haha. Countless trumpets will immediately surround them, slashing them with weapons. He shouted, brother, sister, you are so awesome. Please give me some money and equipment. The same is true for the naming difficulties of the Marfa Friendship Alliance and the sadness of Xingye. I'm addicted to pretending. Whenever you have time, go to that stop. I just feel so happy that I miss you. Therefore, when hanging up in this famous village, these rich people also put their pretense here, because someone might take their photos and post them online.
Look at it all. What do you mean by being a rich person?
Or other AFK celebrities will look at their equipment and promote it for them. However, Qin Hung has been given the advantage now. It is estimated that after this time, these pretenders will have to hang up wearing prayer necklaces every day. Jingle, jingle, jingle. At this time, Dunu and Fearless Lone Wolf also fell, and their equipment exploded with a crash. Qin Hung quickly moved forward to pick up several people's brand name equipment. There is a video record, and if he checks it afterwards, he will be able to find out what several people dropped. However, he was still careful. When he picked up the equipment that several people had dropped, he would take a quick glance at it to see if it was of the highest quality. Don't be confused when the time comes. Among the several people, perhaps Dujuludududa killed the most people and caused the most tragic explosions. Not only the contents of the package were exhausted, but also all the equipment he was wearing were completely exploded. He really didn't leave anything behind. Others still had some clothes or helmets, but he was left with only his big underpants lying on the ground. In addition to him, the Fearless Lone Wolf and the Cloud Emperor Killing God were also almost destroyed. A few people were wearing only a few pitiful items. I wonder if these rich people will go crazy when they get up tomorrow. Xingye's sadness was on the same side as other rich people such as the poor family. But they escaped the disaster. Just as Qin Hung stepped on his equipment, an orange beam of light suddenly appeared, shocking Qin Hung. Holy shit! Zuma brand name equipment. This is dropped from the iron-blooded overlord. Qin Hung was so excited that he passed by the bursting flame. When he took a closer look, his breathing stopped a little. Night bracelet. It turned out to be a night bracelet. This thing is actually the second least valuable among the Warrior Zuma brand names. The least valuable thing is Yama's gloves. But compared to Master Zuma, it is still worth much more. There are so many dragon bracelets. Stepping forward excitedly, Qin Hung opened the package and saw that it was an ordinary package. but it was also very good. Soon, Qin Heng's parcels were full. But it didn't matter. He had a warehouse with him. In order to make it easier to pick up, Tianya Mingyu will only pick up famous brands and high-end equipment. The prodigal son of Qinyao will not reject anyone who comes. And after picking up famous brands, he will pick up everything else. These things can be sold for money. Who knows if there are any super quality ones among them? While picking it up, he suddenly saw several players with low health in front of him. His eyes suddenly lit up. Feng Shigua. Tears fell over the Great Wall. Card dealer. Unexpectedly, these three people also became famous. You are so damn famous in this second line. I don't know where the red name cards came from. By the way, I should buy it. The red name card is very expensive. 500,000 gold coins each. Only 10 hours. This also gave birth to guild members, who resold red name cards. After all, not every guild can be promoted to a 5th level guild. Qin Heng could already imagine that there must be a distant river and a dusk in the sky. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Feng Shigua, who was opposite, burst into tears. The Great Wall and the card dealers had exploded one after another. The bell rang loudly, and more than a dozen weapons burst out from Feng Shigua's body like a goddess scattering flowers. Among them are 3 silver snakes, 1 purgatory, and 1 magic wand. There are also a lot of demons to conquer. Qin Heng was stunned and stopped breathing. Before he could react, the Great Wall and the card dealer fell down one after another. As a result, 3 silver snakes, 2 infernos, and a lot of things like demon subduing and black iron ore were revealed again. In addition to these, what other platinum rings, Z-bead necklaces, and dragon rings are there? Damn it! These 3 guys are really awesome. How dare you become famous with so many things? This is simply an arsenal. Qin Heng almost stopped breathing when he saw it. He went up and stomped on the bell. After a quick meow at these silver snakes, his eyes widened again. A silver snake that adds 5. 2 silver snakes that add 4. A purgatory that adds 26 attack. A 2 out of 6 magic wand that accurately adds 1. Grass. The explosions of these 3 people are probably comparable to those of the group of people in front of him. Qin Heng was so excited that he didn't know how to describe it. It was just one word. Cool. Does this count as making a lot of money at once? It is estimated that it is only 0.0001 cool. While stepping on Qin Heng, he tremblingly opened the portable warehouse and threw equipment inside. At this time, jingle 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 jingle. Waves of players screamed, and the sound of equipment falling kept ringing. But it was the result of the attack by too many little bats. Qin Heng looked up and saw that only his 2 numbers were left in the entire safe zone. And all other players had fallen. Red light beams were everywhere. And equipment was even more overwhelmingly covered with a thick layer. After being stunned for a moment, Tianya Mingyu set a fire on the horned fly. Qin Heng also summoned the level 5 dog from the corner. As soon as the dog came, it sprayed the wedge moth, the little bat, etc. This is to destroy the evidence. After all, many people have seen him seducing wedge moths and horned flies. Although some people are still in the guild. They know people but not their hearts. As long as someone accidentally reveals it, it will be a big trouble. The trap he poked today was too big. Later, Tianya Mingyu used ice roar or bursting flames to clear the way, specifically picking up brand name equipment. Qin Heng followed behind and picked up all the equipment. Those who can afford the red name card are not rich. And they are not garbage below level 10. You can just pick it up and sell it for money. I stepped nervously, fearing that someone would come. But fortunately, no one came until Qin Heng and the 2 numbers had stepped on all the equipment. The horned flies and wedge moths were all killed. Qin Heng took a final look around the entire Hongming village. And after making sure all the little bats were killed, he returned to the city with a hiss. In fact, it only took less than 15 minutes from the time Qin Heng's pet rebelled until all the players in Hongming village died. Because the 2 horned flies spit out the little bats too fast. 5 minutes later, the entire second-tier Hongming village safety zone was already overwhelming with little bats besieging the players. A player can be besieged by up to 8 little bats. And the extra ones will naturally attack other players. Therefore, it means that they are attacked at the same time. Therefore, Qin Heng took less than 20 minutes for this operation, including stepping on all the equipment. There are no new famous players during this period, which is really normal. After all, there aren't famous players all the time. And there are 20 lines. Maybe he went to other places too. The largest number of players in Hongming village are still on the front line. because there are too many fights on the front line. Therefore, Qin Hung was lucky enough not to be discovered this time. Of course, if he was really encountered, he could refuse to admit it. After all, after those pets rebelled, his name no longer exists. As for whether he will be exposed by others and said to have been tempted by him, that is another matter. In short, Qin Hung had already prepared for the worst. And in the worst case, he would join the large army in the meeting. Besides, with so many lines, can they still cover them all? Most likely, a real person offline is looking for him. That would make people laugh to death even more. After taking all these into consideration, Qin Hung dared to take the plunge. Succeed? Get rich? Failed? It really made him anxious. The worst he could do was to take out his prayer suit and demonstrate. Everyone, stop playing. Anyway, I am a Taoist priest. I have invisibility and good internet speed. So it doesn't matter. I can still fight monsters and level up. If others were surrounded by thousands of monsters, they would probably be stuck to death. After thinking about various escape routes, Qin Hung certainly dared to try his best to turn his bicycle into a motorcycle. No, in the blink of an eye, you can make a profit of 0.0001. So cool. Call out. Into Qin. Qin Hung's face turned red, and his heart was beating fiercely. Stimulate. It's so exciting. This time I really made a fortune. Looking around carefully, there were many people in the inn at this time. Although no one was looking at him, Qin Hung, who had a guilty conscience, still ran up to the second floor of the inn. Then I took a few deep breaths and checked out this harvest. First of all, brand name weapons and equipment. 2 Wuji sticks. 2 kitchen knives. 6 ordinary wands. A superb 2 out of 6 magic wand. 7 hands of purgatory. The ultimate 26 attack. 10 ordinary silver snakes. The best 1/5 silver snake. 2 top quality 1/4 silver snakes. A prayer blade. Let's talk about ordinary Woma equipment. First the mage. 8 ordinary life necklaces. Magic 1 out of 6. The best life necklace. There are 9 ordinary Seibei bracelets. And 1 top quality magic 3 Seibei bracelet. 10 ordinary ruby rings. 1 super grade 0 out of 5 magic. And 0 out of 1 defense ruby ring. Warrior Woma designer jewelry includes 9 ordinary ghost necklaces. 12 ordinary memory necklaces. 2 out of 5 attack. A top-notch necklace that adds 1 to your luck. 10 ordinary ghost gloves. 1 of the best attack 2 ghost gloves. 2 of the best attack 1 ghost gloves. 8 ordinary dragon rings. A top-notch dragon ring with 0 out of 6 attack. Taoist brand jewelry includes 9 ordinary Z bead necklaces. A 1/6 Z bead necklace. 7 ordinary 3-eye bracelets. 10 ordinary platinum rings. A super grade platinum ring with 0.5 defense and 2/3 defense. Zuma brand. A knight bracelet. These are brand name gear. Although it seems like a lot. But after paying off the group of wealthy people inside, I guess there won't be too many left. After all, when a red named player dies, not all the equipment worn will be revealed. Including these hundreds of people. Not many can wear Woma's top quality equipment. And some people wear blessing necklaces. Mainly because of the explosion of those 20 or 30 local tycoons. And Silver Snake and Purgatory had many weapons. But they still dragged Feng Shigua down. And it was all thanks to the Great Wall and the car dealer that they shed tears. These are designer gear. There were even more other equipment. Hundreds of famous players wore them themselves. Plus what was in the packages. Qin Hung gained more than 2,000 pieces of equipment. There are a lot of top-notch clothes, etc. There are also a lot of top-quality equipment, such as strong gloves for Attack 1, big bracelets for Attack 2, and magic robes for Magic 3, not to mention the small ones. There are also several super ones. A white tiger tooth necklace with 50% magic evasion. The original only added 20% dodge, but here it increased by 30%, which is much better than Qin Heng's original 40% dodge. A death glove that attacks 1/4. The basic one is attack 1/2. Here we add 2 more points. If you don't count the hidden attributes of brand name equipment, it is even more awesome than Zuma's brand name Knight bracelet. After all, the Knight's bracelet only attacks February 2nd. But that's not necessarily true if you include the hidden attribute. A magic defense 0 out of 5. Attack 1/5 demon slaying ring. This one is awesome too. The magic defense has been increased by 1 point. And the attack power has been increased by 3 points. It is very good for PK with mages. A cast iron ring from Magic 4. This ring originally only had the Magic 1 attribute, but it has been increased by 3 points. It's good. But it's a pity that Qin Hung can no longer use it. A small bracelet from Magic 4. For ordinary players. This thing is absolutely awesome. 4 points of magic were added at once. The value should be a little higher than the ordinary Cyber bracelet. But Qin Hung has MO3 Cyber. MO3 Dragon bracelet. And with hidden attributes, it is definitely much stronger than this MO4 small bracelet. A piece of Tao 4 Soul Battle Suit, female. This one has 2 more points of Taoism than the original one. And is also a good one. A 1/5 Devil Robe, female. This thing is just right for Tianyang Mingyu. However, there is also the most perverted piece of equipment. And I don't know who dropped it. A gold bracelet with attack 0/3, defense 0/2, and magic defense 2 out of 6. This thing is the most perverted. Added 2 more attack points, 2 more defense points, and 3 more magic defense points. What a huge pervert. Of course, Qin Hung has seen even more perverted ones. But there is no doubt that the above are already within the scope of major perversion. In short, these things are really perverted. Qin Hung originally thought that this game might not have many perverted equipment. Only now do I realize that it's not that the pervert doesn't have a lot of equipment. It's just that he didn't explode it. Qin Hung immediately changed 1/5 of the Devil's Robe to Tianyang Mingyu. 50% tiger teeth. Generally not worn. With this thing. Plus Qin Hung's official position with 20% evasion. 70% of the magic can be evaded in total. This is really scary. Good for fighting. It's a pity that it doesn't bring luck. It would be perfect if it did. However, if you add the magic defense of 0/5 to subdue demons, and that perverted gold bracelet, and then put on another gold bracelet and subdue demons, this is simply the mage's big nemesis. The newly arrived Magic 3 Cyber bracelet is not on. He doesn't currently wear the dragon bracelet either. He hasn't replaced the 1/6 life necklace yet. The ruby ring with 0 out of 5 magic and 0 out of 1 defense has not been replaced. This thing is so obvious that if he wears it, it will be easy for people to think of him. It is normal to only change into a 1/5 demon robe. If the necklace and bracelet are also changed at the same time, it would be a bit abnormal. Qin Hung has not changed the Dao 5, Defense 1 Platinum, and Dao 6Z bead necklaces for the time being. The 2 accounts suddenly changed their equipment. Doesn't this clearly tell others that there is number 300 taels of silver in this place? It's definitely not possible. Not to mention these equipments. Just the 2,000 pieces of ordinary equipment he picked up. And a lot of top quality equipment. All of which will not be sold for the time being. At most, I sell some to gold merchants every day to stock up on goods. In short, today's matter is too big. Qin Hung needs to keep a low profile, and keep a low profile. He can already predict that when these people get up in a few hours, there will be a big earthquake throughout the server. By the way, Duduludududda and Fearless Lone Wolf must hold on. Don't just look at the equipment and just draw it. Especially Duduludududda. Only a pair of big pants are left. Qin Hung was really afraid that before he returned the equipment to him, he would pull it away with a crunch. Chapter 183 Massacre in Hongming Village. In order to avoid suspicion, Qin Hung specially switched to the front line after checking all the top products and said hello to everyone in the guild.
Brothers, you play slowly and go to bed first. You can't hold it anymore.
Jiuechen.
Goodbye. Boss.
Game riddle.
The boss quit the game so early today. Could it be because he still has unfinished tasks for his sister-in-law?
Every day.
I envy the prodigal boss. He is not like me. You can tell by looking at my name.
Ayin Shirshian.
People upstairs. Be careful. Sooner or later everything that comes out will be blood.
Everyone laughed. And Qin Hung was speechless. These people probably never dreamed that he was controlling 2 characters at the same time. It's a pity that Mingyu is not his wife. Otherwise, now would be the right time to celebrate. After saying this, Qin Hung got off. As long as no one discovers the massacre in Hongming Village on the second line. Others think that he is the last to go offline on the front line. It's hard to doubt him. After quitting the game, Qin Hung went to the toilet to pee. After having a good time, he was so excited that he could still sleep. It was still past 5 o'clock in the morning. And Chuanju and others didn't get up. After washing up, he strolled towards the martial arts arena. When you come to the martial arts arena and open the game map, all the green dots around you are still in their respective rooms. However, he was suddenly stunned because he saw that Mingyu was not in her room. Instead, there is a small green dot on the martial arts field in Mingyu Pavilion next to it. Qin Hung strolled over, jumped lightly, climbed onto the wall, and looked towards the Mingyu Pavilion martial arts arena. Sure enough, The bright moon dressed in white hovered over the martial arts field, facing the moon that was about to set, frantically absorbing the essence of the moonlight. Under the guidance of Mingyue's internal power, countless moonlights in the sky turned into a huge moonlight and poured down from the sky. The bright moon was completely shrouded, and from a distance, she was exuding bright moonlight, just like a fairy. What a beauty in the world. I don't know which pig will be cheaper in the future. Qin Heng's eyes were a little blurred. Beautiful women just become more attractive the more they look at them. He didn't want Yo Er to be in love with him. Even if he wasn't wearing any clothes, Qin Heng would stop after just one glance. As he lacked sexual interest, Qin Heng naturally thought of the scene when Mingyu changed clothes that day, which made him a little thirsty and ready to move. Brush. As if sensing Qin Heng's gaze, Mingyu suddenly turned her head and looked over. When she found out it was Qin Heng, her serious and sharp eyes instantly softened, and a hint of shyness appeared on her face, and she smiled slightly. This smile was like 100 flowers blooming, making Qin Heng's breathing quicken. At this moment, Mingyu chuckled, and with a flick of the brush, the figure disappeared. The next moment, it was at the wall.
Woke up. Yeah.
Isn't this nonsense? Can you see me without getting up? Qin Heng was a little speechless.
Does it look good?
Mingyu Luluo asked generously.
Well, the moonlight is beautiful.
Qin Heng was a bit duplicitous.
Moonlight?
Mingyu was stunned and cursed in her heart. Before Qin Heng could say anything, she stretched out her hand, grabbed Qin Heng's arm, and flew up in the air.
Ah! Sister Yu! Where are you going? I'm afraid of heights!
Qin Heng screamed loudly, making Mingyu giggle with joy.
Are you afraid of heights? This is not okay. In the future, the Grandmaster will fly into the sky. Today I will cure your problem.
Mingyu took Qin Heng and flew high into the sky. Qin Heng was so scared that he closed his eyes, turned around, and hugged Mingyu's small waist tightly with both hands.
Sister Yu, it's too fast. You're too fast. Slow down. Slow down. I can't stand it. I really can't stand it.
Qin Heng screamed loudly, which made Mingyu even more excited. She hugged him with one hand and flew up to an altitude of more than 10 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Finally stopped. However, she immediately felt something was wrong, because Qin Heng's dishonest claws were hugging her fiercely at this moment, and all the advantages were taken advantage of. This, Mingyu hesitated for a moment, but finally said nothing. Isn't this exactly what I expected? But why is it so weird? Shouldn't he be leaning on his arms? Forget it. He is still young, and one day, she will be in his arms. After thinking about it, Mingyu pretended not to know and said casually,
Qin Heng, open your eyes and take a look. The scenery here is very beautiful. I opened it and saw your clothes.
Qin Heng's panicked voice came, and he rubbed against Mingyu. This, no matter how generous the bright moon is. Her face is extremely red.
Turn around and take a good look, or I'll throw you down.
A slightly stern voice came, and Qin Heng could only turn his head and look around in horror.
Ah!
As soon as he took a look, the guy turned his head in horror, got into Mingyu's arms, and let out a shrill scream.
Shut up! If you scream again, I will really throw you down.
Mingyu looked down in a panic, especially at Feng Yu Gate. Then, she continued to fly high. As a result, Qin Heng in his arms hugged her tightly. After flying up for a while, Mingyu looked at the little man, who was still rubbing against her body speechlessly. She really wanted to bite that little head that was moving around hard. He forced Qin Heng's head off and said,
Feel the wonderful scenery of this world.
Qin Heng had no choice but to stop rubbing against her and stop it. Otherwise this girl would really throw him to the ground when she got angry. It's over. It's been exposed, and there will be no one to take care of it in the future.
Ah, it's really beautiful,
she sighed, but she still held her tightly in her hands. Feel good.
Okay, let's go. Sister will take you for a walk.
Mingyu turned around and flew out of the city with Qin Heng. In the past few days, she had received news from the sect that the people from the hidden sect had withdrawn. Right now, we are having a heated fight with the people from Fumen. Otherwise, she really wouldn't dare to take Qin Heng to wander in the wild. Qin Heng hugged the girl and went away in style. But in the game, earth-shaking changes took place. Among the second-tier famous villages, with a whoosh, a figure with a red name appeared in Hongming village. Dragged a big cousin. After playing all night, he couldn't bear it anymore. So he went to the first-line red village to check out. The safe area was all full, so he had to change places. Otherwise, he might be killed outside. But he wouldn't dare. However, the cousin who came to the second-tier famous village was stunned. He looked at the two famous players milling around in front of him, and then looked at the empty safe area.
Is this the homing village?
He looked around a little doubtfully. Except for the gods of war 15 and gods of war 16 in the temple of war in front of him. There was no one else.
Ha ha. Nonsense. This is not the famous village. Why are you here?
God of War 15 sarcastically said. He is the guild boss of the Temple of War.
However, it's really strange here today. There's no one there. The two of us have just arrived, and there's no one there. Yes, this place is usually full.
God of War 16 also looked around.
There is really no one? It's impossible. I remember our princess and prince all said they wanted to hang up here.
Quang Tai's cousin said a little blankly.
Yes, our God of War 17 to God of War 25 also hung up here. Where are the people? Where did it go?
God of War 15 is also confused.
They won't hang up on other lines. Right.
Area 16 guessed.
But it's impossible for them all to go to other lines. Right. Don't you think this is weird?
Quang tugging at the eldest cousin's originally tired eyes. He now frowned.
That's what you said. Otherwise, let's go look for them in other lines.
God of War 16 suggested.
You're looking for nothing. Do you still need to look for me? Look at your friends. 17, and the others are not online. Ah, it's true.
God of War 16 said in shock.
Holy crap. Princess and the others are not online either. They clearly agreed to hang up here.
Quang Tai's cousin said a little puzzled.
Ha ha. Isn't it because everyone is offline?
God of War 16 said with a smile.
It's possible. You see, when we were on the front line just now, everyone else was fine. Only the second line was weird.
God of War 15 nodded.
Heck, didn't I just buy the red name card for nothing? Also, if they are offline like this, will they be missing something? Don't come together. If there is nothing left, it will be funny. No, I have to go offline and call them to get up and take a look.
The big cousin was dragged off the line. In a luxurious song and dance hall in a city in China. A young man with yellow hair crawled out of the game warehouse a little tired. He is Quang La's eldest cousin and the manager of this dance hall. Originally, at his age, he would not have been able to sit in this position. But he was a distant relative of the princess group's boss. And he was ruthless. So he naturally became the manager of this dance hall. Princess Group, China's super entertainment group. This group focuses on the industrialization of film and television entertainment, which is similar to Fengyu Tower where Qin Hung is located. But it is from China. Many famous actors in China were trained by the Princess Group. In short, this is a behemoth that stomps its feet and makes even China tremble. As the younger generation of the Princess Group, Quang Tua's eldest cousin naturally hugged the Quang Tua prince and Quang Tua princess tightly. As soon as the legend was released, he immediately bought this game warehouse at a high price just to play with the princess and the prince. The crazy princess and the crazy prince are the precious son and daughter of the boss of the Princess Group. Can he not hug his thighs? Through this period of companionship, Prince Quang Tua has made it clear that he will be promoted to the regional general manager of the city where he is located. There are several karaoke bars and restaurants in this city. As for the bars, how can he continue to lick them without being excited? In short, now he has to keep up with the other party. However, after Quang Tu's eldest cousin went offline, he did not call Quang Tu's princess and Quang Tu's prince. At this time, the boss and the others were sleeping soundly. So they called to seek death. So, he called the rocking girl. This was his closer cousin. So it didn't matter if he woke her up. As long as it's okay to drag the rocking girl wildly. Then, there is no need to contact the prince and the others. And if something happens, it's never too late to call. This is also the shrewdness of Quang Zhou's elder cousin. After a while of phone calls, Quang Zhou rocked the girl, who was woken up and got angry. However, after being frightened by Quang Zhou's older cousin, she still went online obediently. After all, it's hard to say whether something will be missing when the phone is disconnected for no reason. Thinking of her brand name equipment, the rocking girl had a dissatisfied look on her face and hurriedly went online in the blink of an eye. Brush. The crazy rocking girl appeared in a second-tier famous village. And then she was stunned. There are really not many people in Hongming village. And the princess and the prince are really not there. Everything is really offline. Quang pulled the princess to check her equipment quickly. And then she was stunned before she could open the package column. Her health was almost at the bottom. The wand in her hand was gone. And she was standing in a pair of shorts and a small underwear. No wonder she always felt cold. No way. What about the equipment? The face of the crazy girl changed. And she opened the parcel column with her last hope. It turned out to be empty inside. Not even a single piece of garbage. She trembled again and opened the equipment column. There is only a solitary life necklace and a Siberian bracelet on it. Everything else is gone. Boom. After pulling the rocking girl wildly, my mind went blank for a moment. True blank. What about stuff? Where did the stuff go? Where has my equipment gone? Ah. After being stunned for more than a minute, she let out a startling scream.
How is it? How is it? Are the things still there?
At this time, Kwangtu's eldest cousin also came up. Seeing the rocking girl in panties dragging her wildly, his heart skipped a beat. Isn't it really gone?
No more. All the equipment is gone. Only a life necklace and a Siberian bracelet are left.
The crazy girl murmured as if she was lost in thought.
What? No.
The big cousin was shocked and shocked.
I wasn't killed by someone. Right. My blood volume is all low.
The crazy girl said depressedly. In the legend game, after a character dies and goes online again, his health will be residual. He needs to recover slowly by himself. Or drink potions to recover quickly.
Isn't this possible? You are in the safe period.
Kwangtu's cousin was a little reluctant to believe it. At this moment, a dozen people nearby also hurriedly came online, including several players wearing small pants. It's all residual blood. It was God of War 17 and others. Apparently, God of War 15 also went offline to notify them. Subsequently,
damn it! Everything in my package is gone. And only 3 pieces of equipment are left? My purgatory. My prayer helmet. Nima. I'm missing a dragon ring. A ghost. A prayer helmet. Grass. I'm missing a silver snake and a platinum one. Nah. I lost a prayer helmet. A prayer ring. A prayer blade and other things in the package. Oh shit. My attack 4 death god and prayer helmet are gone too.
Waves of shrill screams rang out, filling the entire Hongming village. Something big happened. It's over. Something big happened. Kwangtua's eldest cousin witnessed this, and quickly went offline to inform Prince Kwangtua and Princess Kwangtua.
Hack! No way!
After hearing this, Prince Kwang and the others cursed angrily, and hurriedly went online. So quickly, more than 30 arrogant members came online in a hurry.
Ah! My Wuji stick! My favorite big stick is gone!
The princess was dragged wildly and screamed.
There is also a 1/6 bead necklace. Dao 1 prayer helmet. 3-eyed bracelet. I am a nun!
How can the dragging princess have the image of a princess at this time? He was so angry that he yelled.
Holy crap! My little bracelet with attack 4. My prayer helmet with attack 2. And the best gold bracelet are gone.
The maniacal prince also roared out. The prayer helmet of attack 2. This thing is gone. It really pissed him off.
Princess. My wand. A Cybele bracelet. And a ruby ring are gone. Prince. My silver snake has lost its platinum. Princess. My attack 1 prayer helmet. Memory necklace and attack 3 bracelet are gone.
Everyone screamed in agony. If Qin Hung were here, he would also complain. What the heck? It turns out that a good helmet was not released because he was wearing a prayer helmet. At that time, he was just picking up equipment, and he really didn't take a closer look at what everyone was wearing. Not only did he drag the prince and complain, but the people in the war temple next to him did the same. All screaming and complaining.
What the hell is going on?
The frantic Prince Kwang suddenly remembered that the young master of the dynasty and the iron-blooded overlord were also hanging up. Go offline and call them immediately. As combat partners who have worked together so many times. Of course, they already have contact information. Why is he so kind? No. He just wanted to see if the iron-blooded overlord and the others also drop their equipment. Only when he sees that everyone has no equipment will he feel balanced. Soon, after receiving the news, the iron-blooded overlord, the young master of the dynasty, and others rushed online.
Holy shit!
Everyone's eyes lit up, including those in the Temple of War, when they saw the 2 men dragging the prince and princess, wearing only big underpants and with smooth hands. That's fine. At least I'm not the only one unlucky. Then, sure enough, the young master of the dynasty screamed.
Oh! My kitchen knife! Attack 1 heavy armor. 2 fists memory necklace. Attack 1 skull. Attack 2 ghost gloves. They are all gone.
Immediately afterwards, the iron-blooded overlord screamed even louder.
Oh my god! My knight bracelet. Dragon ring. Top-notch God of War armor. Prayer helmet with attack 2 and defense 5. Grass. It's all gone!
The iron-blooded old man said.
What the heck? My 0 out of 5 Tau. Top quality platinum with 0 of 1 defense. Silver snake. Three-eyed bracelet. And Z-bead necklace. They are all gone!
Waves of shrill screams kept ringing out. Prince Quangtu, Princess Quangtu and others finally felt a little more balanced. And just when they were about to discuss the matter, 3 more people came online. It's already 6 o'clock in the morning. Feng Shigua burst into tears at the Great Wall, and the car dealership is here. According to time. By this time, his character should have been named. Yesterday in Shabak, there were a dozen or so junkies who had been chasing around the Shabak weapons store. The noise made him angry, and he couldn't feel at ease to upgrade his weapons. So, after upgrading to a 1 out of 5 silver snake, he finally chased that group of garbage with the tearful Great Wall and the others. As a result, those rubbish guys were extremely annoying. They beat him and scolded him, and finally got angry and went outside the weapons store. Although they won the fight, the 3 of them also became famous. I asked my friends to buy 3 red name cards, and the 3 of them were directly admitted to the red name village. When he woke up, Feng Shigua, who was facing the enhanced equipment, immediately pulled 2 good brothers up. There is no way. If you strengthen alone, you have to buy mines, weapons, etc. It's too troublesome. The most important thing about weapons is that he saw huge business opportunities. If you add 3 to any of them, you can sell it for twice the price, let alone a silver snake or something like that. In fact, it doesn't matter whether it's a business opportunity or not. But the main thing is that he doesn't want his family to always say that he can't make money and is a waste of money. He seems to have seen where his way out is. But now, after Feng Shigua and Yidir Great Wall came up, they were stunned for 2 seconds. And then, earth-shattering screams rang out.
My sister Chow and I have 5 plus silver snakes. For plus silver snakes, top quality wands, top quality purgatory, and other top quality silver snakes to subjugate demons.
Chapter 184 Heartbreaking Sticker. The popularity is crazy. Countermeasures. Legendary 2nd tier Red Village.
I'm going to hack your sister. Mine adds 5 silver snakes. For silver snakes, and is a top-notch wand with 2 out of 6 magic. The ultimate purgatory with 26 attacks. A handful of ordinary silver snakes. 1 handful of 1 out of 5 town magic to subjugate demons. 2 handfuls of 1/4 town magic to subdue demons. 5 1/3 town magic demons to subjugate. 3 Walmart brands. The whole thing is gone.
Listening to Feng Shigua's earth-shattering scream, everyone was stunned. Is this really fake? If it is true, this is too miserable. Worse than any of them. So many things. How much are they worth? Before they even started playing, the screams of tears falling down the Great Wall were also heard.
Damn it! I also lost 2 silver snakes. 2 plus 5 plus magic demons. 3 plus 4 plus. 5 plus 3 plus. 3 Walmart brands.
Car dealer.
I lost 2 purgatory. 1 with 5 magic spells. 2 with 4. 3 with 3. There are also 2 Walmart brand names.
Listening to the screams of these 3 people, dragging the prince, the iron-blooded overlord and others, I instantly felt more balanced. Fortunately, I am not the worst.
Holy crap. Master Feng, are you really telling the truth? So many top quality weapons?
Prince Quangtai obviously knows Feng Shigua.
Why the H? Am I trying to trick you? Look what's in my hand.
Feng Shigua waved the silver snake in his hand, frantically. Yes, he still had one in his hand. When everyone saw clearly the properties of this silver snake, they were all so shocked that their eyes almost fell out. 1 out of 6 Taoist magic. Silver snake with 1 strength increase. Nima. The Wuji stick is just a 3 out of 5 Taoist technique. The 1 out of 6 silver snake is a bit more powerful than the Wuji stick. What is this concept? Not to mention the hidden attributes of this thing. It must be similar to the Wuji stick. But in fact, with the hidden attributes, this thing is not much cheaper than the Wuji stick. It might even be more expensive. What a pretentious artifact. You can buy the Wuji stick directly. Where can I buy the 1 out of 6 silver snake?
Here. Where did you get so many top quality weapons?
Prince Quangtu asked in shock.
Of course, I strengthened it myself.
Feng Shigua looked proud. Fortunately among misfortunes, 1/6 of the silver snake in his hand has not disappeared yet.
The one at the Shabak weapons store?
The prince asked.
Certainly. Hack! You are awesome.
As a big guild and family, Prince Kwangtua and others have long known that the weapons in Shabak weapon shop can be strengthened. However, the failure rate is too high. It takes a long time. Once an hour. Therefore, after being strengthened several times, their patience was completely worn out. But now that everyone saw Feng Shigua's 1/6 silver snake, their hearts became hot. If I also strengthened a 7/40 or 50 kitchen knife, wouldn't it be so awesome?
You are so lucky. The most expensive thing is still there.
Everyone looked at the weapon in Feng Shigua's hand with envy. While envious, they also cursed in their hearts as to why the opponent's weapon had not disappeared.
Okay. Stop complaining. Tell us what's going on.
God of War 15 walked over slowly. A group of masters looked at me, and I looked at you. Their expressions were extremely ugly. After being silent for a while, he pulled the princess and said,
Could someone have killed us all? As a result,
all the equipment exploded?
If Qin Hung were here, he would definitely give her a thumbs up. Who said giant and brainless? Didn't you guess this right away? However, the words of dragging the princess were immediately refuted by everyone. Prince of the dynasty.
How is that possible? This is a safe zone. There is absolutely no way anyone can kill us.
Iron-blooded overlord.
That's right. The official data must be wrong. We should ask the official for compensation.
Quantizy.
Yes. I guess the second-line red villagers, who are idle this time, are all out of equipment. Let's not leave yet. Count how many people there are, and then go to the official to get an explanation.
God of War 15.
The prince is right. Let's all unify. If there are many people, the official must also give us an explanation.
Tears fell on the Great Wall.
Yes. We have suffered too much loss this time. The official won't give us a result. So I asked my dad to chat with them. With Brother Chongqing's words, we can rest assured.
Quan dragged the prince forward, hugged Chongqing and burst into tears. The Great Wall family has been a high-ranking official for generations. If they really came forward, the kamikaze group would not dare to deny face. Next, everyone is waiting here. As time went by, players who got up early continued to come online. And then, they let out an earth-shattering scream. Gradually, there were more and more players in the second-tier Red Village. Many people lost their equipment and shouted. But E-tier Great Wall and Feng Shigua were a little unhappy because some of Prince Quang's subordinates and many players did not lose their equipment. Why not drop it? Because these people all wear prayer necklaces. This is not good news. If everyone is missing something more or less, and they go to the official to cause trouble, the official will definitely have to deal with it. But if some people didn't drop anything, and they all wore blessing necklaces, this could only mean one thing. They were really dead. So things fell. Everyone will agree later that everything has been dropped. Do you hear that? The crazy princess, the crazy prince, and others all spoke out in the same tone. Although, as long as the officials check the data, they should be able to understand. But they still have to ask for an explanation. Apart from anything else. How did you die in the safe zone? The time soon came to around 9 o'clock in the morning. The Great Wall, Feng Shigua, and others finally met the most miserable player in history. One of their old rivals. A player from the Marfa Friendship Alliance. Beeped. Why do you say it is the worst? Because this guy has no other equipment except a pair of pants. It was really a blast.
Ah. Brother's equipment. Where did the equipment go?
After Dujulidudida came up, I was completely confused. He had to go on a blind date later. So he took the time to come up and see if the red name was still there. And was there a white name? As a result, I was shocked to find that I was clean. Apart from a pair of big pants. I really have nothing.
Ha. Brother, I'm just waiting for you. Our equipment has also fallen off.
The Great Wall burst into tears and burst into laughter. As long as he saw others being worse off than him, he would be happy. Although the value of your own equipment may be much higher than that of your opponent. The key is how many pieces you still keep. Unlike this guy, it really has nothing. If it weren't for the big pants that couldn't be blown out, it would probably be gone too. This luck is so bad.
Hack, are you going to make trouble with the authorities? Wait a minute. I'll make a call first.
Dujulidudida Dada went offline and prepared to call the girl who was going on a blind date. He wanted to cancel the blind date. The equipment is all gone. So what's the point of dating? I went offline and called. It took a while before the call was connected.
Hey, Xiao Chui. Something happened today. Let's go on a date another day. Ah, there's something wrong with me here. And I just wanted to tell you.
Xiao Tzui's tone on the other side was obviously wrong. And she seemed to be very wronged.
What's wrong? What's wrong with you? Dujula asked anxiously. This Xiao Cui. He has seen photos. He is called a water spirit. With a good figure and good looks. He, a playboy, was attracted by her. What made him even more excited was that the other party was also playing Legend. When the two chatted on the phone, the other party said that he had a higher rank than him. Now we have a common topic. I imagine the wonderful life of taking my wife to fight monsters together in the future. And my heart immediately moves. It's a pity that the other party has refused to tell him what the game number is. Tell him to give him a surprise when we meet later.
All the equipment in my Legend disappeared overnight.
Whoa. Xiao Cui opposite seemed unable to hold back and finally cried.
Holy crap! You're not in a second-tier famous village. Are you?
Dujula asked in a daze.
Yes. I got a red name last night. But when I woke up, all my equipment was gone. What's your name?
Dujula had an unpleasant feeling in his heart. In his haste just now, he only saw the two bastards. Princess Kuan-Yin and Yao Mei Kuan-Yin. It must not be the two of them. Otherwise, if we fight every day, this blind date will probably be ruined.
My name is Hong Fengxiu. Xia Langti.
The other person hesitated and said calmly. Beep 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 beep. My day.
Are you the pink little Londi?
Dujula asked again in disbelief.
Isn't the name a bit weird? Ha. It's okay. Do you know who I am?
Who?
Da. I'm Dizzy. PK Madman? Husband. Come online quickly. I'm out of equipment. I'm so worried.
After learning that the other party was beeping, the red-pink little Longti's tone changed instantly, and she called her husband directly. The Mafa Friendship Alliance and Pink Beauty have been working together for a while in Zuma 5, where Dujula met Pink Little Longti. Dujula is a master at flirting with girls, and he has already made this girl happy, especially in the guild fights these past few days. Both of them are violent, and have cooperated many times to fight against the arrogant and thousand-year dynasty. Husband and wife. They have already called each other. If it weren't for the fact that the blind date photos were so pure and alluring, Dujula wouldn't be willing to go on a blind date. Who would have known that after all this, the two of them would be the ones on a blind date? It's really not like a family doesn't want to enter the same house. After getting aroused, Dujula said depressedly,
Honey, didn't you see me? I was in the second-tier famous village just now, and all my equipment was gone. No, I just logged off and was about to call you.
Hump and Xia Langti said depressedly.
By the way, how much equipment did you drop? I dropped a Dao 2 bracelet and a Dao 4 ring. It's gone. It's all gone. All that's left is a pair of big underpants.
Dujula said in a depressed tone.
No way. Let's go. Go online. And see what we can do.
The two went online again. And Dujula, who was wearing a pair of big pants, finally saw the pink little Lang who was also wearing pants.
Hey!
The two stood face to face and chatted privately. Not long after, animals from the Marfa Friendship Alliance, such as the fearless lone wolf and the Cloud Emperor Killing God also came online. After the same shock, he started to curse. At about 10 o'clock, everyone was almost there. So under the organization of Tearful Great Wall and Feng Shigua, they started to complain on the official website. Complain about anomalies in official data. As a result, all the players in the entire second-tier Hongming village suffered huge losses. Everyone insisted that the official data was wrong. No one is stupid enough to say that they were blown up by a player. They themselves don't believe it. Anyway, just keep complaining, requesting the official to restore their previous data. To put it bluntly, is to restore their previous equipment. While complaining, many people also posted videos on the official forum complaining about this serious official data error. One of the most popular posts is the one posted by E-Tier to the Great Wall.
Shocked. All the players in the second-tier Hongming village woke up one night, and all their equipment disappeared. Is it the decline of official morality? Or is it the distortion of official human nature?
The entire post details the strange things that everyone encountered in the second-tier Red Village. Finally, he said,
even the equipment disappeared inexplicably. Will it be our consciousness that disappears next time? Is this game so unstable? Do we still dare to play? Brothers, do you still dare to play? Are you going to die?
This guy must be a top student, He wrote thousands of words eloquently. And in the end, he wrote a heart-wrenching official letter every word. In an instant, a huge storm of public opinion arose, dragging the princess.
What a bullshit game! Give me back my equipment. If this problem is not solved, I will stop playing.
Iron-blooded overlord.
A shady secret. Hanging up in a second-tier famous village. All the brand name equipment was hacked by the official. Next time I'll hack everyone's consciousness.
Car dealer.
Hack! I hang up in the second-tier red village for one night. And all the good stuff is gone. Are you going to let people play with it?
Feng Shihua.
What kind of broken game is this? The data is so unstable? Can it still be played?
Fearless lone wolf.
Garbage game. Is the data so unstable? Process it quickly.
Cloud Emperor killing god.
I suspect that the official recycled our equipment deliberately. It's too dark.
As soon as these troublesome posts were posted, countless people immediately watched and watched again. At first, some people suspected that these people were deliberately looking for trouble. But after learning that the people who lost their equipment were mini-guild bosses, they all believed it. Especially now that we are in the virtual era. We only need to check the official data to find out. How can anyone dare to spread rumors without fear of being banned? Many people immediately left messages to support them. SA World.
Shadow. There must be a shady story. Give me back my equipment.
His equipment is also gone. Lust Injury 0507.
TSK. TSK. Hundreds of people lost their equipment at the same time. This must be a data error. There is no explanation for this. Who dares to play in the future?
I'm really not a bird person.
You're right. It's so shameless for the official to delete player equipment so secretly.
When Dance 220.
If this problem is not solved, it will be impossible to play in the future. The first virtual game is still not stable enough.
No tears Feng Yun.
Isn't it? The equipment for hundreds of people will be gone if you don't want it. Next time it will be equipment for tens of thousands or millions of people.
Quan 1.
Let's see what the official does. It should be because the data is unstable. I think we should stop playing the game for now. Lest an error occurs next time, and it means that the equipment is gone. Maybe even our consciousness will disappear. It's so unstable.
As soon as such heart-wrenching words came out, more and more replies followed. Everyone is afraid of unstable data. This sound instantly affected the entire legendary game. After all, these hundreds of people include 20 or 30 guild forces, large and small, etc. If everyone says it once in the guild, can it spread quickly? In addition, there are many players who often visit the forum. After seeing it, they immediately go to the game and tell their friends. Therefore, countless players were frightened and exited the game one after another, waiting for an official explanation. After the post was posted, just over half an hour later, the number of online players in the entire legendary game dropped by 70%. This is quite scary data. Basically, the most ranked guild members are the first to go offline. Who is not afraid of things that are related to his own life? And the initiator of all this, classmate Qin Heng, is not online either. In order to avoid suspicion, he went crazy with Mingyu today. I went out for a walk, had a meal when I came back, and studied all kinds of new things with Mingyu seriously. She never talked about sleeping, which made Mingyu a little confused. I don't understand why Qin Heng is so obedient today. Could it be that he fell in love with me? Can't bear to go to bed? Thinking of the restless hands when the other person hugged her, and the strange feeling that kept coming from behind. Mingyu is a little crazy. Qin Heng was enjoying the company of beautiful women. But the boss of the Chinese kamikaze group in another time and space was scolding his mother. In the huge underground hall of the kamikaze group, countless people were busy working there. Everyone's face looks ugly. The online number of legend has dropped by 70%. Without tens of millions of players, who can look good? And this trend is still spreading. And players are constantly quitting the game. The game is unstable. The data is abnormal. And it has become a nuclear bomb. The explosion made everyone in the kamikaze group's heads buzz.
Check! Check for me! What's going on?
Mr. Chen held a cigarette in his mouth, waved his hands, and roared angrily. After a while, the programmer supervisor said with a worried look,
Mr. Chen, China is not cooperating. You won't cooperate. Could it be that the prodigal from Tianya did it again?
Mr. Chen frowned and came to a small room, brushed his face, and closed the door. After the last incident, Shinjo suggested that he get a small room in order to have a private chat with him alone.
Shinjo, what's going on? See for yourself. Just don't reveal that he is out. You don't need me to teach you how to solve it. Right.
The small screen in front of him opened, and Mr. Chen stared blankly at the good things Qin Hung had done in the second-tier famous village. Seducing pets, waiting for rebellion, and destroying player equipment. All in one go. After a while, Mr. Chen uttered 3 words. So awesome.
How did he come up with this idea?
Mr. Chen was completely confused. After a moment of silence, he finished smoking the cigarette in his hand and nodded.
I understand. But we should make some compensation. For example, organize some activities, release the next map, and it's time to charge.
Chapter 185 Major Game Update. Level 40. New map open. Fight for hegemony in the Sand City. Wagwa. The world's first virtual game is in big trouble. A second-tier Red Village player hung up for a night, and almost all his equipment disappeared. Everyone suspects that the official system function is unstable, and the system data is wrong. Under the guidance of thoughtful people, this data error became a storm. Countless people have accused the data of being unstable, which is very likely to put the player's life in danger. Virtual games must be entered with awareness. If the system data is really unstable, it is very likely to cause damage to people's consciousness. Before the official gave a reasonable explanation, countless players went offline in panic. Although the game is fun, your life is at stake. However, there are also some people who are not afraid of death and take the opportunity to fight the major bosses. For example, those who are more obsessed with gold coins, such as the wooden level of the Marfa Friendship Alliance, Kishi Yuan Jian Tianmu, Game Mystery, Tianxing, Sui Feng Xiao Kuang, Crazy Mo, etc., can take the opportunity to form a team to fight against the Woma leader, Evil Viper, etc. In the words of an Yuan Jian Tianmu, it is,
I'm so scared. I'm going to die. If I don't take advantage of this opportunity to make more money, how can I support my family? If I die, the game company will have to compensate me.
Mu Shui.
Heroes think alike.
This group of people cannot be persuaded to leave no matter how much others do. Guan Hai even said,
I'm afraid that you will be gone. Your wife will take the game company's compensation and marry someone else. And someone else will beat your children when they have nothing to do.
Such vicious words were thrown out. But Mu Shui and the others ignored them. No way. I'm poor. There are many people who have the same thoughts as them. Such as the ancient clock in a wooden house that opened a studio. However, his level is not very high. So he went to fight the Corpse King. In short, in the entire game, those who are afraid of death have withdrawn. And those who are not afraid of death have stayed behind to fight the boss. Under this situation, it was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that the official announcement finally came out. Legend announcement. Based on user feedback, the disappearance of equipment in the second-tier Hongming village early this morning is now announced. Upon inquiry, 1. All the game indicators of our company are normal. 2. A large number of players in the second-tier Red famous villages lost their AFK equipment because they were killed by players. The equipment that fell off was for players who were not wearing blessing necklaces. For those who were wearing blessing necklaces, their equipment did not disappear. 3. Why was he still killed in the safe zone of Hongming village? Players, please note that our company has never called the resurrection point in Hongming village a safe zone. Although players cannot attack players in the resurrection point, don't forget that monsters can attack players. Players are asked to explore the specific gameplay by themselves. I believe that smart players will soon discover the fun. 4. Therefore, the disappearance of the equipment of players in the second-line Red village this time is because other players use special methods to kill all the Red players, causing their equipment to be exploded. This has nothing to do with our company. Below this announcement, there is another announcement.
After Legend was launched, it has been loved by the majority of players, and the number of people online has repeatedly exceeded 10 million. However, as the number of players increases, players continue to propose opening new maps. It has been decided to perform maintenance for 6 hours after half an hour and launch a new version. The previous version was version 1.10 of the Legend of 3 Heroes. This time we will launch the next version. Version 1.28. Rich in the world. Fu Jia Tianxia is divided into 2 versions. This time, the preview version of Fu Jia Tianxia is updated. The 3 hero weapons of subsequent versions will be updated one after another. 1. Open new maps. Unknown Dark Palace. Legend has it that a long time ago in the Marfa continent, King Beach ordered 3 heroes, Jihad, Dharma God and Tianzuan, to destroy the evil centipede entrenched deep in the centipede cave. After 3 days of fierce fighting, the evil centipede was finally eliminated, and a bottle of divine water fell from its body. This is not an item that originally belonged to the Marfa continent. They were surprised to find that after the death of the evil centipede, the other wall of the cave collapsed, revealing a passage. Deep in the passage, a one-armed old man opened his eyes that seemed to have not been opened for decades and said, "The divine water has reappeared. You will lead to a door behind me and enter the unknown world to find the truth." Unknown Dark Palace exclusive equipment appears. Kill the monsters in the unknown Dark Hall, and you will have a chance to obtain mysterious equipment. The attributes of the mysterious equipment are extremely powerful. Players are asked to explore on their own. 2. Open new maps. The Stone Tomb Maze, and the 6th floor of the Stone Tomb Array. 3. 3 days later, the Shabak competition will be held. Please click for event details. This Shabak Hegemony event will determine the ownership of Shabak City in each line. The guild that wins first place will own the first-tier Shabak City and become the first-tier Shabak City Lord. The other 2 to 20 players will get the rights to belong to Sabak City in the 2nd to 20th tiers. The first row will own 50% of the income from the first line Shabak City, and 10% of the income from the city owners of other lines of Shabak City. The first line Shabak City Lord has an exclusive title, Grand Commander. Other line Shabak City owners can get 50% of the income from their own Shabak City, but they need to provide 10% of the income to the first line Shabak City owners. The first line Shabak City Lord will receive the blessing of a golden body. In each Shabak City, a golden statue of the commander of the first line Shabak City Lord will be erected. After this Sand City Hegemony, players can also obtain the avatar of Zuma Leader in subsequent versions and apply for siege battles. 4th, after this maintenance, 2 charging models, monthly and hourly, will be implemented. Monthly subscription, 90 yuan. Timing, 90 bucks. 240 hours. It is free for players before level 7. But after level 7, players need to recharge, and they can choose monthly subscription or time-based payment. After level 7, you will not be able to play the game without recharging. The recharge entrance is very convenient. Players only need to log in, agree to the recharge, and then recharge via facial recognition. 5. The attributes of Zuma's brand name equipment are exposed. Click for details. 6. Please explore other optimizations by yourself. Maintenance is about to begin. Players are advised to be prepared to go offline to avoid losing data. This maintenance will last until 8 p.m. So stay tuned. As soon as the announcement came out, all the players were excited and talking about it. Tears fell on the Great Wall. Holy shit. Sister, does this mean that we were all killed by other players? Who can kill us in the safe zone? Crazy princess. Yes. There don't seem to be any monsters around. Right. Can monsters enter the village? Doodle-a-doodle-da. Well, it seems that there are no sword guards at the entrance of Hongming Village. Pink little Lang Hu. Don't act like it. It's just not there. Feng Shigua. In that case, as long as someone lures the monsters in the wild, they can indeed kill us. Predator. That's nonsense. Those are some kind of beetles. They only drop 1 or 2 drops of blood when they hit me. How can I kill them? The ligation surgeon. Is it really not possible? Gee, I seem to have found a way to make money. Mu Shui Wei. I found out that +1. Try forming a team another day? Haha. Starry Night Sadness. Team +1. Wooden House Ancient Clock. A new door has opened. It turns out you can still play like this. What the HL? Why didn't I think of that before? If I thought about it, wouldn't I be able to get rich now? He dragged the prince madly. Humph. I'm afraid that you will gain your life but not spend it. Tears fell on the Great Wall. Yes. Damn it. Let me know which bastard did it. I want him to apologize. Give me the equipment. Originally, he wanted to kill him, but after thinking about his identity, he immediately endured it. Trouble comes from the mouth. There are some things you shouldn't say randomly, especially for sensitive people like them. But he is afraid. But some people are not afraid. Feng Shigua directly issued a reward order. There is a reward for clues. Whoever can provide specific clues to the second line Hongming Village Massacre will be rewarded 500,000 yuan. Dragging the prince to issue a reward. There is a reward for clues. Whoever can provide specific clues to the second line Hongming Village Massacre will be rewarded 1 million. In addition to these 2 people, such as the young master of the dynasty, the fearless lone wolf, Dudu and others also issued reward orders one after another. There is no way anyone would be annoyed if all their equipment was exploded for no reason. Especially Dudu and Feng Shigua. The three of them burst into tears at the Great Wall. And they were almost furious. Dudu was because all the angry equipment was exploded. While Feng Shigua and Tear the Great Wall suffered heavy losses. They spent a lot of money to buy those silver snakes to subdue demons from players. If you had 5 silver snakes in one hand, it often takes several silver snakes to rise up. That's good luck. What was even more uncomfortable for Feng Shigua was that in addition to money, it also cost labor. Not everyone can bear it after a day. This is a crappy game too. Why is it so slow to upgrade a weapon? Thinking of this, Feng Shigua did not hesitate to complain to the Great Wall and the others. They complained that the process of upgrading weapons was too long and asked for it to be done once a minute. The tragedy of the second line Hongming Village is over. And those who lost their equipment can only consider themselves unlucky. After all, if you hang up without paying attention, who is to blame? If you look at others hanging up, you will know that they are wearing a prayer necklace. If you don't wear it, you will have nothing to say if your things are exploded. Tears for the Great Wall and others even took a walk around Hongming Village. And finally concluded that the possibility of being bombed was indeed very high. There are many armored bugs around, as well as wolves, tigers, snakes and other mobs in the distance. This is the second line. There are not as many players as the first line. This place is far away from teaching. And in the middle of the night, the flow of people is even less. A few people can lure hundreds of mobs here, and they can indeed destroy them. Therefore, after everyone investigated, they could only admit that they were unlucky. Immediately afterwards, everyone focused on the second official announcement. This announcement is interesting. The first one is to open a new version. Look forward to the rich world. And have a new map of the unknown Dark Palace. Judging from the introduction, it is a brand new map. How to get there is probably still old and players need to explore on their own. What players are interested in is the mysterious equipment. And they are full of expectations for this. Article 2. Open the Stone Tomb Array Maze, and the 6th floor of the Stone Tomb Array. The Stone Tomb Array, if I am not mistaken, is the pig cave next to the Tuching safety zone. There used to be only 5 floors. But now the maze is open, and there are 6 floors. I don't know if there will be higher level monsters. Article 3. Sabak competes for hegemony. It is even more interesting to carve up Shabak City with 20 lines. Click for details. This Shabak battle will be held at 8 p.m. on the weekend 3 days later. Guilds who want to join the war can spend 10 million gold coins to register before 3 p.m. on Saturday. After successful registration, each guild can choose 500 people to participate in the battle. Take turns entering the arena for PK at 8 p.m. PK implements a points system. And the initial points are 0 points. Win a game and gain 1 point. Lose a game and gain 0 points. If the points are the same, PK will continue. The one with the most points at the end wins. This is the first time to fight for hegemony in Sand City. If you want to attack the city in the future, you will need the avatar of Lord Zuma. The top 20 guilds will divide up the 20-line Sabak City. The first-line Shabak City Lord will become the commander-in-chief of all Shabak cities, and command all Shabak cities. Get 10% of their profits. This Shabak competition made the players' eyes brighten. Especially the giants of the major guilds, who were gearing up and preparing for a big fight. As for the fourth item, the game charges. This is also expected by everyone. It is impossible for others to make games for you to play for free. And the production and operation costs are extremely high. The monthly subscription of 90 yuan, or the hourly charge of 240 hours is very reasonable. With this little money, even if I go mining, I can make it back in 2 days. It seems the game companies are quite conscientious, and know how to keep things flowing smoothly. The last one, the exposure of the attributes of Zuma's famous brand also satisfied everyone's curiosity. In short, this official update is very impressive. After everyone has read the official announcement, there is not much time left for maintenance. Many people have left messages under the official announcement to express their opinions. Tears fell on the Great Wall. Hack! Not proactive in doing things. Very proactive in charging. Feng Shigua. That's right. My equipment. I didn't even ask the official to provide pictures. It's so irritating. And basking in the sun. What are you thinking about upstairs? Officials are definitely not willing to talk about this kind of thing. This is the player's right to privacy. Dudula. Master Feng. Just accept your fate. I don't even care. Feng Shigua. You care about your sister? You took the opportunity to pick up girls.
You are so careless.
Fearless lone wolf.
Don't mention it. This update is quite interesting. Commander, this is a good title. Our Marfa Friendship Alliance is about to be finalized.
Naming a household with difficulty.
That's right. The Commander-in-Chief has made an internal decision. You all should start.
Dragging the prince.
Are you kidding?
Prince of the dynasty.
Have you asked us?
Dragging the princess.
Everyone, get out of here. I want to be a real princess. By the way, I'll curse whoever blows my account. Giving birth to a child without an asshole.
Iron-blooded overlord.
You have to ask about the kitchen knife in my hand. By the way, I curse the person who broke my account for buying instant noodles without seasoning packets.
With everyone talking about it, they had no intention of going up. They were all chatting on the forum and waiting for updates. At this time, Qin Hung finally went online with an uneasy look on his face and appeared at the first line touching in. Huh? Something seems wrong. Why is there no sound in the guild? Could it be that I turned it off again? Qin Hung, who wanted to hear the latest situation in Hongming Village, was a little dumbfounded. He quickly checked and found to his surprise that there were only a few or hundreds of people online in the entire guild. No way. Could it be that if I don't play for a while, the game will go bankrupt? Isn't it just to explode a whole village of people? The influence is not that big. Right? He asked anxiously.
Hello everyone. Where is this person? Where have they gone?
Fortunately, as soon as he finished asking, the others responded. And Yuan Jiangtianmu.
Boss prodigal son. You are finally online. You missed a big show.
Mu Shui.
Hey, boss prodigal. It's such a big event today. The game almost went bankrupt. Don't talk so much. Tell me what's going on.
Qin Heng's heart skipped a beat. Is it really that serious? Next. Mu Shui. Kishihara Tengyur and others talked about the massacre in the second line Hongming Village. Qin Hung was stunned when he heard this. He really didn't expect that this matter would also involve a game data anomaly, which caused many people to suspect that the game was unstable and fear that they would lose consciousness. So they quit the game in fear. This is actually easy to understand. After all, this is a virtual game, not a computer game from the previous life. In the past Computer Legends, the biggest copying and money-splitting incidents did not cause players to quit 70% of the players at once. But now, just a small data anomaly can scare everyone away. This is a matter of life safety. After learning what happened, Qin Hung couldn't laugh or cry. However, I heard from them that the system will be under maintenance soon. This is a good thing. During the maintenance period, he can do something in the game. After going to the official forum to read the game announcement, Qin Hung suddenly fell into deep thought. He has no interest in Sabbath competing for supremacy. What he cares about is the unknown Dark Hall, the Stone Tomb Maze, and the opening of the 6th floor of the Stone Tomb. The opening of the unknown Dark Palace only introduced the mysterious equipment, but did not mention any tasks. So, has that mission been launched? This is a problem. Also, after the unknown Dark Palace is opened, Dear Blood may not be available in the outside world. From now on, it can only be exploded in the unknown Dark Hall. It seems that I will buy the last wave of Dear Blood later. However, that's not necessarily the case. Maybe there are others from the outside world. And the last thing about the unknown Dark Palace is different from the previous life. When the past life first opened, you could only enter it at certain times of the week. If it is not mentioned here, then it may be all weather. The conditions for entry were not stated, and it was unclear whether that thing was needed to enter. As for the opening of the Stone Tomb Maze, there is an additional leveling map. Fortunately, the 6th floor is still open, so I should have a separate place to practice leveling for a while. After all, from the Stone Tomb Maze to the 6th floor of the Stone Tomb, if the official route is not announced, it will be really difficult for players to figure out the route in a short time. There is one last thing, and that is the issue of game charges. Others just pay Chinese coins to play games. But what about him? Is it completely free? Or do you have to pay too? Will he be eliminated directly without paying the Chinese currency? Obviously impossible. With another system in place, Qin Hung felt that this could not happen. Most likely, it is either free or the equivalent gold coins will be deducted. With his thoughts on his mind, Qin Hung did not wait for game maintenance. He makes his final stocking up. If the mission of the unknown Dark Palace is opened, the price of high-quality gold or in Dear Blood will definitely rise to sky-high prices. Hurry up and grab it at this time.
I happen to have more than 100 million left, which should be enough to stock up on this time. Qin Hung began to sweep. More than 10 minutes later, a system prompt finally rang.
Ding dong. The system prompts that the game will be maintained in 5 minutes. All players are asked to log off in a safe area as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary losses. Goodbye. The Prodigal Boss. Boss Prodigal. See you later. Goodbye.
Mu Shui and others said goodbye to Qin Hung one after another. And Qin Hung returned the greetings one by one. Soon, everyone was cleared. And Qin Hung also exited at the last minute. After waiting for 10 minutes, Qin Hung came online again. How will it be charged? With an anxious mood, Qin Hung had just logged in when a system prompt sounded.
1 million gold coins after deducting the monthly fee.
Call. Fortunately, the gold coins were deducted as expected. 1 million gold coins is really not much for Qin Hung. It may be more than twice as expensive as other people's monthly subscription. But for him as a stowaway, not to mention 1 million gold coins, he has to pay 5 million gold coins. I looked at the guild, but no one was online. When I went out and looked around, there was no one there. Looks like I'm alone now. So let's start stocking up. With the teleportation function in major cities and villages, it is very convenient to stock up on goods. More than an hour later, Qin Hung finished stocking up. The amount of deer blood reached 18,000 bottles. After stocking up on other things, he only had 10,000 gold coins left. Poor. So, what to do now? Woma leader, etc., may not exist now. Because before going offline, Mu Shui and his gang who are not afraid of death have been fighting. Qin Hung did not plan to go when he was not sure when the leader would be refreshed. Now he wants to go to new places. Nothing more than 2 new places. It has been more than an hour. Is the unknown Dark Palace open? Has the 6th floor of the Stone Tomb Array also been opened? So where to go first? The Stone Tomb Maze and the 6th floor of the Stone Tomb Array are both places for leveling up, while the unknown Dark Hall is a place for finding treasures. After thinking about it for a while, Qin Hung decided to go to the Stone Tomb Maze first. Why? He wants to push the Taoist Priest first and then reach level 40. It's just over 2 million experience points away. So it should be soon. After reaching level 40, you won't be afraid even if it's difficult to level up in the future. At least there are level 3 dogs. Moreover, there might be evil poisonous snakes on the 6th floor of the Stone Tomb Array. There is a new layer added. It makes no sense that the evil viper has the 5th layer but not the 6th layer. Right? The newly opened ones have a higher explosion rate, so they are worth checking out. After level 40, go to the unknown Dark Hall. Qin Hung's breath jumped when he thought that there would be Master Woma, evil snakes, etc. in the unknown Dark Palace. As soon as he left, Qin Hung drove 2 cars and rushed into the Pig Cave, a line of stone tombs. After a random meal, the 2 numbers arrived at the 5th floor of the Pig Cave. Now that the system is under maintenance and there are no players, the 5th floor of the Pig Cave is once again filled with dense monsters. But fortunately, I can still run and won't have no place to put my feet. The 2 numbers soon met at the upper left of the 5th floor of the Pig Cave. There is a step down here to enter the Stone Tomb Maze. After passing the Stone Tomb Maze, you can reach the 6th floor. The Stone Tomb Maze in the previous life was very large, and the monsters were much denser than those on the 1st to 5th floors of the Pig Cave. In a word, there is no place to set foot. This place is also the favorite place for early legendary players to come to level up. There are many places and many monsters. At that time, Qin Hung brought his mage apprentice here to roast pigs. What is roasted pig? In the maze of stone tombs, there are too many pig monsters, so the mage just sets them on fire. Generally, it is a combination of one battle, one method, and the firewall requires level 2 or above. The time for level 1 firewall is too short. There are various corners inside, and the Taoist baby surrounds the mage and blocks the monsters. After refreshing the monsters, the warriors and Taoists can lure the monsters over, and the mage can set them on fire. Before entering the maze of stone tombs, Qin Hung gave Tianyang Mingyu the dragon bracelet, 1/6 life necklace, 2 out of 6 top quality wand, invisibility ring and flame ring to wear. There were too many monsters inside, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to take care of them. With the invisibility ring, Tianyang Mingyu is much safer. The main thing is that he is not waiting for the refresh, but rushing to the 6th floor of the Pig Cave. Basically, after rushing from the Pig Cave maze to the 6th floor of the Pig Cave, his level should be almost level 40. Tianyang Mingyu wears good equipment. And Tianyao Prodigal also wears a +5 platinum ring. Etc. Puff. After continuously applying the Holy War armor and Ghost Shield to himself and Tianyao Mingyu. Brush. Qin Heng's large Tianyao Prodigal son stepped under the steps first, preparing to go in and attract firepower. Ouch. Hum hum hum. Flutter flutter. Egg egg. Hiss hiss. Sure enough, the pig cave maze opened first. As soon as you enter, the screen is full of monsters. This is a room somewhat similar to a yurt, and Qin Heng is standing on the steps. From the steps up to the space below the steps, there are densely packed monsters. Red wild boar, black wild boar, scorpion snake, wedge moth, black evil maggot, horn fly. It fills the entire space. Looking around, all the monsters are crowded together. Sacks after sacks, piles upon piles, and you can't even see the ground. Originally this place was not very big in the previous life, but after it was enlarged several times, it became very big. Looking at these monsters, Qin Heng felt happy. It was all about experience. Kaka! Puff puff puff. The next moment Qin Heng was happy. He was attacked by 6 or 7 monsters on the steps. The blood volume is reduced by 1, reduced by 2, reduced by 3, and reduced by 4. The blood volume keeps rising. Ring ring ring. Qin Heng had just applied group healing to his large body, and the wedge moth next to him had already pounced on him, spitting loudly at him. In the blink of an eye, he was paralyzed. But it doesn't matter. At this moment, he is level 39 and has a blood volume of 365 drops. Even if he stood and didn't increase his blood, it would take a while for these monsters to kill him. Ouch. At this time, Qin Heng summoned the dog. As soon as the second level dog appeared and landed under the steps, it immediately attracted all the monsters under the steps to attack. The result is -1. And the blood volume -1 rises. The defense of the second level dogs is so strong that these little monsters can no longer break through it. Brush. Tianyao Mingyu, who was driving a magic shield, finally came in and instantly overlapped beside Tianyao Prodigal's son. But she was invisible, and Tianyao Wanderer was attracting firepower. The monsters around ignored her and continued to attack Tianyao Wanderer. After Tianyao Mingyu came in, she ignored the monsters around Tianyao Prodigal's son. Instead, it releases a wall of fire onto the ground under the steps. Call! 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 A wall of fire was thrown down. And soon, everything around and below the steps turned into a sea of fire. Ouch! Ouch! Countless red wild boars, black wild boars, wedge moths, black evil maggots, etc. were screaming and walking around in the sea of fire, and their blood volume was constantly decreasing. At this time, Tianyao Mingyu turned around and threw a wall of fire at his feet, and Zibing roared and smashed it down. The 5-headed wedge moth that was attacked immediately attacked Tianyao Mingyu. It was right next to it and could attack her as soon as it turned around. He spat at her. In the blink of an eye, Tianyao Mingyu was also paralyzed, and the black wild boars that were attacked also rushed over, preparing to attack her. Fortunately, Tianyao Prodigal's paralysis was lifted at this time, and he immediately poisoned the surrounding monsters one by one, attracting their hatred again. Then used the Soul Fire Talisman to attack the wedge moths one by one. As Tianyao Mingyu's paralysis was lifted, the two numbers quickly killed all the wedge moths. After a burst of thunder from H.L., all the monsters on the steps were cleared away. A tinkling sound. As the last black boar fell, a demon-slaying ring and several piles of gold coins exploded on the ground. Qin Heng's eyes lit up. This explosion rate is not bad. After standing still, the prodigal son of Tianyao blocked the steps and poisoned the monsters. Tianyao Mingyu instantly exchanged the purple snail for the invisibility ring and came down. The monsters in the fire wall below kept smashing the ice and roaring. The blood volume of the monsters suddenly decreased crazily. Tianyao Mingyu's magic power is very high at this time. Demon 1's Taoist helmet. 2 out of 6 magic wand. 1/6 magic life necklace. Magic 3's Cyber bracelet. The dragon bracelet of Demon 3. The purple snail of Demon 5. 1/2 demonic fire ring. 1/5 demon's demon robe. May 31st is here. Add 11 points of yourself and 1/1 point of official position. Her magic power reached a terrifying 17 of 43 points. Plus the amplifying effects of the dragon bracelet, Siberian bracelet, purple snail, flame ring, and magic wand. What a lethality! Leverage. In order to maximize the lethality, after setting off the wall of fire, Tianya Mingyu once again replaced the flame ring with the ruby ring of magic 5. The magic power reached a terrifying 17 of 48 points. Finally, cooperate with Tianya Prodigal's 3rd level poison. This lethality is even more terrifying. The 4th level fire wall. Under such high magic, the monsters fell down one by one within a few seconds. Countless experience points are flashing across the screen. And the experience points are rising like crazy. There were so many monsters in this yurt. After a group of monsters died, a large number of monsters came up. At the bottom of the steps, it was already possible to stand. At this time, Tianya Prodigal stood in front of the steps. Tianya Mingyu was behind him. First kill the wedge moth by smashing the ice and roaring. Then use the H.L. thunder to sizzle the mine monster. Under the wall of fire, and the thunder of H.L. The monster fell even faster. Soon a large area was cleared under the steps. At this time, Tianya Wanderer went down, ran a little further away, lured a lot of monsters into the fire wall, and immediately became invisible. Tianya Mingyu at the top of the steps immediately roared with ice, and pulled the monster back. Only then did Tianya Prodigal take his time to stealthily pick up the large objects that fell on the ground step by step. The first time someone enters the pig cave maze, the explosion rate is really high. After a violent hack just now, several monsters exploded, although there won't be any brand name equipment. They are basically equipment of around level 20 or above. And it's pretty good to sell them for money. Although Qin Hung had just made a fortune early this morning, it was impossible for him to be so wasteful that he would not pick up equipment. What if another awesome product comes out? Right? However, apart from picking up equipment, he was really too lazy to pick up the piles of 100 or 200 gold coins. If you have this time, you might as well lure more monsters to kill them. Gradually, more and more monsters were cleared away, and Tianya Mingyu had no choice but to come down and kill them. The prodigal son of Tianya lures the monsters to the dog, and the bright moon of Tianya sets fire, surrounding the dog with thunder and lightning. Kill so fast! In less than 10 minutes, the yurt was cleared of thousands of monsters. Qin Hung has 2 accounts, each of which has gained about 150,000 experience points. This is equivalent to gaining about 15,000 experience points per minute. It was a bit slower than when I teamed up with Guan Hai and the others. Not bad. After finishing the yurt, Qin Hung looked around and found that it was still the same as in his previous life. There were several holes in the maze that could lead to the next level. If you want to enter the 6th floor, you must take the correct entrance. Otherwise it will be difficult to reach. As a veteran driver, Qin Hung certainly remembers it. The order of the lower 6 levels of the pig cave maze is up, down, up, down, up, down. It is also commonly known as 3 in and 3 out. It's easy for those who understand, but it's difficult for those who don't understand to reach the 6th floor of the stone tomb if they take the wrong step. Qin Hung didn't know how to move at the beginning in his previous life. Later, someone figured out how to move and posted it on the internet. And then he understood. Qin Hung's tuba is in front and his trumpet is in the back. The prodigal son of Tianya covered his head and entered the next entrance, which was also a maze space like a yurt. It's the same as when it came in. The only difference is that there are no stairs in the middle. There are also so many monsters here that it is impossible to move. Countless wedge moths, black wild boars, etc. immediately surrounded Qin Hung and started a group fight. Fortunately, he doesn't care because of his high defense. Along with the prodigal son from the end of the world, dogs also entered. As soon as the dogs appeared next to them, they immediately attracted the firepower of other monsters. Monsters surround it and kill it, just like scratching an itch. But the dog's flame spray is very lethal. The spray makes the monsters lose their health like crazy. At this time Tianya Mingyu entered. Tianya Prodigal and the dog attracted the firepower, and she was wearing an invisibility ring, so she was basically not attacked by the monsters. Set fire to the wall from a distance first, and then set it to the side when it is full. Both characters have high levels, and they work together to kill monsters like a swish. Just like that, I cleared the mazes one by one along the way. After an hour, Qin Hung entered the 6th floor with a swipe. Holy shit! Qin Hung was shocked as soon as he entered the 6th floor of Pig Cave. This is a huge rectangular map. Compared to the Erd maze, it is about 3 times larger. Among the monsters on the screen, a huge white wild boar is not far away. Ouch! After the Tianya prodigal son appeared, the white wild boar immediately became excited and howled, wanting to come over and hack him. But he was blocked by a group of monsters, and he could only swing the huge meteor hammer in a panic and spin in circles. The next moment, the dog appeared. By coincidence, He appeared next to the white wild boar. In an instant, the dog and the white wild boar, which had been upgraded to level 5, were fiercely together. Brush. Tianyang Mingyu comes in. Sets fire. L's thunder. The mobs around the white boar were quickly cleared away. The prodigal son of Tianyang poisoned the white wild boar. Ouch. The white boar roared and threw away the dog, chasing the prodigal son from the end of the world. Boom. At this time, a bolt of lightning fell and hit the white boar hard on the head. The white wild boar immediately turned around and pounced towards the bright moon in the distance. Pung! Just halfway through the charge, it received another soul fire talisman from Tianyang Prodigal. So he turned around and rushed towards the prodigal son of Tianyang. Just like that, Qin Heng's two numbers stood in a long straight line, constantly attacking the white wild boar back and forth, making it run back and forth. This is the legendary classic playstyle. Fly a kite. During this period, Tianyang Mingyu placed several more fire walls on this straight line, and the dog also rushed to the middle of the straight line and sprayed wildly at the white wild boar. The exhausted white wild boar immediately caught the dog and gave it a crazy hammer. It's a pity it's of no use. There is a method. A dog, and a wall of fire in the middle. The white wild boar, with only 2000 HP, is losing blood. In less than a minute, it was blown up with a roar. There was a sound of a bell, and a lot of things exploded on the ground. 2 red light pillars soared into the sky. Qin Heng took a look and saw that it was pretty good. A magic wand, a ghost necklace, and a copy of Hell's Thunder. The first time this boss exploded, it was great. I heard from the brothers in the meeting that the white wild boars on the 4th and 5th floors now don't have high blood kills, and it is rare for 5 of them to explode with a Woma equipment. It can be seen that this place is similar to the previous life. The more times you fight, the lower the explosion rate will be. In addition to these 3 good things, the white boar also exploded a piece of Ares armor and a coral ring. They are all things that can be sold for a lot of money, which is not bad. Of course, there are a bunch of other equipment, so I won't mention them. Qin Heng hadn't killed a white wild boar alone for half a month, so he was a little excited when he suddenly exploded one. Alas, I still miss the days when one person monopolized Woma 3 and exploded equipment like crazy. After sighing and packing his things, Qin Heng continued to clean up the monsters. At this time, he was less than 1 million away from level 40. While Tianyang Mingyu had already been promoted to level 37 when she was playing the maze in front. More than 10 minutes later, Qin Heng finally saw another big guy. Evil Snake. This guy had also not been beaten alone for more than 10 days. It was exciting to meet him again. The Evil Viper's blood volume has also increased to 3,000 drops. But he didn't last even a minute before he was beaten by Qin Heng. A tinkling sound. 3 red light pillars soared into the sky. Qin Heng looked at it excitedly. A Wuji staff, a purgatory, and a memory helmet. Qin Heng laughed and rushed up to pick them all up. It's the first time. It's really fun. More than 10 minutes later, Qin Heng finished cleaning the 6th floor. Arriving at the entrance to the 7th floor of the underground, Qin Heng tried it. And sure enough, he still couldn't get down. It seems it will take a while. Qin Heng controlled the 2 numbers to go back and entered the maze again. The place had been refreshed. After cleaning up, he did not return the same way, but found a hole and got into it. There were also dense monsters inside. The pig hole maze is actually very big. If you drill any hole, there will be monsters inside. After beating 5 maze yurts in this way, a burst of white light rose. Qin Heng's large account was finally upgraded. The prodigal son of the end of the world, level 40. Experience, 1314/1200000. G. The experience required for upgrading to level 41 has increased to 12 million. The further you go, the harder it will be to get promoted. I hope players will find the path to the next level soon. Otherwise it will be difficult to upgrade in the future. In addition to upgrading, Qin Heng also obtained a large number of equipment items. In just over 2 hours, Qin Heng obtained 3 packages of various common equipment, etc. The harvest was really good. After finally reaching level 40, Qin Heng stopped practicing here and flew out. In the remaining time, he plans to go treasure hunting in the Unknown Dark Palace. Chapter 186 Unknown Dark Palace. Treasure House. Super abnormal equipment. Bang bang bang. Call out. Qin Heng returned to the Tuqing safe zone. Boo hoo hoo. After arriving here, Qin Heng began to divide his troops into 2 groups. The large one went to the Centipede Cave in Death Valley, while the small one teleported to Beach City. Why? because he wanted to see if a voucher was required to enter the unknown dark palace. If so, the trumpet went to buy it and prepare. Also, I want to see the female butcher in Beach City to see if the ghost gloves and blessing oil quests from the unknown dark palace are available. Ghost gloves and blessing oil are the same quest, but after completing them, you have different choices and different things. One for ghost gloves and one for blessing oil. To do this task, you need deer blood, venison of quality 20 or above, chicken of quality 5 or above, and deer antlers. Consider that a ghost glove is currently worth 25 million gold coins. And the most difficult part of the mission is deer antlers and deer blood. In the legend of the previous life, after the unknown dark palace was opened, the deer near Beach City in the outside world did not explode very much. Anyway, the explosion rate was very low, far from the high rate it is now. As for deer antlers, this is difficult to say. Easy to say. You need to kill the deer in the unknown dark palace before it explodes. Of course, it will also explode deer blood. However, the deer in the unknown dark palace are too difficult to kill, and are much more ferocious than the white wild boars in the outside world. The strength is comparable to that of an evil poisonous snake. If you want to kill alone, mages and Taoist priests are better. If you stand and fight warriors, it will be too difficult to fight without certain levels and equipment. In short, deer blood and antler are the biggest problems in making this ghost glove. Therefore, in the previous legend, after this mission was released, the deer blood was sold to a very high value. Especially after someone came up with a cheat to cheat. A bottle of deer blood was sold for millions, or even tens of millions of gold coins. However, this is a virtual game now, and plugins certainly do not exist. Even so, the ghost gloves were 25 million gold coins. One deer blood can be worth at least 1 million gold coins. Qin Hung now owns 18,000 bottles of deer blood. If all were sold, they would be worth 18 billion gold coins. This is still the lowest estimate. Of course, if this task is not released yet, Qin Hung can continue to eat a lot. After all, the official version of Fujia Tianxia currently released is only a castrated version, and has not been completely released. However, before going to Beaky City, Qin Hung used Tianyao Mingyu to visit Miss Lin in Tuching. He remembered that the Ghost Gloves mission seemed to have started with Miss Lin, and later it was changed to starting with the female butcher of Beach City. It was so long ago that he couldn't remember clearly. Therefore, he planned to visit Miss Lin first. As a result, after finding Miss Lin in Tuching, no matter how much he talked to her, there was no response. Qin Hung had no choice but to control Tianyao Mingyu and teleport to the female butcher in Beaky City. Tianyao Mingyu didn't talk nonsense and talked to her directly to do the task. As a result, after more than 60 conversations, there was no mission. At this point, Qin Hung was sure that the mission of the Ghost Gloves had indeed not been released yet. If you let go, the female butcher will ask you to help her find venison with quality above 20 and chicken with quality above 5. In short, if the mission really starts, it won't start with Miss Lin. It will start from here. He didn't let go. Qin Hung was overjoyed. That said, there is still time for one more meal. You can also eat the antlers from the unknown dark palace. It's just that the quantity may not be large. But there are 20 lines, and I estimate that many people may sell them in stores. Let's take a look at them then. Since there is no mission, Tianyao Mingyu will stay in Beach City and wait. Wait for the big account to go to the unknown dark hall to have a look. If you really need a voucher to enter, then you can buy it for your alt account. If you don't need it, it's not too late for the trumpet to fly over. On the other side, Qin Hung controlled the tuba and entered the centipede cave, the first floor of the dungeon. After entering, he flew around randomly, and he flew to the bottom left of the east side of the first floor of the dungeon. Buzz buzz, hiss hiss, crunch. All around are jumping bees, centipedes, pincers, giant worms. Fortunately, the map is big enough and you can still run around. After a sprint, Qin Hung arrived at the bottom left, where there was a passage. There are also guards with bows and arrows on both sides. Qin Hung rushed in quickly. Connect the channel layer. This is the first floor of the connecting passage, which is an earthen corridor. The corridor is full of pits and densely packed monsters, jumping wasps, pincers, centipedes, etc., going all the way through this passage. You can enter connecting passage 2, connecting passages 3, 4, and 5, and then enter the connecting passage of the abandoned mining area in Viper Valley. From that link passage you can enter the second level of Viper Valley. If I remember correctly, the unknown dark palace is on the third floor of the connecting passage. There are many monsters here. Qin Hung keeps flying randomly. There are no forks in this passage. Entering the next level is at the end of the passage. It is winding and a bit far, so it is more convenient to go randomly. After a while, Qin Hung randomly arrived at the end of the passage. But what made him depressed was that there were too many monsters at the entrance. They were so densely packed that there was no place to set foot. It is impossible to lure the monster away and rush in. Qin Hung had no choice but to summon the dog over and start killing monsters. However, in this case, Qin Hung has no intention of letting the trumpet Tianyamingyu wait in Beach City. Don't think about it. There are several passages behind. And if you have to kill them all, the time will be enough for Tianyamingyu to go back and forth to buy the voucher. Both sides are working at the same time. The large one is clearing monsters in the connecting channel, while the small one is flying towards the cave. It is also commonly known as the Skull Cave. If you want to buy a voucher, you must go to the profiteer in the Skull Cave to buy it, regardless of whether it is necessary or not. Monsters have to be cleared anyway, so the trumpet will first go to the Skull Cave. You have to wait for a free session. The bright moon at the end of the world begins to move in a blink of an eye. Instant movement. In the outside world map, the effect is the same as a random scroll. After a moment of teleportation, Tianyamingyu appeared in the upper left and north of Biki City. On. Sissy sissy. Meow meow meow. This is a desert, surrounded by a large group of orcs, poisonous spiders, forest snowmen, scarecrows, multi-hooked cats, etc. Hula la. A roar of ice smashed down, and the half-orcs and others blocking the way were immediately killed, and their corpses lay all over the ground. There was a tinkling sound, and there were gold coins and small jewelry. What little bracelets, silver bracelets, gold necklaces, etc. Qin Hung didn't pick up the gold coins, but he picked up the small jewelry one by one. Who knows if any of them are the best? Yes or no? As he moved forward to clean up the mobs, Qin Hung glanced at the 5 or 6 small jewelry he picked up. His eyes lit up. He saw that there was something really good. Daotu's small bracelet. This luck is beyond words. With prices soaring now, Daotu's small bracelet is worth millions of gold coins. Good. After a roar of ice, Qin Hung finally came to the entrance of a cave. This is a natural cave. In his previous life, he played Legend. Qin Hung spent some time here at the earliest, so he could naturally find the path inside with his eyes closed. With his head covered, Qin Hung opened his shield and walked in. One level of natural cave. This is a winding cave with many passages and forks. On. As soon as you enter, you will be greeted by densely packed skeleton monsters. Skeleton. Skeleton warrior. Skeleton swordsman. Skeleton warrior. There are also cave maggots crawling on the ground, cave scorpions, and bats flying in the air. They are all monsters. Qin Hung will naturally not kill monsters here and just fly away randomly. After flying around for a while, he came to the entrance of the second floor. There was a large group of skeleton warriors, skeleton swordsmen, cave maggots, etc. at the entrance. Wow! Ice Roar struck first and killed the cave maggot. This thing can spit and paralyze people. The effect is the same as Wedge Moth. After killing the cave maggots in seconds, Qin Hung opened his shield and rushed into the group of skeleton monsters. Z-la-la. Z-la-la. Several H.L. lightnings went down, and all the skeleton monsters around them died and lay in a circle. Some small items such as large bracelets dropped with a tinkling sound. After quickly picking it up, Qin Hung entered the second floor. The door on the second floor was also full of little monsters. Qin Hung ignored them and continued to fly away randomly. The profiteer and hawker ran too far in a small passage in the middle of the second floor, so it must have been random. Boo-hoo-hoo. Qin Hung, who was just following suit, suddenly noticed a red figure when he landed. Holy shit. Skeleton elf? Call out. It's just that he's habitually random and just flew away. Skeleton elf, the big boss in the skeleton cave, is one of the early favorite bosses of players. Legend has it that after killing it, the half-moon scimitar will explode. Anyway, Qin Hung had never had an explosion in his previous life, so it would be best if it was just garbage and little sun water all over the place. However, now that he has encountered it, Qin Hung has no reason not to fight it. It should be in the upper right corner of the map. Boo-hoo-hoo. After several random attempts, Qin Hung finally returned to the upper right corner. He searched along the passage according to his feeling, and sure enough, in the largest open space in the upper right corner, Qin Hung saw a huge red figure again. Skeleton elf. This is a huge red skull monster covered in red, and holding two long bone spurs. It was once a favorite, and a nightmare for low-level players. Because this guy has high attack and super speed. Low-level players would rather fight the Corpse King than the Skeleton Elf. Although the Skeleton Elf's attack power is a little lower than that of the Corpse King. Combined with its superb attack speed and movement speed, it is definitely a Terminator for novice players. At this time, seeing the bright moon at the end of the world, the Skeleton Elf was so aroused that he rushed over to him. Unfortunately, it was blocked by many mobs, and could not get through for the time being. It was so anxious that it waved the bone spurs in its hands, and kept spinning in circles, and stomping its feet. Wow! Qin Hung still cleared out a few cave maggots with a few ice roars. Then opened his shield and rushed into the group of monsters with direct lightning from H.L. Tianyamingyu is already level 37. So of course you don't need to be afraid of this little boss. You can just go up to it. Z-la-la. Z-la-la. The Skeleton Elf's blood volume was immediately displayed. 1,200 drops of blood. Could it be that it was originally 600 drops of blood? It's been so long that Qin Hung can't even remember it clearly. Forget it. Why do you think so much? Just do it, and it's done. After a crazy blast of mines, all the surrounding mobs died, leaving only the Skeleton Elf holding two bone spurs, and desperately wiping them against Tianyamingyu. But its little bit of attack power is nothing compared to the level 2 magic shield's Tianyamingyu, which loses less than 10 drops of blood every time. Qin Hung didn't even run away. He threw a wall of fire at his feet, burned it, and after using the thunder and lightning technique, he killed it in less than 10 seconds. The bell rang loudly, and a lot of equipment, potions, etc. exploded on the ground. Not to mention, a book really hit the market. Exploding Flame. Not bad. This thing is sold for almost 3 million gold coins now. Not bad. Not bad. After picking up other things, Qin Hung took a look and found that only one glass ring with 0 out of 2 Taoist skills was the best. Okay. He didn't throw away the junk equipment below level 10. When he went to the profiteer and mysterious merchant later, he could just sell it to him. Although you can't sell it for a few gold coins. You can't sell it for nothing if you don't sell it. Boo-hoo-hoo. After a random moment, Qin Hung finally came to the narrow passage in the middle. The passage is full of monsters. Skeleton Warrior. Skeleton Warrior. With a burst of thunder from H.L. Qin Hung quickly came to the entrance of a passage and ducked in. Brush. He appeared in a small messy room. The messy room was filled with goods. A little old man stood in it, looking around, as if he was counting the goods. This is just an NPC, and Qin Hung is too lazy to talk nonsense to him. I talked to him to buy something. Opened the product section, and was stunned for a moment. The medicines and equipment here are indeed very expensive. Twice as expensive as those outside. After scrolling down the product list for a while, his eyes lit up, and he saw what he needed. Wood, selling price is 10,000 gold coins. Gee, it's actually hidden down there. If the official doesn't announce it, won't it take a long time for others to know how to enter the unknown secret palace? However, it's not necessarily that everything will be known until you arrive at the door of the unknown dark palace. Maybe not using wood? Qin Hung casually sold all the garbage in the package and bought 50 pieces of wood in one go. It doesn't matter if it is needed or not. Otherwise, if it is really needed, it will attract others' attention when I go back and forth to the mysterious store in the future. After all, he is a celebrity after all. Call out. Tianyamingyu returned to the city, teleported to Tuqing, and rushed to Centipede Cave. Soon, Qin Hung's 2 large numbers gathered at the entrance to the 3rd floor of the connecting passage. There are too many monsters here. Qin Hung went shopping with the small one, while the large one was here to practice leveling. When the bright moon comes from the end of the world, it happens to be refreshed. A lot of jumping bees, pincers, bald zombies, and lightning zombies appear all at once. There are zombies in connecting channel 3. After all, it is connected to the zombie cave in the abandoned mining area in Viper Valley. The 2 numbers cooperated and killed the lightning zombie in a few strokes. Tianyamingyu set off a few fires and roared with ice, immediately clearing away all the monsters. Boo-hoo-hoo. The 2 numbers then fly randomly. He quickly teleported to the lower left corner of the map. After clearing monsters along the winding passage, he finally saw a dilapidated building. How bad is this building? In a recessed space in the passage wall, a wooden frame without a roof was placed. There is a little old man NPC inside the wooden frame. Qin Hung's prodigal son from the end of the world started talking to him. Hello!
Dear Marfa Warrior, are you entrusted by Tianzuan to eliminate demons?
The NPC asked in surprise.
Yes. Please show me a piece of Tianzuan's certificate. It is said that Tianzuan casually sold it to a businessman back then.
Let me go. Do you really need wood?
Oh. What kind of certificate?
Qin Heng tried to ask.
A piece of wood cut by Tianzuan himself has the special mark left by the 3 heroes.
Sure enough.
Is this it? I have it in my package.
Qin Heng continued.
Ah. The young man is really powerful. This is the proof that Tianzuan left behind back then. Give me a piece and you can enter. But you can only stay in there for 5 hours. Over time, the demonic energy inside will be detrimental to you.
5 hours? Okay. Compared to the previous life, when I could only stay for 2 or 3 hours at the beginning. It's much longer.
Ding dong! Are you willing to give a piece of wood to the old man guarding the palace? Yes. You have agreed to hand over the wood. Please note that the creatures inside are affected by the evil centipede's evil spirit and have become unrecognizable. You must be careful. Are you ready?
Qin Heng cast himself an invisibility spell first, then nodded.
Yes.
The bell rang, and a piece of wood was deducted from Qin Heng's package. The next moment, with a whoosh, he was transported to a new place. Unknown Dark Palace. Ouch. On. As soon as Qin Heng landed, he was surrounded by densely packed sacks of monsters. What's even more terrifying is that as far as the eye can see, there are white boars, evil snakes, and the leader of Woma Guard. Not a single monster. It's all a dense boss. Click, 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 bang, bang, bang. It was useless for Qin Heng to come in invisible. When he appeared here, he was no longer invisible. The white boars around him, the Woma leaders were attacking him crazily. Facing the attacks from so many big monsters, Qin Heng didn't panic at all. Ignore the opponent's attack and hide yourself first. -3, -5, -6. Although the attacks from the boss were fierce, Qin Heng's blood loss was really pitiful. Roar! At this time, Qin Heng waved his hand, and a huge level 5 dog appeared next to him, spraying wildly at the surrounding monsters. 3 sprays killed a white wild boar. Kill a Woma leader with 2 sprays. 3 of them sprayed an evil snake to death. Soon, the leader of Woma, the white wild boar, and the evil viper were lying all around. Nothing exploded except a few piles of gold coins. Faced with this situation, Qin Heng was not surprised at all. As a hardcore player, he certainly understands what is going on. Unknown Dark Palace. Affected by the evil centipede's demonic energy, the strength of all monsters here is reversed. The stronger the monster is in the outside world, the weaker it is here. On the contrary, the weaker the monster is in the outside world, the stronger it is. Therefore, among the monsters here, the Woma leader is the weakest, and the chicken is the strongest. Qin Heng didn't know his background at the beginning. When he came in and saw so many bosses, he was scared to death, and made a lot of jokes. As for how strong the Dark Palace chicken of the Unknown Dark Palace can be. Anyway, Qin Heng has never met him in his previous life. I heard braggarts say that the Dark Palace chicken has a blood volume as high as 5,000. The speed attacks are extremely terrifying. If you kill it, you can explode special rings such as dragon slaying and paralysis, as well as the legendary magical weapons that are more powerful than the 3 divine weapons. The 3 divine weapons are the Rod of Judgment, Bone Jade Scepter, Dragon Patterned Sword. The 3 more powerful divine weapons of the Unknown Dark Palace are the Fallen Magic Weapon, Lost Soul Divine Weapon, Fallen Magic Weapon. In his previous life, Qin Heng saw a post posted by others on the internet, and there were these 3 kinds of magical weapons on it. It's a pity that as a rich second generation, he didn't get one. It's not that I don't have money. It's not the server he's on. Not to mention the server he is on. There are probably only a few in the entire server. It is much rarer than the dragon slaying and soul hungry staff. After all, the attributes of these 3 divine weapons are stronger than those of Dragon Slayer and Soul Hungry Staff. There have been rumors about the Dark Palace chicken circulating on the internet in previous lives, but those who have never seen it say it is false. He said that the Dark Palace chicken was brought in after being seduced by the mage. Of course, Qin Heng doesn't know if there are secret palace chickens here. If it doesn't, pull it down. If it does, poison it. It's no big deal. He started to ring bells to increase his health, and then patted the monsters. From time to time, the eyes flash across the monster's health bars. He's looking for the real thing. What is a real guy? Most of the monsters in the Unknown Dark Hall confuse right and wrong. and are called fake Woma leader, fake white boar, and fake evil snake by players. But it's also true. The real leader of Woma. What an evil snake. True white boar. It's just that the number of these real bosses is extremely rare. Every time in the previous life, I would only get one true Woma leader. About the same number of evil vipers, white boars, evil pincers, etc. With a few more. The explosion rate of these real boss is much stronger than that of the outside world. In addition, the monsters here can also explode mysterious equipment. So there are many players who come here to hunt for treasures. Everyone wants to meet a real Woma leader here and get a teleportation ring, a memory ring, or a dog book. In his previous life, Qin Hung was here to defeat the leader of Jinwoma, and he had written several books. Kill the evil snake and destroy the Staff of Judgment, Bone Jade Scepter, etc. All in all, this is a good treasure map. The map is not very big, but it is okay now that it has been expanded. This is a huge zigzag-shaped hall. The middle is empty, but there are huge corridors on all sides. There is a large field-shaped passage every other section of the corridor. Qin Heng's large account is here to fight monsters, and he is waiting for the alt account to come over. After all players enter the unknown dark hall, they will randomly go to any corner. This time Tianyao Mingyu came in from behind. But what the NPC wanted from her was the Dharma God certificate. Anyway, it was still wood, just with a different name. Needless to say, Qin Hung was convinced of one thing through this conversation. That is, if the official does not announce that the wood must be purchased from profiteers in natural caves, it is estimated that not many players will be able to enter this unknown dark palace in a short period of time. The old man at the door only said that the merchant sold it. It would be difficult for the player to guess that the merchant was hiding so deeply even if his legs were broken. Besides, the lumber at the profiteer store is still at the bottom, and you can't see it unless you pull down the product column. It's a rip-off. In that damn place, potions are so expensive, and the trumpet is just selling stuff there. Of course, it is not ruled out that someone will search all the NPCs that can be found. It's just that at least the time will be better, and at least there won't be so many people pouring in as soon as the area is opened. Qin Hung can still spend a few days here. Tianyao Mingyu wore an invisibility ring and came in with a shield. There are no anti-stealth monsters in the entire unknown dark palace. Therefore, Taoist priests are the most suitable for hunting treasures here. However, Tianyao Mingyu can also walk sideways while wearing an invisibility ring. As long as you don't attack monsters, you'll be fine. As for disconnection, that is impossible. Call out. After Tianyao Mingyu teleported in, the surroundings were also densely packed with monsters. Opening the map. Although it was not the entire map. After looking at the terrain of the two numbers, Qin Hung still found where the larger number was. Unknown Dark Palace. There are too many similar terrains. After a random flight, Qin Heng's two numbers came together. After choosing a clockwise direction, Qin Hung cleaned up along the upper corridor on the left. Z-la-la. Z-la-la. The monsters are so dense that you don't even need to attract the monsters from the end of the world. You can just rush forward and activate the H.L. lightning. What white wild boar? Woma leader. Evil poisonous snake. Just a few bites. Qin Heng's boss and his dog were beside him to fight monsters, without even using poison techniques. The monster's blood volume is too little. Only 100 drops of blood. Of course, the experience value is not high. Two numbers are divided into 50 or 60 experience points. The only advantage is that there are a lot of monsters, and you can kill a large number of them in just a few hits. Not to mention that although the experience value is not as strong as in the pig cave maze, it still increases quickly. Jingle jingle jingle. As a large number of monsters died, a lot of black equipment began to explode on the ground. Mysterious equipment. Qin Hung stepped on it and opened the package. Sure enough, this black mysterious equipment still had no attributes. The most mysterious thing about mysterious equipment is that all mysterious equipment must be worn to know what its attributes are. If you don't wear it, you can't see the attributes. In previous legends, when the unknown Dark Palace was first opened, many businessmen deliberately inflated the attributes of mysterious equipment, saying that the attributes were extremely powerful. I deceived many novice players with my garbage mystery. At that time, there were often scammers saying that they were selling Attack 5 mystery, Magic 6 mystery belts, etc. It can be said that the emergence of mysterious equipment has created a large number of legendary liars. Qin Hung was deceived early that year. He spent 1 million gold coins to buy a mysterious bracelet with a defense of 0/1. He was completely fooled. As for now, looking at the 5 or 6 mysterious equipment in the package, Qin Hung had no intention of wearing them immediately. You can't wear this thing randomly. It's easy to put it on, but it's hard to take it off. Some mysterious equipment will be cursed and cannot be taken off after being put on. If it is a piece of equipment with super good attributes, it will be fine. But if it is an equipment with extremely rubbish attributes, it will be a rip-off. At this time, if you want to take off this cursed mysterious equipment, you can only take it off by drinking the sacred water released by the monster in the unknown dark temple. But the explosive rate of divine water is too low, and the price is high. After the players in the previous life were cursed by the mysterious equipment, they could only find other ways, because they could not afford the divine water. The stupidest way is to keep wearing it until it wears out over time, and it will be gone. But many players couldn't bear to wear a piece of trash all the time. So many people took off all their equipment and went to fight with a big sword with an empty package. The player will be killed with one strike of the sword, and there is a chance that the player's equipment will explode when they die. If you are lucky, you will explode after dying once. Those who are unlucky will die for a long time. And because of the death of players who slashed with machetes, mysterious equipment exploded. As a result, many players misunderstood that mysterious equipment would be exploded when they slashed with machetes. A craze for machetes started. These are all memories from the past life. In this life, Qin Hung visually predicted that this situation will still happen. After cleaning up all the way, Qin Hung threw all the mysterious equipment into the warehouse. Of course, in addition to mysterious equipment, monsters will also explode with some ordinary store equipment of level 10 or 20. With the great mage Tianyang Mingyu here and Qin Hang's level 5 dog, the monster spawning speed is very fast. After cleaning up all the way, Qin Hung quickly met a Rail Woma guard. This guy has the same health as the outside Woma guards. 2,000 drops of blood. With the cooperation of Qin Hung and Qin Hung, he was killed in less than a minute. With the sound of a bell, a large number of equipment, potions, etc. exploded. A red beam of light rose into the sky. It was a memory necklace. Not bad. After putting things away, Qin Hung continued to clean up. One after another, they met the real white wild boar, the real evil pincer, and the real corpse king. For the first time, the explosion rate is pretty good. Basically, the evil pincers and white boars that can explode Woma equipment have more or less exploded 1 or 2 pieces of Woma equipment. Even the true corpse king blasted. Half moon scimitar. Very well. With 5 hours left, Qin Hung was not in a hurry and cleaned up the mobs together. With a bright moon and mines at the end of the world, the Taoist number lured all the surrounding monsters over. If it keeps thundering, the dog squirts and it's okay. Kill very fast. And with the portable warehouse and guild store, he is not afraid of running out of blue and powerful solar water. Not long after, Qin Hung finally encountered a special monster. Scarecrow. This monster looks exactly like the Scarecrow monster in the outside world. But the strength is completely different. At least they are monsters at the level of evil poisonous snakes from the outside world. After Qin Hung used the poison spell, the dog rushed up first and sprayed it. With a sound, the Scarecrow lay on the ground. With a jingle, an ebony sword and several piles of large gold coins exploded from the ground. Holy shit! What a Scarecrow! Qin Hung, who was originally preparing to have a big fight, was stunned for a moment and was speechless for a while. There is a real leader and there is a real Scarecrow. However, Qin Hung had never met a real Scarecrow in the unknown dark palace in his previous life. So it was a bit strange. After stepping forward and picking up the pile of gold coins and ebony swords, Qin Hung opened the package and took a look at it out of habit. His eyes suddenly widened. Good guy. What did he see? Magic 0 out of 6. Accuracy +3 ebony sword. My day. The original ebony sword only had magic 0 out of 1. But now it has 5 attributes added. Accurate +3 has also been added. This is definitely a big perversion. Putting aside the hidden attributes, this ebony sword is comparable to the 2 out of 6 wand in Tianyang Mingyu's hand. This thing is an awesome toy. It will be good to use it to smash weapons someday. If it can be upgraded a few more points, this ebony sword will be able to defy the heavens. After happily packing up this super perverted thing, Qin Hung continued to clean it up. With this ebony sword as a warning, Qin Hung did not miss any dropped equipment. Even if it is a hexagonal ring, Qin Hung will pick it up and look at it. Maybe he's a magic 0 of 9 pervert? Not long after, Qin Hung finally met a Scarecrow again. This time the poison was applied. And after a dozen, it was a fake Scarecrow. The blood volume is as high as 3,000 drops.
And the speed is extremely fast. The attack power is also high. If you hit Taoist Qin Hung, you will lose 20 drops of blood. When encountering Tianyao Mingyu with the shield open, he lost almost 30 drops of blood. Absolutely ferocious. The two characters stand in position, with the dog in the middle as a human shield. They use the method of flying a kite, setting fire, thunder and lightning, applying poison, and soul fire talismans. It took a minute to destroy this scarecrow. With a ding, 6 things exploded from the ground. A bottle of divine water, 3 pieces of mysterious equipment, a god of war armor, and a ring for subduing and slaying demons. This kind of monster with high blood volume will not explode famous brand equipment and a large number of potions. It will only explode mysterious equipment, divine water, and some high-end ordinary equipment. I looked at them one by one and found that they were not the best, but they were still good. However, Qin Hung became interested in something in the mysterious equipment. Mysterious belt. He was afraid of being cursed with other equipment and would not be able to replace it with good equipment. But he is not afraid of the mysterious belt, because he doesn't have a belt to begin with. When you put this equipment on, you have to have a defense of 0 to 1 or something. Right? That's not bad. Actually, in the legend of the previous life, the mysterious belt seemed to be worn on the bracelet. But Qin Hung looked at the package and saw that there was a mysterious bracelet. And then he looked at the character equipment panel and there was indeed a place for the belt. So he put it on without hesitation. Sure enough, the mysterious belt was worn on the belt and did not occupy the space of the bracelet. Qin Hung excitedly looked at the properties of the mysterious belt. Defense 0 to 1. Magic defense 0 to 1 inch. It's not bad. It's better than nothing. Counting the outside world, it's equivalent to a 10% increase in defense. Qin Hung tried to take it off, but fortunately, he was able to take it off. So he gave it to Tianyao Mingyu, whose defense was low. It's better to wear more defensive equipment. Continuing to clean up, Qin Hung finally encountered a sick deer after a while. Apply poison. Let's do it. Fortunately, this is a fake sick deer. The blood volume is also as high as 3,000 blood. That attack speed. The 2 horns beat the dog like crazy. It's worthy of the dog's howl. Qin Hung was heartbroken and added a lot of blood to her. After the 2 horns started fighting, the sick deer was beaten to pieces in just over a minute. The bell rang loudly, and a lot of things exploded on the ground this time. A bottle of divine water, a deer antler, a bottle of deer blood, 2 pieces of mysterious equipment, a Taoist priest's helmet, a blue jade necklace, and a ghost suit. Divine water, deer antlers and deer blood are all good things, and other things sell for a good price. But it's a pity that there are no top quality ones. There is also no mystery belt, which would otherwise be worn. Continuing to clean up, the terrain of the entire corridor is similar. The walls and floors on both sides are gray-white bricks with many mysterious runes engraved on them. The monsters are all similar, including Wuyong's fake white boar, fake Woma leader, etc. However, not all fake monsters are easy to kill, and fake evil pincers are difficult to kill. This thing originally had 600 drops of blood, but after the blood volume was increased, it became 1,200 drops of blood. It has high defense and is difficult to defeat. At most, 1 or 2 common equipment will be dropped if killed, and many may not even explode. The fake Woma guard is also difficult to kill, and has the same HP as the fake evil pincer. Even if you kill him, he won't explode anything. When encountering such a monster, Qin Hung didn't even bother to fight from behind. Tianyao Mingyu roared over and looked at the blood volume. If the blood volume was less than 2,000, it was all fake. So he didn't fight. It was laborious. As long as the Taoist priest adds invisibility to Tianyao Mingyu, he can easily get rid of these monsters immediately. After all, time is limited. If all these monsters are killed, it is hard to say whether this unknown dark palace can be cleared. After continuing to clean up for a while, he finally heard a familiar chirping sound. That's the sound of a giant polyhedron. The giant polygonal insect is considered a mini-boss in the outside world. But here it is also very awesome. Although it is not as awesome as the fake scarecrow, it is still pretty cool. In its previous life in the unknown dark palace, it had a blood volume of up to 900. The attack power is super high. The magician won't lose any blood even if he hits it, because it is almost immune to magic. Maybe a top-notch Dharma god or something can impress it. But Zuma equipment can't impress it anyway. In addition to its terrifying attack power and magic immunity, it is also the mage's favorite pet, because a level 29 mage can seduce it.
The original blood volume is as high as 900 blood, which can defeat a warrior of about level 30. After leveling up to level 7, the blood volume reaches thousands, and the attack power becomes even more abnormal. Not to mention the level 30 warriors. Even the level 40 warriors have to run away. What the mages in the past life loved most was to come to the unknown dark palace to seduce 5 giant polygonal insects. In the early legends, this thing can be said to be the most perverted pet of the mage. Except for the Tiger Guard. It's a pity that after Tiger Guard opened the day gate, it doesn't even open Juchi now. I guess we still have to wait. If the mages seduce 5 giant polygonal insects and leveled them all to level 7, that would be really scary. No player dares to challenge an archmage wearing a 5-headed level 7 giant polygonal insect. You can walk sideways when walking on the street, even with these 5 tanks. Not to mention the entire Zuma leader, especially after it reaches level 3. It can kill a fake Woma leader with just 2 clicks. Continuing to clean up, Qin Hung encountered 2 giant polyhedral insects soon after. Now, 3 heads are on the scene, and the speed of clearing monsters is even faster. After killing several more perverted scarecrows and perverted Sika deer one after another, it didn't take long for Qin Hung to finally seduce 5 giant polygonal insects. At this time, the 2 giant polygonal insects in front had already reached level 7. With that fighting power, one collision can kill a fake Woma leader, fake white boar, etc. Due to the large number of mobs. After some time, all 5 giant polygonal insects were upgraded to level 7. Now, 5 level 7 giant polygonal insects cleared the way, and even the hard-to-kill fake evil pincers were easily and happily killed. 5 heads surrounded Kakaka and banged him, and he was immediately killed. Qin Hung no longer had to turn around and run. He pushed all the way across. All kinds of common equipment and mysterious equipment are exploding all the way. Finally, when Qin Hung still had a third of the map left to clear, he met a real Woma leader. Chapter 187, Defeat the Dark Palace Chicken. The magic weapon is born. In the unknown Dark Palace. Z-la-la. Ouch. In the midst of H.L.'s thunder and lightning, a group of Woma cult leaders, Tianya Mingyu, suddenly lost their health. Damn! True leader. She quickly drank the powerful solar water and ran away. Followed by a very fast leader of Woma. The prodigal son of Tianya performed an invisibility surgery on her. And then she became invisible again, escaping the pursuit of the leaders in Woma. Looking up, this sneaky guy with a blood volume of 5,000 drops was none other than the true Woma cult leader. Tianya Mingyu disappeared, and the leader of Zen Woma turned around and joined the 5-7 level giant polygonal insects that were chasing after him. Click, click, click. The attack of the 7th level giant polygonal insect was very terrifying. It made the leader of Zen Woma howl and lose his health. Swish. Qin Hang's Tianya prodigal poisoned the leader of Woma, who immediately abandoned the 5 giant polygonal insects and turned around to attack the Taoist priest. The poison of the Taoist priest is the most hateful in the legendary game, as long as it is a boss. After being poisoned by a Taoist priest, he will immediately pursue the Taoist priest. It's probably because the green poison is too abnormal. It not only prevents it from recovering its blood, but also continuously reduces its blood volume. Who else would have been hacked so violently? He wouldn't have been able to bear it. Roar. At this time, Qin Hang's dog came forward and spat at the leader of Woma. Leader Woma turned around and attacked the dog frantically. But its attack was no longer absolutely suppressible to a level 5 dog. Coupled with the presence of the Taoist priest Tianya Prodigal, using the Holy Armor technique, Ghost Shield, and Group Healing technique, this level 5 dog would have no problem challenging the leader of Woma alone. At this time, 5 giant polygonal insects also came around. In the blink of an eye, 6 babies surrounded the Woma leader and beat him up. The amount of blood plummeted, falling straight down. Tianya Mingyu and Tianya Prodigal's son were too lazy to fight and stood aside to watch the show. After all, if they fight, the Woma leader will chase them again. The baby is not as fast as it, so it won't be able to catch it. This actually makes the game slower. It's better to let 6 babies surround them and beat them. And the Taoist priest can shoot them occasionally and that's it. Besides, the leader of Woma will go berserk when his health is reduced. It is still dangerous for a mage to be attacked by the violent leader of Woma. The leader of Woma, who had 5,000 drops of blood, was attacked by 6 perverted babies. How much blood did he lose? Level 7 giant polygonal insect. Kill it with 40 or 50 drops of blood in one bite. A level 5 dog. Spray out about 30 or 40 drops of its blood in one breath. 6 of them hacked at the same time. resulting in at least 200 drops of blood in 1 second. In less than 20 seconds, the blood volume has plummeted to below 800. Ouch ouch. After being threatened with death, Leader Woma's eyes instantly turned red, and he became violent. With a whoosh, he flew down behind the dog, and his huge paws with dazzling lightning gave it a phantom hack. Ouch ouch. The dog was trembling all over after being teased by the leader of Woma. His head kept tilting back, and he didn't even have the chance to fight back. The blood volume is dropping rapidly. Ring ring ring. Ring ring ring. Qin Hung hurriedly gave it a few shots to supplement its nutrition. 5 giant polyhedrons also came around again and just took a bite. With a whoosh, Leader Woma flew again. This is really flying. Gone. My day. Although he was prepared in his heart, Qin Hung still cursed. In my previous life, when I fought the leader of Woma in the unknown dark palace, my biggest fear was that it would fly away. Because the map is too big. This place is several times bigger than Woma Sands. Often, if the crippled Woma leader flies away, he will basically miss the chance. Because there are too many players in the unknown dark palace. Before you could find him, he would have been beaten to death. Qin Hung has picked up a lot of leaks like this. But now, if the map here is several times larger, it will be even more difficult to find it. If there are a large number of other players, it will basically be useless. Fortunately, Qin Hung is the only one at the moment. But it is depressing enough. The map is too big, and maybe the blood volume will be full when he finds it. Boo-hoo-hoo. After feeling depressed for a while, his 2 numbers started to fly randomly, as he was well prepared. While the baby was playing just now, Qin Hung's 2 accounts had already completed the transaction and prepared a large number of random teleportation scrolls, just to randomly fly to find the leader of Woma. Boo-hoo-hoo. A wild meal. Giggles. Giggles. Tianyang Mingyu, who was flying fiercely. The flame hatred of the mage is actually not that great. Far less than that of the baby. The poison of the Taoist is greater. At this time, Tianyang Mingyu released the 5 giant polygonal insects. A group of babies once again surrounded the leader of Woma and hacked hard. The leader of Woma screamed, tilted his head back, and his blood plummeted. Ouch ouch. When the blood volume dropped to about 800 drops, the leader of Woma went crazy again. This time, I caught a giant polyhedron and hacked it hard. Kill! Qin Hung snorted coldly. This time, the 2 numbers no longer stood idly by, but fired with full force. This is to kill the leader of Woma directly within a few seconds during his rage. In order to increase the maximum output rate, Tianyang Mingyu directly used the flashlight movie. Each flashlight movie can take away more than 60 drops of the Woma leader's blood. Qin Hung's Soul Fire Talisman is also extremely domineering, taking away more than 40 drops of blood every time. Ouch ouch. Leader Woma was so beaten that his health dropped below 200 in the blink of an eye. Just one more collective attack and it will explode. Whoosh. This thing is flying again. But not flying away. Instead, he flew behind Tianyang Mingyu, with lightning sparks at his claws. He hugged Tianyang Mingyu. His body turned into a phantom, and he attacked fiercely. Kakaka. Tianyang Mingyu's blood volume dropped like crazy. In the blink of an eye, only a quarter of the blood is left. But with the blessing of the magic shield, Leader Woma can't kill her right away. Fight! Gula Gula. Tianyang Mingyu drank 10,000 years of snow, and instantly regained her health. At the same time, the flash of light flickered by. Qin Hung's fire talisman came, and the dog sprayed from the air. A long scream. Leader Woma finally died. The bell rang loudly, and a lot of colorful things exploded on the ground. 3 red light pillars soared into the sky. Qin Hung looked over excitedly, seeing a Sibe bracelet, a kitchen knife, and a memory helmet, a copy of Half Moon Scimitar, and a Woma horn. There are also a lot of things that look pretty good, but I don't know if they are the best. After stepping forward and picking up the things one after another, Qin Hung checked them one by one. Suddenly, his eyes lit up again. Sure enough, something good has come out again. This kill is awesome. Memory helmet, defense 3/4. Magic defense 0 out of 2. Taoism 0/1. Originally, the memory helmet's attributes were only 3/3. But here it adds 1 point of defense, 2 points of magic defense, and a little more Taoism. This is a great product. Just what he needs. The prayer helmet he originally wore was to increase his attack. But now that his trumpet has a higher level and a higher level of Taoism, he has fewer opportunities to go up and chop. Therefore, Taoism is what he needs now. This helmet fits just right. Its defense is no worse than the original one, and it can also increase its main attributes. Qin Hung immediately put on the helmet. Although the prayer helmet with added attack is also good. Once it dies in a fight, it will disappear even in the store. It is better to wear this insurance point and increase the main attribute. As soon as he put on this hat, Qin Hung finally breathed a sigh of relief. He no longer had to be a cuckold. Unlike when he blasted the second-tier famous village in the early morning. At a glance, a lot of people had green heads. It's not easy to kill. Even the best helmet can't explode. Well now, I'm finally out of the cuckold army. After packing up everything, Qin Hung randomly flew to the vicinity of the Dark Palace Chicken. It has been more than 2 hours since he came here. Now that he has discovered the Dark Palace Chicken, there is no reason not to kill it. It's just that fighting the Dark Palace Chicken is a high-risk job. Mainly because the opponent attacks too hard. After arriving here, Qin Hung immobilized the babies. Otherwise they would clean up the little monsters. These little monsters might be the treasures he protects later. The mage Tianyao Mingyu did not move, and stood aside wearing an invisibility ring. Looking at the attack status of Dark Palace Chicken. If Tianyao Prodigal accidentally dies, she can still pick up equipment. After all, this was the first time for him. An experienced driver. To do this, so he had to be more cautious. Qin Hung moved forward invisibly step by step, carving a bloody path where he couldn't squeeze through. When he finally reached the Dark Palace Chicken, he received a spiritual revelation on the head of the big rooster. At this time, his spiritual enlightenment was also cultivated to the full level. So when he threw it, the blood volume of the big rooster was instantly displayed. 10,000. Sure enough, this is a real fake chicken. A Dark Palace Chicken. In the legendary game of the previous life, it was said that the Dark Palace Chicken had 5,000 drops of blood. But now it has 10,000 drops of blood. Just enough to match it. At this time, the surrounding monsters had not yet completely surrounded him. And he did not dare to attack the Dark Palace Chicken directly. He wanted to summon a skeleton to seduce the monster. But the dog was still there. Looking around, there were many monsters. Qin Hung thought for a while, and summoned the level 5 dog. As soon as the dog appeared, the surrounding monsters immediately surrounded and killed it. Something shocking happened to Qin Hung. I saw the big red rooster flying up suddenly, clucking and swooping towards the dog. With almost a swipe, he arrived in front of the dog before other monsters. The little mouth pecked at the dog's lower waist. Qin Hung couldn't see clearly the movements of the big cock. It was just an afterimage. Tuck tuck tuck. A sound like a woodpecker buzzing against the tree sounded continuously, accompanied by the shrill screams of dogs. Qin Hung watched in shock as the dog's blood volume dropped to over 100. And the speed is amazing. It can attack more than 3 times in 1 second. What attack frequency is this? This means that Qin Hung will die if he can't stand in front of it for 1.3 seconds. Even if Qin Hung had a package of 10,000 years of snow, it wouldn't be enough for it to attack. How long can you resist? It probably won't last more than 10 seconds. So there's no point. Under such high attack and frequency, even powerful solar water cannot be added. Qin Hung applied the group healing technique to the dogs, but it was of no use. The level 5 dogs did not last for 6 seconds and died. It is indeed the most powerful monster in the early legends of previous lives. No wonder he saw someone else's post on the internet saying in his previous life, "In the unknown Dark Palace, you must pray that you don't encounter the Dark Palace Chicken. Otherwise, it would be gone in the blink of an eye." Qin Hung felt that the Dark Palace Chicken he encountered now was definitely much more powerful than the Dark Palace Chicken in his previous life. After all, someone did post a picture in the previous life, and a group of people surrounded the Dark Palace Chicken and beat him to death. But now, Qin Hung doesn't think they can kill him, let alone a group of people. It probably won't work for hundreds of people. At such a fast speed, the mage's thunder and lightning can't hit it accurately. Currently, this virtual game does not have magic locking. It is difficult for the mage to aim the lightning technique. The mage can only set fire and use a large-scale ice roar to attack. Besides, this little thing is really not big, so it's hard to fight. All in all, it was absolutely terrifying. But, what to do now? Give up? Impossible. Gotta try other methods. But how can we kill it? Only poison. Qin Hung understood that as long as he was given a safe place to poison him, he could poison him to death. The crux of the problem is that now the Dark Palace Chicken is right next to him, making him afraid to move. The surrounding monsters did not surround him. As for whether the Dark Palace Chicken can attack him after he actually surrounds him, isolates the Dark Palace Chicken, and poisons the Dark Palace Chicken, that's another question. Qin Hung is now thinking about how to get the monsters to surround him, and then poison him. If the Dark Palace chicken can still hit him, he will stop attacking the Dark Palace chicken. If he was beaten to death, he could just let Tianyang Mingyu finish checking his things. He will completely give up on the idea of defeating the Dark Palace chicken. But now, it is useless for him to summon skeletons to lure monsters to surround him. The Dark Palace chicken is too fast, and can reach the skeleton immediately. If other monsters surround him, they will also surround the Dark Palace chicken. Just like now, after the Dark Palace chicken hacked the dog to death. He was right next to him. What to do? Qin Hung fell into deep thought, watching the chicken swing back and forth in front of him. I want to grab it by the neck and kill it. Is it okay to use the trapping spell? Trap by it from a distance, and then lure the monster next to it to come over. But in this case, he has to fly away randomly first. Moreover, if the trapping spell is not done right away, you might still have to fly back and forth, which is very troublesome. Is there any other way? Can we take advantage of the terrain? Qin Hung looked around. But this was a large passage without any twists and turns. Yes, and it was relatively far away. He probably didn't even take 2 steps before he was overtaken by the Dark Palace chicken and killed. This road doesn't work. What should I do? His eyes glanced at the giant polygonal insect next to Tianyang Mingyu not far away. Use this thing to go up and top it? Qin Hung felt extremely anxious. With the abnormal attack power of the Dark Palace chicken, it would take less than 10 seconds to attack a level 7 giant polygonal insect. And it would probably be gone. Even if he adds blood, he can't do it. What the HL? Chickens from the outside world can be seduced. Can this Dark Palace chicken be seduced? Qin Hung suddenly thought of this question. His eyes suddenly lit up, and his breathing became a little rapid. If a mage could be tempted to come over and become a pet, that would be absolutely awesome. If you take this perverted thing to the Tuching safe zone in Rebel, it will probably massacre the city. Unfortunately, Tianyang Mingyu has already seduced 5 pets at this moment, and cannot seduce any more. Besides, even if there are less than 5 pets, can the level 37 Tianyang Mingyu seduce the Dark Palace chicken? I guess the temptation is dead. And I can't be tempted. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed through Qin Heng's mind. Yes, temptation can be tempting. How could I forget this? Qin Hung was so excited that he almost laughed out loud. He didn't want to seduce the Dark Palace chicken into a pet, but wanted to use the power of the light of temptation to control the Dark Palace chicken's actions. As a veteran, he certainly understands that when a mage seduces a monster, he can temporarily immobilize the monster. When playing Legend in his previous life, in order to limit the high-frequency movement of the big boss, the mage often used the light of temptation to seduce the boss and make it temporarily stop moving. However, he had just been frightened by the terrifying attack of the Dark Palace chicken, and his mind had been stuck on the fact that he was still a Taoist priest. He didn't think about the mage's skills. At this moment, when he saw the bright moon and the giant polyhedron, he suddenly remembered that the mage had another trick to defeat the big boss. With a silly smile, he took action immediately. Tianyang Mingyu came over wearing an invisibility ring, and shined a light of temptation at the Dark Palace chicken walking there. Zi-la-la. Zi-la-la. As the tempting light of the bright moon at the end of the world enveloped the Dark Palace chicken, it immediately stopped moving, and its name turned yellow. This is what the monster looks like when it is shrouded in the light of temptation. Its name turns yellow, and it becomes motionless, as if it is enchanted. Unless someone attacks it, it will wake up immediately, or the mage stops tempting it, and then it will recover again after a few seconds. It's just that at this time, it will be a little crazy and attack all players and monsters around it randomly. Attack regardless of friend or foe. Huh? Yes. What will happen if this light of temptation is used on people in the outside world? Will he remain motionless? After the temptation is over, will you still become insane? Is it even possible to seduce a person into a baby? Imagine seducing that girl Mingyu into a baby. Holy shit. That means she needs to kneel down, and she will never dare to lie down. As these images flashed by, Qin Heng's breathing became a little rapid. Taking a few deep breaths, Qin Hung temporarily put aside this idea. Talk about it later. Now let's finish the chicken first, and then discuss it later. Not wasting any more time, Qin Hung hurried away, while the bright moon in the sky kept tempting Andy. Sure enough, the immobilized Andy didn't move. Only the mobs around him surged up and rushed towards him. The prodigal son of Kinya did not become invisible. After choosing a relatively moderate distance, he stopped moving. The fake Walma leader, fake white wild boar, etc. have surrounded him tightly. There are more monsters coming up. He added a small amount of health to himself, and immediately regained the health lost by the attacks of these mobs. After reapplying the Holy Armor technique and Ghost Shield on himself, he waited for more than 10 seconds again, and after making sure that no monsters could crowd around him, Qin Heng used the Invisibility technique. The surrounding monsters lost their targets, except for a circle of monsters that had been attacking Qin Heng. The other monsters were motionless. Qin Heng didn't care about the monsters attacking him. They were just like scratching an itch and couldn't shed a few drops of blood. Come and solve the problem. Everything is ready. Brush. Qin Heng then painted the Dark Palace chicken with green poison. The Dark Palace level instantly recovered from being shrouded in the light of temptation. He screamed loudly and rushed towards Qin Heng. Looking at the red afterimage, Qin Heng's heart jumped to his throat. Whether you can succeed or not depends on this. Giggle. Fortunately, the Dark Palace chicken finally stopped outside the little monster and did not fly in. Fine. Fine. This game planning is not that perverted. Otherwise, if it can really pass under the monster's feet, or fly directly over to attack, this Dark Palace chicken will really have no solution. Now, of course, it's much easier to handle. This little thing was spinning around in a hurry outside the monster. Although it was fast, Qin Heng could still poison it by meowing several times. Swish. After the poisoning was completed, Qin Heng became more confident. After adding some health to himself and recovering the health lost by the surrounding monsters, Qin Heng began to attack the Dark Palace chicken with the Soul Fire Talisman. Although it moves quickly, if Qin Heng fires a few more shots, one of them will hit. Each attack can take away more than 20 drops of Dark Palace chicken's health. After Qin Heng poisoned the leader of Woma, he could take away more than 40 drops of blood in one attack. From here, you can see how abnormal the defense power of this Dark Palace chicken is. It is twice as high as the leader of Woma. Tianyao Mingyu and the baby she seduced didn't do anything. They just stood and watched from a distance. There is no other way. If it can't hit Tianyao Prodigal, it will definitely turn around and attack Tianyao Mingyu. Then it will be chaotic again. It's better to fight like this now. Although it takes a little longer. It's safe. I don't know what will happen with this thing. Will the legendary artifact be revealed? As the Dark Palace chicken's blood volume became less and less, Qin Heng became more and more anxious and excited. In excitement, my hands trembled, and I couldn't aim correctly many times, worrying about gains and losses. More than 20 minutes passed quickly. Finally, when the Dark Palace chicken had about 100 drops of blood left, Qin Heng shouted excitedly, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, blow it up. As Qin Heng shouted, the last ant scarf took away the remaining blood of the Dark Palace chicken. The bell rang loudly, and a lot of equipment and items exploded on the ground. An extremely dazzling green light rose into the sky. The dazzling green color made Qin Heng unable to open his eyes. After rubbing his eyes, the excited Qin Heng squinted his eyes and looked over, and his eyes widened instantly. My breathing almost stopped. A big green stick that looks like the Staff of Judgment is lying under the light pillar. There are only 4 big green characters on the light pillar. The fallen magic weapon. Those 4 big characters made Qin Heng's heart beat loudly. Damn it! What a magic weapon! After getting excited for a moment, he looked at other things. There are 3 bottles of divine water, 6 pieces of mysterious equipment, and 6 pieces of ordinary high-level equipment. After taking a glance, Tianyao Mingyu immediately opened his shield and rushed forward. Z-la-la. Z-la-la. Hell's thunder. Hell's thunder. Plus a bunch of babies came over. After a few breaths, the prodigal son of Tianyao excitedly stepped on the big green stick. After quickly opening it, Qin Heng was a little dumbfounded. The down-and-out magic weapon? A row of question marks. No properties shown? In this case, Qin Heng ignored it and stepped on all other equipment first. Then take a good look at this green ruling. Question marks are a bit difficult to deal with. However, the equipment of the unknown Dark Palace is a question mark as soon as it is released. For example, if you get a mysterious helmet, if you don't equip it, just by looking at it, it will look like a row of question marks. You need to try it character by character. Only when the equipment is installed can you see the specific attributes of the equipment. Combined with the legends of previous lives, this down-and-out magic weapon is a warrior's weapon. However, Qin Heng has a divine power ring, so he can try to get it. He tried to equip it first, and then a system prompt sounded. Insufficient conditions to equip this item. Sure enough, it doesn't work. Is it because I don't have enough wrist strength? Putting on the divine power ring, Qin Hung tried again.
Insufficient conditions to equip this item.
Qin Hung asked the mage to try again. But it still couldn't be equipped. In this case, there are only a few possibilities. That is, first, the level is not enough to equip it. Some equipment requires levels. Second, the attack power is not enough and cannot be equipped. Third, I don't have enough Tao skills to equip it. Fourth, there is not enough magic power to equip it. Although others said it was a warrior weapon in his previous life, Qin Hung had never seen it or used it, and could not be sure. In short, this weapon is currently unusable. However, he remembered the picture someone had sent in his previous life, saying that the attack power of this thing was 30/0. Just the opposite of the 0/30 attack power of the Staff of Judgment. In other words, if the lost divine weapon wants to exert its maximum attack value, it must increase the curse by 10 and allow its sword to exert its minimum attack value of 30. Possessing a weapon with a curse plus 10. It is said that if you kill the player, the chance of destroying the opponent's equipment will be very high. I don't know if it's true or not. I can only find out when it becomes available in the future. Qin Hung looked at several other pieces of equipment. He didn't look at the mysterious equipment for now, but mainly looked at several other high-end pieces of equipment.
Huh?
There are actually good things. Qin Heng's eyes almost narrowed with laughter. Ares armor, female attack 0/2. Defense 5/9. Magic defense 3 out of 5. The God of War armor, as the most advanced warrior clothing in the current version, was originally non-attackable. 2 attack points are added here. It is definitely something awesome. Just this piece of clothing can at least be replaced with a Wuji stick. What the HL? Seeing this dress, Qin Hung was happy for a moment. Then complained, "Why don't you bring me some men's clothes? What do you mean by a female war goddess? Could it be that in order to wear this dress, my next warrior role must be a female one?" Qin Hung was confused at the moment. If you don't wear a female number, you won't be able to wear such awesome clothes. Let's get a female account. There are only 2 female accounts. Forget it. Let's see when the time comes. Maybe we can find men's clothes later. When he logged in before, he checked specifically and found that the 3rd character could not be unlocked yet. I don't know if the main character can be unlocked now that it is level 40. Thinking about the experience points gained by 3 accounts in the future, Qin Hung also felt a little pain in his stomach. Upgrading would be slowed down. However, that's not necessarily the case until the larger size comes up. Teaming up with 3 numbers will help you level up very quickly. Do you want to get 2 mage accounts? Leveling up will be faster this way. The thought came together and was immediately extinguished by Qin Hung. If he gets another mage number, he won't be able to learn warrior skills, unless the system gives him another character slot. A 4th character slot. But will the system give it to you? Qin Hung can't afford to gamble. The best thing is to practice another warrior number. As for training men and women, we'll talk about it later. Anyway, there is a woman in front of us. It seems that one more person won't be a big deal. In addition to a few ordinary high-level equipment, the remaining ones are 6 mysterious equipment. A helmet, 2 bracelets, 2 rings, and a belt. If he didn't dare to wear anything else, Qin Hung naturally dared to wear this belt. I tried to equip Qinya Prodigal, but couldn't put it on. Not even with a divine power ring. I tried it on Tianya Mingyu, but it still didn't work. Depend on. This should be a good thing too. He looked at the 10 bottles of divine water in the parcel column, and then looked at the remaining 5 pieces of mysterious equipment revealed by the Dark Palace chicken. Qin Hung is so itchy. The first kill of the super boss. Maybe there will be some good stuff. At worst, after being cursed, drink the divine water. After thinking about it, Qin Hung no longer hesitated. At this time, he and Tianya Mingyu didn't have to fight monsters. They could just fight with his dog and 5 giant polygonal insects. 2 accounts followed behind to interview the equipment. First of all, the helmet. After trying it on, Qin Hung found this. Attack +1. Defense 0/3. Magic defense 0 out of 2. Endurance 10/10. Weight 5 helmet. Requires level 30. It's a little worse than the prayer helmet that attacks 1. But it's still a good thing. Next are 2 bracelets. One with attack 2 and defense 0/3. And the other with Tau 2 and defense 2. It's also a nice little gem. Finally 2 rings. After some experiments, Qin Hung was a little stunned. This is actually a pair of rings with defense 0/4. Magic defense 0 out of 4. Magic 0 of 1. Taoism 0/1. And attack 0/1. This ring. At first, Qin Hung thought it was useless and rubbish. Later, it suddenly felt good. Why do you say that? At first glance, this thing doesn't seem to be of much use in the game. It can only be worn during PK. But the attack power will be very low. But what if it is worn outside? Qin Hung has been thinking about a problem during this time. That is, what kind of equipment should I wear outside? Needless to say, it is best to have equipment with high attack, path, magic defense, and physical defense at the same time. But how can there be such a good thing? There is a question of trade-offs. Either high attack or high defense. But in the outside world, what is the best thing for him to wear? There are powerful solar water, invisibility, poisoning, dogs, etc. As long as the enemy can't kill him at once, he can kill others. Therefore, Qin Hung felt that when outside, it was best to wear equipment with high defense and magic defense. Anyway, at present, the same level should be easily crushed. As for the 8 stars, as long as their defense is high, there will be no problem. Qin Hung currently has 2 roles. The Taoist priest wears a platinum ring, a 3-eyed bracelet, ghost gloves, and a memory helmet. These equipments have high defense and high Taoist skills. But what about mages? The hidden attribute of the ruby ring is just 1/1 defense. The hidden attribute defense of Seabay Air and Dragon Bracelet is also pitiful. Then, at this time, Qin Hung can wear these rings with added defense and magic defense when he goes offline. Increase your own defense. Just lower the magic power. Safety is important. Everything is possible only if you have life. Otherwise it's all nonsense. In this way, this pair of rings is very important. It is the most suitable ring for the mage to wear after he is offline. Yes, after the mage goes offline, you can still wear a pair of ghost gloves. Previously, there was a top-notch ghost with 4 defense who blasted the second line. In this way, Qin Hang's real-life character will once again greatly strengthen his defense. There is no way, even if he can crush the 7-star Grandmaster. But what about the 8-star? What about 9 stars? We have to guard against these. The best thing is to have all the characters wear a bunch of defense and magic defense equipment when they go offline. The mage wears a tiger tooth necklace with a 50% bonus. Huh? What will happen if both numbers wear a 50% tiger tooth necklace? Could it be that I am immune to magic in the outside world? Coupled with the magic evasion of the official position increase. Damn. It seems to be possible. Thinking of this, Qin Hang's eyes brightened horribly. There are also warlocks in the outside world. If you are immune to magic, you won't become a big pervert in the outside world. Right? Thinking about these thoughts, Qin Hung also started to order the 2 numbers to move forward to clean up the monsters. There is still some distance to go before we can finish cleaning up the unknown Dark Palace. Nearly 4 hours have passed. Of course, everything that was cleaned up before has also been refreshed. However, there is definitely no true leader or anything. The refresh time of the boss and other bosses must be the same as that of the outside world. How can it be so fast? It is estimated that at most some real white wild boars will come out. But the number will be pitiful. Qin Hung stepped forward and picked up the mysterious equipment dropped by the monster without even bothering to look at it. I'm not going to try it on either. I'll wait until we get back to the city. At this moment, the giant polygonal insect that was arching in front seemed to have touched some kind of realm. There was a loud rumble, and a monster more than 10 meters high emerged from the ground next to the wall. Qin Hung looked at it and was stunned. Go! Evil centipede. This thing. There was no unknown Dark Palace in the previous life. Right? Could it be that my memory is wrong? Qin Hung was stunned. The evil centipede was not in a daze. As soon as this evil centipede appeared, it immediately spat at Qin Hung and the mini babies. Puff puff puff. The system prompts that you are under a paralysis attack. The prodigal son of Tinya, whose body instantly turned gray, suddenly lost a lot of blood. Holy shit. What an evil centipede. After being stunned for a while, Qin Hung was not surprised but overjoyed. There are 5 giant polygonal insects here, and an evil centipede appears. Isn't this a gift of equipment? Even if he didn't have these 5 pets. With Qin Hang's current level, it wouldn't be that difficult to hack down the evil centipede with a suit of equipment that increases attack power. Everything else is easy to say. But what I'm most afraid of is that this guy will get away under the ground. Tianya Mingyu was wearing an invisibility ring and was not attacked. But the 5 giant polygonal insects were attacked by the evil centipede's saliva. 2 of them were paralyzed, and the other 3 had already charged forward. Click click click. A hit! The blood volume of the evil centipede suddenly appeared. 2,000 drops of blood. Under the attack of the 3-headed and 7-level giants. The paralyzed Tianyao wanderer hadn't poisoned the evil centipede, but its blood volume was so low. In the blink of an eye, it has reached below 1,000 drops of blood. Don't run away. Qin Hung prayed secretly. This place is so big. If the evil centipede escapes, it will take a long time to find it. It's a pity that prayer is in vain. When there were more than 400 drops of blood left, there was a loud rumble, and the evil centipede got into the ground and ran away. My day. With a depressed sigh, Qin Hung waited for another 2 seconds before he was relieved of the paralysis. It's better now. The place is so big that I can't find it. After being depressed for a while, Qin Hung still did his best, obeyed fate, and planned to search nearby. In my previous life, I fought the evil centipede many times in Death's Coffin, although it sometimes filled the map with diamonds. But most of the time it won't go very far. There is only one passage here now. It is nothing more than 2 characters running forward and backward against the wall to take a look. Evil centipedes usually appear in corners, so run against the wall to make them easier to encounter. The tuba started to run forward next to a wall. There were still many monsters in front of it that had not been cleared away, but it could still run. The trumpet opens the shield, removes the invisibility ring and runs back along the other wall. As expected, just after running 50 meters, the evil centipede emerged from the ground again. In the blink of an eye, he sprayed Tianyao Mingyu in the face, paralyzing her. Its huge claws are also bent down to attack. But with the blessing of the magic shield, the evil centipede cannot instantly kill Tianyao Mingyu. Gula Gula got used to the powerful solar water and carried it down. At this time, 5 giant polygonal insects rushed forward and beat the evil centipede hard. Kakaka. What's depressing is that after this guy burrowed into the ground once, his blood volume was actually full. Fortunately, the giant polygonal insects have super high attack power. In the blink of an eye, the evil centipede's blood volume was almost at its bottom. But an accident happened. The giant polygonal insect that Tianyao Mingyu first seduced has rebelled. Fortunately, she still had 4 heads. 3 of them continued to attack the evil centipede. The other head was attacked by the traitor and turned around to fight with it. 3 giant polygonal insects beat the evil centipede very quickly. A few seconds later, the evil centipede screamed and lay on the ground. With the sound of a bell, a large number of equipment items exploded on the ground. 2 red light pillars soared into the sky. Qin Hung took a look and saw a handful of purgatory and a 3-eyed bracelet. In addition, among the pile of equipment, there were several pieces of mysterious equipment, including a mysterious belt that he lacked the most. Chapter 188 Inner Demon. Clue. The best Wuji stick. In the unknown dark palace.
Damn it! It's really hard to wait for more than 6 hours. Maintenance was scheduled to be done at 8 o'clock, but it ended up being more than half an hour longer. What a broken system.
Qin Hung was about to check out the mysterious belt when an Yuan Jiang and Tianmu's cursing voice suddenly appeared in the guild.
Yes, it belongs to his sister, making me wait for a long time,
came the dissatisfied voice of the ligation surgeon. Xingya's sadness.
Ha ha, you two are such fast shooters. Even though my internet speed is so good, I'm not the first one to come in.
Mu Shuihui.
Hey, I guess they have been practicing for 30 years.
Fearless lone wolf.
Ha ha. Look at the prodigal boss. He is so happy. He is silent and silent.
Contractor 123.
Holy crap. Look. The prodigal boss is level 40.
The slot machine spit out starting coins.
Oh my god. Really? When did you reach level 40?
When Dance 220.
The speed of upgrading of the prodigal son is incredible. I remember he was at level 39 yesterday.
Shang Yun Shiyu.
Ha ha. The prodigal boss has been level 39 for more than 10 days. He probably rushed into the new map to level up as soon as the zone opened. He rushed forward directly.
Yeah, you.
It's very possible. Boss Prodigal. Where are you?
Tianyao Wanderer.
Your internet speed is too slow. I was leveling up in the maze of Pig Cave, and I have been in for a while. There are so many monsters here. So cool.
Qin Hung was stunned for a moment, and then answered casually. I was so obsessed with fighting monsters in the unknown dark hall that I even forgot to eat dinner. I don't know if Mingyue's mother-in-law will have any objections. Forget it. After defeating the remaining monsters, log out quickly to avoid starving her. Thinking of the comfortable feeling when holding each other in the morning, Qin Hung felt that it was necessary to raise the other party to be fat and white. It would be bad if he was too thin. At this time, players kept coming in, and the guild became lively and chattering. Qin Hung ignored them and tried to equip the mysterious belt. The bell rang and the equipment was put on directly. Qin Hung happily checked the attributes, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Mystery Belt. Defense 0/2. Magic Defense 0 out of 2. Attack 0/1. Taoism 0/1. Magic 0 of 1. Weight 2. Durability 8/8. Requires level 20. It's a nice little thing. Suitable for him. Yes. Qin Hung seemed to have thought of something, and quickly took off the 2 mysterious belts worn by the 2 numbers. He just said that he was in the pig cave maze. If others saw him wearing mysterious equipment, wouldn't he tell others that he was in the unknown dark palace? It doesn't matter if you lie to others. The key is, if a brother in the club asks how to enter. So do you say it or not? Tell me. I can't dominate this map for a few days, and countless players will probably flood in soon. If you don't tell me, it will hurt your feelings. The best way is of course not to wear the mysterious equipment yourself first, so that there won't be such a thing. Fortunately, the big one didn't wear the mysterious equipment before. Otherwise they would definitely see it when they check the prodigal son of Tianya. There is only a mysterious belt on Tianya Mingyu, which is probably not seen. Otherwise, I would have started making noises long ago. Qin Hung, who had taken off the mysterious belt, finally breathed a sigh of relief and continued to clean up the monsters. In the guild, as more and more people came in, they were discussing the new map. Some people advocate going to the pig cave maze to see if there is a boss, while others advocate going to the unknown dark hall to see if they can get new equipment. The gimmick of the mysterious equipment is still very attractive. As a result, those who advocated buying new equipment were dumbfounded after a while, because they have no idea where the unknown dark palace is. Household with difficulty in naming.
I'll go. Does anyone know where the unknown dark palace is? There's no official hint.
Doodle-a-doo-da-da.
I don't know. By the way, Gold Medal Girl, do you still have the Master Woma brand?
Damn it. All my equipment is gone.
Fearless Lone Wolf.
I also lost 2. Missing a dragon ring and ghost necklace. Damn it. Who did the evil thing? Let me know. I have to beat him to death.
Cloud Emperor Killing God.
Purgatory. Gold Medal Girl. Is there a purgatory? My purgatory has been exploded.
Following the complaints of these big sufferers, there are more than a dozen brothers in the Marfa Friendship Alliance who are also suffering. They also hung up in the second-tier Red Village, but they didn't wear brand-name equipment. They all exploded some ordinary equipment. The luckiest ones are Swordsman Goes to Hell and Dragon Tattoo. Although these 2 people are also on the second line, they were blessing necklaces. At this time, both of them were laughing happily, hearing the complaints from everyone. Qin Hung, who was in the unknown dark palace, felt ashamed. After thinking for a while, he said,
brothers whose ordinary equipment was exploded in Hongming Village. What are they missing? Come to me later to get it. I still have some left over from my old gear.
Night Owl.
Wow. The prodigal boss is so kind. I'm missing a blue jade necklace and a handful of frost.
Brothers shout out 1992.
Boss prodigal. I lost a man in a magic robe.
Tao Ao Xuanku.
Boss. I lost a magic weapon and a bamboo flute.
Deep Sea Arowana.
Boss. I dropped a handful of yenyu and an ebony bracelet.
Romantic Pig.
Boss. I lost a soul suit and a Taoist helmet.
More than a dozen guild members spoke, but Qin Hung couldn't verify it now. He just replied that when he comes back later, he will notify everyone to collect it.
Boss. You're so good to them. Can I be reimbursed?
Dududu asked enviously. Fearless Lone Wolf.
Boss prodigal. And me. And me. Hee hee.
Emperor Yun kills the god.
Boss. The prodigal son. I will only give you 1 purgatory. Not much. Ha ha.
Mu Shui Wei.
I think you want to eat shit. What you dropped is all brand name equipment. You want the prodigal boss to reimburse you?
Can you speak? Doesn't your conscience hurt?
Fearless Lone Wolf.
Hey. As long as the prodigal boss gives it, I will reluctantly take it.
Xingya's sadness.
Damn. Shameless.
The legation surgeon.
Damn. Shameless.
In an instant, hundreds of people copied it. The prodigal son of Tianya.
Shameless.
After chanting a sentence, he began to chat privately with the fearless lone wolf.
Brother, come over later and I'll make up for you. I'll go. Boss, I'm just kidding. No more.
The fearless lone wolf refused. No one's money comes from the strong wind. And besides, he is a second-generation rich man, so he is not short of money.
This is what I, the prodigal son of Tianya, plan to give away. If you don't want it, I'll throw it away. If you don't believe me, I gave him a set of Walmart brand name equipment last time. I have an invisibility ring, so it's easy to fight these equipment.
Jin Hung said slowly.
Okay. I've got you as my friend. Give me your mobile phone number, and I'll ask you for one-stop service another day.
The fearless lone wolf is not a mother-in-law person either. After playing for so long, he usually heard stories about the prodigal son from a poor family. According to speculation from households with difficulties in naming, the prodigal son of Kenya is probably not short of money in reality, because he only sells gold coins. If you are really short of money, just sell Chinese coins. Thinking of this, the fearless lone wolf felt that 2 Walmart brands cost only about 10,000 Chinese dollars. In their circle, it was just a casual meal. Therefore, after only a slight hesitation, he agreed. Anyway, it's a favor, and there will be plenty of opportunities to return it in the future.
My mobile phone number. I'm in a closed school, and the school won't let me take it with me. We'll talk about it later when I'm on vacation.
Jin Hung fooled around casually.
Okay. You are still a student, so I should be older than you. When you are free one day, just say a word and my brother will drive to pick you up.
The fearless lone wolf said boldly. With the matter settled like this, Jin Hung split up to talk to Dudu and Yun Emperor Killing God about equipping them. The reasons are the same. Both of them are also wealthy owners. They also think that Jin Hung is not short of money and no longer hypocritical. After getting this done, Jin Hung finally breathed a sigh of relief. He blew away the brother's pretense and was always a thorn in the side. This group of people, especially the fearless lone wolf, have come all the way, and it is impossible to say that they have no feelings. Once the equipment is returned, the psychological burden will be reduced, and the thoughts will be much clearer. What Jin Hung didn't know was that this was actually the inner demon among practitioners. If he is a person who does not value emotions, if you don't return the equipment, nothing will happen. Such is the nature of the mind. But if he values emotions, he will always feel uneasy and guilty if he explodes the opponent's equipment and refuses to return it. This is his inner demon. A person with many inner demons is naturally detrimental to his spiritual practice. If you feel unhappy, it will naturally be difficult to achieve anything, except for the paranoid. Of course, because of hatred, some people will work harder to cultivate and achieve breakthroughs. The greater the hatred, the stronger he becomes. This is actually a reflection of different Xinqing. Jin Hung continued to clean up the monsters while listening to the movements in the guild. Mainly, I want to hear whether they know where the unknown dark palace is. In the end, I kept searching and searching, but I didn't know. Jin Hang's visual inspection showed that within an hour or two, these people would not even be able to find him. After all, no one has gone to the 3rd floor of the Centipede Cave connecting passage to level up in a short period of time. Someone must have been leveling here before, but the system has just been maintained. It will take time to kill from the east of the 1st floor of the dungeon to the 3rd connecting passage. Jin Hung guessed that it would take more than 2 hours at the earliest. As for how long it will take for everyone to find the wood after the leveling players inadvertently discover the entrance to the unknown dark palace, it is another matter. More than 10 minutes later, Jin Hung finally finished cleaning the unknown dark hall. There were still a lot of newly spawned monsters ahead, but he didn't continue killing them. My stomach is so hungry.
Brothers whose equipment was exploded, please come to the first line to Qingyan to pick up the equipment. I only have to wait for 5 minutes. If you don't come after 5 minutes, I will starve to death if you don't wait after 5 minutes.
After Jin Hung shouted, the 2 accounts went offline directly in front of the unknown dark palace. There is no other way. Tianyao Mingyu is still carrying some giant polyhedrons. Taking it directly back to the safe area will probably cause unnecessary trouble. Just go offline directly. Going online again, Jin Hang's 2 accounts appeared on the 3rd floor of the connection channel. After being offline, the baby seduced by the mage dies. And in the unknown dark palace offline, the characters were indeed teleported outside. Jin Hung also experimented to see if there were any other changes. In no time, the 2 numbers returned to Tuchengin. Soon, the fearless lone wolf and the Cloud Emperor god of killing and their group of animals rushed over.
Boss! I'm here! Give it to me! Give it to me quickly!
Dududa was wearing big pants, and he rushed in first in a hurry. Seeing Jin Hung beeping that they really reissued Walmart brand name equipment, Night Owl and others were stunned.
Boss Prodigal Son, I also want the Walmart brand,
Night Owl said with a flattering smile. Others who had just lost ordinary equipment were also making a fuss.
Go! Go! I'm selling it to them at a 10% discount. Do you want it? Guild price. 10% off.
Qin Hung waved his hand and laughed. When the others heard this, they immediately wilted and obediently collected their equipment and left. Let them buy brand name equipment. Who will buy it? It costs 5,000 Chinese dollars each. It's expensive even after 10% off. The others left, leaving only Cloud Emperor Killing God, Fearless Lone Wolf and Master Dudu. The three of them looked at each other and knew in their hearts that it was the prodigal son of Tianya who sent it away. After thanking Qin Hung again, the three of them left. Qin Hung put on defensive equipment at the inn and hurriedly logged off. Brush. Qin Hung got up and ran downstairs in a hurry.
Sister Yu.
After saying H, low to Ming Yu who was sitting downstairs reading a book. He rushed to the toilet impatiently. This guy. Can't hold it in anymore? Let you lie down every day. A smile appeared on Ming Yu's face and she waved.
Yu. Serve.
Just when Qin Hung and Ming Yu were eating happily, a mansion in Fengyu City was filled with gloom and mist. With a loud bang, a vase was smashed into the brightly lit hall.
Why? Why hasn't Feng'er been found after more than 10 days? What do you do for food? A bunch of trash.
A middle-aged man in golden clothes roared angrily at the men around him. This is Ling Mansion, the place where the deputy master of Fengyun sect, Ling Hong, lives. Fengyu City is the headquarters of Fengyu sect. As the deputy sect leader, he naturally has his own huge independent house. Although it is not as big as a business place like Fengyu Tower, it still occupies a very large area in Fengyu City. As one of the most powerful men in Fengyu City, Ling Hong was living an extremely uncomfortable time. The reason is naturally that his second son is missing. Originally, he didn't know that his son was missing. But that day Ming Yu and his men came angrily to look for someone. But his son was not there. After Ming Yu left without finding anyone, he immediately contacted and arranged other subordinates in Fengyu Tower with a confused look on his face. After some questioning, I figured out what was going on. It turned out that his son suspected that Ming Yu was in love with a country disciple. So he arranged a plan to get rid of the country disciple. There is nothing wrong with doing this kind of thing. There is no fairness in competition. Kill the other person. This is his son. But the son failed and did not kill the other party. Later, the maid Dong Ju who worked with him disappeared. He didn't understand until Ming Yu came to ask for someone the next day. Originally, he himself thought that his son had gone into hiding with Dong Ju. But it had been more than 10 days, and he still hadn't found her. This is so abnormal. Moreover, even if his son really killed that disciple, he shouldn't hide. It is absolutely impossible for Ming Yu to dare to kill her own son just because of the death of a disciple. Feng'er should be very clear about this. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to kill that disciple. This is obviously wrong. Besides, if Feng'er wants to hide, wouldn't it be enough if he just runs home? If he didn't kill that disciple, what else could Ming Yu do? At most, it's just a bit of scolding. Today was another fruitless day, and another incident did not go well. Ling Hong, who had been suppressed for a long time, finally broke out. All the valuable vases were smashed.
Master, calm down.
Seeing Ling Hong being furious, a beautiful middle-aged woman quickly stepped forward to stop him. She is Ling Aofeng's mother, Mrs. Ling, and also Ling Hong's second wife.
It's been so many days, and there's been no news at all. How can I calm down?
Ling Hong stared at his subordinates with a sullen face, as if he wanted to choose someone to devour.
You all go down first and continue searching.
Mrs. Ling waved her hand, and all the men left quickly and obediently. After Mrs. Ling waited until no one was around, she walked to the back hall. Ling Hong followed. The two of them opened a secret room in their own room and soon entered a spacious secret room. Here, there is another old man in gray robe, holding a book and reading. If Qin Hung were here, he would be surprised to find that this man looks very similar to Elder Yuan who he killed. But he is older. The cultivation level is higher, reaching the 8-star realm.
Elder Yuan.
Ling Hong and his wife greeted the old man. Ling Hong also has an 8-star cultivation level, so there is no need to be too polite to him.
No news yet?
Elder Yuan asked casually.
No. There are no clues in the entire Fengyu City.
Mrs. Ling shook her head, her expression ugly. Ling Aofeng is her son after all.
Then there is only one possibility. He is dead.
Elder Yuan closed the book and said calmly.
Ah. Does Elder Yuan have any evidence?
Ling Hong couldn't believe it. Elder Yuan said slowly.
On the day of your master's accident, my hidden door was also pulled out at the entrance of the Ping and Escort Bureau. Everyone was burned to ashes. According to our speculation, at that time, in addition to my disciples, There were 2 or 3 piles of ashes among the ashes. If the prince had been present at the time, he would probably have been doomed. What? Do you mean what Elder Yuan said?
Ling Hong and his wife asked in shock and anger.
Ha ha. My son Yuan who died there. Why should I lie?
Elder Yuan's eyes flashed with a fierce look. Obviously, his anger reached its extreme at this time.
Well, Fomer does know the location. But why is he running to where he is?
Ling Hong grabbed his hair, obviously not believing that his son would run to the branch hall of the Yimin.
Master, could he take Dongju and run there to escape?
Mrs. Ling guessed anxiously. Dongyu? Ling Hong frowned deeply. He knew this maid. It was the spy he said to Mingyu. Usually Mingyu would tell Fomer anything. After going back and forth, these two people were already in love. He had encountered this matter once in the secret room. Otherwise, he would not have known about it. So, on that day, Dongyu helped Fomer set up a trap. And Mingyu did not dare to touch Fomer. Dongyu would definitely be executed by Mingyu if she didn't run away. Even if Fomer brings Dongju to Ling Mansion, it will be useless. If you want to keep Dongju, you have to hide her. From this point of view, it is very possible that Fomer took Dongju to hide in the Yimin branch hall. Thinking of this, his heart was beating wildly. Fomer might have really died there. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to see people alive, but not dead or corpses. After taking several deep breaths to calm down the anger in his heart, Ling Hong asked,
Elder Yuan, have you found out who did the murder in the branch hall?
Elder Yuan shook his head and said,
Originally we thought it was Fumin who did it. Under the leadership of the deputy sect leader. He ran to Fumin and had a fight with the opponent. In a big battle. Although we killed many of them in the dark. The talisman gate was very strange, and we also suffered a lot of losses. Later, the Fu sect leader showed up to find the deputy sect leader and swore to heaven that he had never touched any of my Yin sect disciples. So we evacuated. So, there is another person responsible for the murder in the branch hall. Who is this thief? Hateful.
Mrs. Ling's face was full of sorrow. Apparently, she also determined that her son most likely died inside.
I don't know, but he should be a powerful warlock.
Elder Yuan shook his head. Then, he changed the topic and asked,
Master Ling, how is your master?
He came today to collect information and discuss the next plan for Fengyu's sect. Ling Hong said,
He was hit by your great elder's ecstasy palm and is still recovering. It is probably difficult to recover. 10% of his power should have been reduced by 30%.
Now is a good time to get started. Really? Very good. I'll go back and report it right away. Master Ling, just sit back and wait for the good news.
When Elder Yuan heard this, he opened the door of the secret passage behind without hesitation and hurried away. Fengyu's sect is a big cake. If Yin sect can win Fengyu's sect and support Ling Hong, it will be equivalent to taking control of Fengyu City. Being able to obtain greater cultivation resources, etc., is very important for the development of the hidden sect. As the gold-attracting kiln in Fengyu City becomes more and more popular, more and more people are eyeing this piece of fat. However, it is still a bit difficult to capture the hidden sect, unless we wait for the other elders to come out of seclusion. Watching Elder Yuan leave in a hurry, the remaining Ling Hong and his wife remained silent, with extremely ugly expressions on their faces.
Bitch. It's all that bitch from Mingyu. If she didn't act like a fool, how could my son take Dongju to the Yimin branch? How could he cause such a disaster?
Ling Hong yelled angrily. The sound insulation here is very good, and he is not afraid of others hearing him.
What do you want me to do?
Mrs. Ling asked through gritted teeth.
When Yimin takes action, I must catch that bitch with my own hands and fulfill my son's wish. Then destroy her cultivation. Throw her into the Fengyu Tower. And become a bride every night. Only then can I relieve the hatred in my heart. And that bastard named Qin Hung. We also want him to be cut into pieces. No. I heard that he is more beautiful than women. Send him to a young man's home and make his life worse than death.
Mrs. Ling gritted her teeth. Qin Hung naturally didn't know that Ling Hong and his wife wanted to mess with him. But he could guess that the crisis was coming step by step. The unknown enemy is scary. And the most terrifying thing is that this enemy looks very powerful. The 7-star Grandmaster, who was as powerful as the Yin sect, would come over and kill him as soon as he heard that he was in Fengyu Tower. This shows how powerful his enemy is. What is your relationship with Qin? Is he really some bullshit prince? Qin Hung doesn't know. Forget it. Don't think about it. It's true to seize the time to improve your cultivation. Everything else is fake. He picked up the rice and looked at Mingyu, who kept picking up vegetables for him and smiling.
If this woman really likes me, then I have to work harder. Otherwise, if you die by then, you might still implicate the other party. If a man in his previous life did not work hard, he would not be able to support his family. If he doesn't work hard in this life, he won't even be able to protect his own woman. After eating in a hurry, Jin Hung smiled at Mingyu.
Thank you. Sister you. Eat slowly.
With a polite thank you, Jin Hung washed away. No matter what the other person's purpose is, if they cook for you every day, wait for you to eat chili with you, teach you martial arts, and teach you knowledge, they all deserve respect. As for if you really want to be your own son in the future, let's talk about it later. Seeing Jin Hung politely leaving, Mingyu was stunned for a moment, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, showing a hint of joyful smile. The little man seems to have grown up. After washing himself, Jin Hung returned to the room. He did not enter the game immediately, but planned to improve his cultivation first. Although it doesn't have enough experience points to advance to 8 stars, it is enough for him to gain a lot of experience and increase his strength. Open the real person panel. Jin Hung, host. 7 stars of martial arts. 0/100000000. Remaining experience value. 51314758. Gold coin. 131477758 sealed. The experience value is over 50 million. And it's time to upgrade. However, my level in the game is already 40, and I am a master in reality. But the real game currency is still in a damn sealed state. What is this used for? Jin Hung, who was depressed for a moment, stopped thinking about it. Anyway, the boat would go straight to the bridge. Promote. Following Jin Hung's thoughts, the legendary door in his mind opened again under the music of dong 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 dong. Countless powerful energies entered forcefully, making Jin Hung groan in comfort. Soon, he fell asleep in comfort. This promotion is not a promotion to a big realm, but it doesn't take long. After just over an hour, he woke up. Open the real person panel. Jin Hung, host. 7 stars of martial arts. 51436052/100000000. Remaining experience value, 0. Gold coin, 131477758 sealed. Yes, his cultivation level has increased by half, and his strength has greatly increased. Jin Hung smiled and moved his hands and feet, feeling the explosive power in his body. Opening the game map again. This time more than half of the entire Fengyu Tower is covered by the map. After scanning them all, Jin Hung suddenly frowned. He actually saw a small red dot in the Fengyu building, the main building not far away. The little red dot is the enemy, and his biggest enemy at present is the hidden door, or the unknown. After thinking about it, Jin Hung felt that Mingyu was not here, so he let go. Jin Hung was suddenly shocked. Low laughter came from the hot spring in the backyard, and the laughter of Mingyu and Chun Ju could be heard faintly. Actually washing. Do you want to take a look? Jin Hung thought, and his whole body became a little hot. Others may be too lazy to look at it, but the bright moon is really attractive. The whole person became invisible in an instant and rushed away in a hurry. Soon, Jin Hung came to Fengyu Tower. Watch the bright moon wash. He's not that bored yet. Last time I glanced at the other person changing clothes, and it made me feel so uncomfortable. If you can't play it, it's better not to watch it, lest you feel uncomfortable holding it back. When you reach the full legendary level in the future, you can watch whatever you want. Thinking about his thoughts, Jin Hung found the location of the red dot. This is a young man. Very handsome. 7-star Grandmaster. Although he is still far behind him, there is no denying that he is even more handsome than young Master Alfeng. At this time, this man was at the number 1 Miss Yurong. Yurong was dancing for him, and her enchanting figure made the young man's eyes never leave. Jin Hung couldn't help but take a few more glances. He couldn't help it. This girl Yurong was indeed more promising than Mingyu. This is the real king of war. But, who is this man? Jin Hung couldn't see it either. Do you want to shoot him to death immediately? Jin Hung stood behind the man and stretched out his hand to make gestures. But he always felt that this man had an extraordinary bearing. If he really slaps her to death, he might cause unnecessary trouble to that woman Mingyu. But I also have to level up, so I definitely can't wait here. Just when Jin Hung was a little hesitant, the man spoke. Ha ha! I have long heard that Miss Yurong is extremely intelligent, like a fish or a goose. When I see her today, she is indeed well deserved. After saying that, he drank the wine in one gulp. Young master, I love you so much. Yurong strolled over and gave the guy more wine with a smile.
I wonder if I can stay here tonight.
The man went straight to the point.
Ha ha. Master. Of course not. I am not selling my body by performing arts.
Yurong continued dancing.
TSK. What a pity. Then when will you rest? Closes at 4 in the morning. Okay. Okay. Finally come out for once. I will accompany you until 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock? Qin Heng's hand that was about to clap stopped. Then I'll spare your life first. Qin Heng was about to leave when he suddenly heard the man ask again.
Miss Yurong, have you ever heard of the Jude village near Fengyu City? Jude village? No.
Yurong answered casually without losing her dancing grace.
Oh.
The man's eyes flashed, and he didn't say anything. He just watched Yurong dance quietly. Qin Heng was silent for a moment and retreated. This guy knows about Jude village. So that's right. He's just here for himself. Judging from the situation, he doesn't look like someone from the hidden sect. Could it be related to my big enemy? Then I can follow you and fish for fish later. Then forget it for now. Spare his life for now. Wait until I level up first. Qin Heng quickly returned to the Sun and Moon Pavilion. As I listened, the bright moon was still washing. I can't move any closer. In the backyard hot spring, the bright moon lies comfortably in the water. In fact, she also has a hot spring in Mingyu Pavilion. But since Qin Heng moved to Sun Moon Pavilion, she has been washing and washing here. And every time he spoke, his voice was loud. And he stayed there for more than an hour. Of course I did this for fishing. Fishing for the big fish Qin Heng. Especially after knowing that the grown man could walk through walls, escape through earth, and be very good at hiding. She stayed here even more unscrupulously. Only by letting him know how good he is. I wonder if the little man is looking at himself now. If so, that would be too. Thinking of this, she stretched out a leg from the water. Put it down again. Stretch it out again. And keep splashing the water. 10 minutes later, Qin Heng came out of the toilet. Soak it in water so you can play games. Go back to bed. Take a few deep breaths. Put aside the messy things in your mind. And enter the game. On the other side, the bright moon finally rises. As usual, she looked at the ground around her. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. After letting Chuingju and others go out, she took out a towel and wiped up a drop of blood on the ground. He actually came. Mingyue's face turned red instantly, and her heart was beating fast. But, is this his blood? Mingyu quickly put on her clothes and quickly came to the elixir pavilion.
Yuan, help me see if this blood belongs to Qin Heng?
Yuan, who was refining elixir, raised her pitch-black round face and looked at the bright moon speechlessly. After taking it and smelling it, yes, it smells like this.
It's his. Really?
Mingyu giggled and ran away in a blink of an eye. Yuan was speechless and picked it up again and smelled it carefully, with a hint of surprise on her face. Yang Qi is extremely active. Have they gotten this far? How did Qin Heng know Mingyue's little thoughts? At this time, he had already entered the game and looked at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock in the evening. I changed all the equipment and paid attention to the information in the guild. As a result, what surprised Qin Heng was that the brothers in the guild had not yet found where the unknown Dark Palace was. Household with difficulty in naming.
Holy crap! The game officials are really stupid. When I asked them where the unknown Dark Palace was, they just didn't tell them. We didn't find it even after searching for so long.
Xingya's sadness.
Yeah. It's so annoying. Could it be that he didn't open a new map and lied to us?
Listening to the discussion in the guild, Qin Heng chuckled and did not chat with them privately. There are just a few things in the unknown dark hall, and he can clean them all by himself. So he won't say. Besides, these rich people don't lack such things. After leaving the house, Qin Heng entered the east level of the dungeon after the two horns flew away. After a random meal, Qin Heng discovered that there were not many players spawning monsters here, which surprised him. This is a front line. After listening carefully to the chaotic chatter in the guild, Qin Heng finally understood that this was because many people had gone to the new map of Jiudong. Also, just those few maps every day. If a new map is suddenly released, I will be curious to check it out. Soon, Qin Heng entered the connecting channel. There was no one on the first floor of the dungeon outside, and there was no one in the connecting passage. After thinking about it for so long, players also know that there is no boss in the connecting channel. Only players who have no place to level up will come here. It's just that after the new map was opened, there were more places, and no one came here for the time being. No wonder the players haven't found the unknown Dark Palace for several hours. It seems that if you want to find it, You have to wait until the enthusiasm for the pig cave maze subsides before players come back here to level up and discover it again. Qin Hung was naturally happy to see this situation. The two numbers don't clear them. They just randomly pass them. At each intersection. Just clear them away. Soon, Qin Hung came to connection channel 3 again and teleported in. After entering, if I don't play for a few hours, the place will be filled with monsters again. Qin Hung's two accounts quickly gathered together and started cleaning up. Along the way, all kinds of monsters, except for the fake evil pincers and the fake Woma guards, were spared and cleared away. Qin Hung would always pick up the dropped mysterious equipment and ordinary equipment and take a look at them. Although most of the time these ordinary equipment are ordinary equipment. Occasionally there is a small gain. The strength of attack 1. The magic robe, female, of demon 3. Etc. At present, equipment above level 10 can still be sold for money. And Qin Hung has an unlimited warehouse. So of course, he has to pick it up. There are only more than 10 million gold coins left. And my grandma's family is so poor. After this wave, you must find a gold medal girl to do some in-depth trading. It feels like I haven't dealt with her for a long time. And I don't even know how good she is at bargaining. After cleaning up all the way, Qin Hung quickly seduced 2 giant polyhedral insects again. With this powerful help, plus dogs, and those fake Woma guards, Qin Hung also pushed past them. In fact, although this kind of monster is difficult to kill, its explosion rate is pretty good. It is easier to drop equipment above level 20, such as coral rings, gold bracelets, etc. And a lot of them are also dropped. One after another. Qin Hung once again killed the true white wild boar, the true evil viper, the true corpse king and other bosses. Maybe it's a newly open map, and the explosion rate is pretty good. As long as it is a boss that can explode Woma's famous brand equipment. At least one of them will explode. And the really evil snake gave him a kitchen knife again. This guy is really good at the explosion rate of weapons. Yes. I wonder if going to other routes and killing these bosses first will also lead to a good explosion. Qin Hung suddenly thought of this question. Suddenly I felt a bit itchy. But he didn't take action right away. He was already here. Why did he have to finish this wave before leaving? After a while, an elegant system prompt sounded.
Ding dong! Do you want to sign in? Yes. Congratulations on getting 10 packages of 10,000 years of snow and frost. A bottle of blessing oil. And 50,000 gold coins.
TSK. Not bad. This 10,000 year snow frost is a life-saving thing. Some boss attacks are too high and the frequency is too fast. And the powerful solar water cannot be added. There's no way. It can only add 50 HP. It's already a bit insufficient. An hour later, Qin Hinglu successively killed some perverted scarecrows, perverted deer, etc. But never found any particularly perverted equipment. He didn't care. Could this thing be used every day? Do you think you were playing on a private server? Now it would be nice to kill a real white wild boar and explode a Walmart brand. The pig caves on the 4th and 5th floors outside. I heard from people in the meeting. Kill them several times before they explode once. Not long after, Qin Hung met the leaders in Woma again. This time I killed the leader of Woma, which was even more disgusting. I was hit by this guy twice. Fortunately, Qin Hung was lucky the second time and found it quickly. The first time was the worst, as the opponent restored its health to full, and then caught it again. However, it exploded just fine. A Woma horn, a copy of Summoning Divine Beasts, a Purgatory, and a ruby ring. There is no top quality one. As for the mysterious equipment, I don't know yet. And Qin Hung didn't try it either. He wants to catch more now, and then take it to the store together to try the best. As a veteran driver, he naturally has a way of testing mysterious equipment. Don't waste time now. Do more. Otherwise, when other players come in, he will have no place to find treasures. Not long after, Qin Hung met the evil centipede again. After beating the opponent up, he only gave him a life necklace. It's really too watery. Half an hour after finishing this, Qin Hung finally met Andy again. This refresh should be slower, repeating his old tricks. It took him half an hour to defeat the Dark Palace chicken. This time, no downfall magic weapon was revealed, but a Wuji stick dropped. Qin Hung picked it up and looked at it. His eyes widened again.
3 out of 6 Taoist skills. Accuracy plus 1 Wuji stick.
The big cock is so powerful and awesome. Chapter 189 New and Old Grudges. Crazy Harvest. A line of unknown in the Dark Palace. 3 out of 6 Taoist skills. The Wuji stick that adds 1 to accuracy. This is very good. One of the 3 divine weapons. The Taoist priest's top weapon, the dragon pattern sword, has a Taoist skill of 3 out of 6. Plus, it's a little more accurate. In terms of top quality alone, it actually crushes many equipment with several attributes, such as 1/4 death gloves and the like. Because the more famous the brand name equipment is, the harder it is to produce the best. Qin Hung now only remembers the helmet and the ghost gloves, which are rather perverted things. As for the top level weapon, like the Ouija stick, it is even more difficult to come up with the best one. Generally, the most you can do is increase accuracy, luck, or strength. Strength +1 is the most common. In short, this weapon is estimated to be ranked in the top 3 among all current Ouija sticks. Why not first? There is no weapon ranking list. And Qin Hung doesn't know if others have revealed more perverted Ouija sticks. There are 20 lines. Not too many or too many every day. And at least 5 or 6 can be exploded. It seems like a lot. But in fact, if it is divided into the hands of tens of millions of Taoist players, it is really pitiful. This is also the reason why the 20-line Corpse King Palace and the abandoned mining area produce so many skill books every day. But the number of skill books is still soaring, mainly because there are so many people in the first-line abandoned mining area with the best explosion rate. Small guilds and small forces all reserve the space. There are a lot of players in places that don't have a reserved area. When wave spawn monsters come out, they won't be able to defeat a few before they're gone. At the end of the day, it divided among everyone. How many skill books can you produce? It will definitely be difficult to get together for your own use. Go to other routes. The explosion rate is twice as low. It will be even harder to get your own skill book. Many people simply mine while waiting for the refresh. If that doesn't work, they pool their money to buy it. In short, although there are more lines now, there are more players. Otherwise, we wouldn't be urging the official to open new maps every day. It's a pity that they can't find the new unknown Dark Palace that was opened. Now it's an advantage for Qin Hung. Qin Hung happily put on this top-quality Ouija stick and took out a bottle of blessing oil.
Congratulations! Your weapon is blessed.
Lucky +1. 1 success. Not bad. After looking at the more than 20 bottles of blessing oil in the package, Qin Hung resisted the desire to drink. It's useless. Even if you drink it all, you won't get a lucky 7. It's very possible that you won't even get up to 5. If you don't hold back now, you won't be able to accumulate. Yes, Qin Hung took out another bottle and wanted to drink it for Tianyang Mingyu. But in the blink of an eye, his expression changed and he took off some of the best equipment from Tianyang Mingyu and Taoist No. For example, the best ruby, the best platinum, and the best life necklace. These are all stolen goods, and it is easy to make people suspicious if they are seen gathering on him. Therefore, he quickly took them all off and put on some ordinary Walmart brand name equipment. However, my mage number is already level 37, so if I put on the purple snail and dragon bracelet, I should be fine. After all, her level is so high. Isn't it normal to wear this thing? He no longer has to be judged by others as to whether he has carried enough weight. As a result, Tianyang Mingyu finally brought the purple snail and the dragon bracelet openly. After fighting the first line of hidden palace chickens, although there were still many ahead, Qin Hung did not continue to clean up. There are still 19 lines of secret chicken waiting for his first time. I looked at the time and saw that it was almost 3 o'clock. It would not be appropriate to change the route and go to the unknown Dark Palace on another route, because he still has to stare at the little red dot at 4 o'clock. After thinking for a moment, Qin Hung knew what he should do. Brush. He went offline first, then went up, still on the front line, and killed those giant polyhedrons. With a whoosh, he returned to the Tuching safety zone. There was a dense crowd here, and he stood here for a minute. Mainly I want to see if anyone sells advanced skill books like Summoning Divine Beasts. It's a pity that there isn't. Maybe most people have gone to the pig cave. Looking at the players around me, most of them were wearing level 22 professional attire, and a few were wearing God of War armor and demon robes. He only saw 3 mages with shields and no Taoist priests with dogs. But the 7th level skeleton saw 2. Most of the players around the safe zone are around level 26. This should be the first batch of mainstream players. As for those who come up after the system maintenance, they should all be around level 22. After checking the high-level equipment, the best ones are a magic wand, purgatory, and 1 or 2 Walmart brand names. I didn't see a single Walmart brand name on the whole body. It was mainly small shrimps, and the big guys were not there. However, There are quite a few people who wear the best clothes with 1 or 2 Walmart brands. Most of them are still wearing level 22 shop clothes, holding Yenyu, subduing demons, and 1 or 2 small exquisite items on them. As for Zuma's brand name equipment, top-level equipment such as the Wuji stick and the kitchen knife, I didn't see any of them. Therefore, Qin Heng's 2 numbers headed towards the station, which instantly attracted everyone's attention. Wuji stick, memory helmet, magic wand, Taoist helmet, dog. These are the signs of a master. A large group of players immediately surrounded his 2 accounts, and people kept attacking him with Yenyu or Jiangmo. DXY phone.
Oh my god! A famous prodigal from the end of the world. This is level 40.
The man who is tying a horse.
Damn! I work day and night to level up to level 28. How did he practice?
Lamont.
I'll go. Look at their equipment. It's too perverted.
You.
The best memory helmet. The best Wuji stick. The best ghost hand. Zuma's famous mind bracelet. Super top quality ghost gloves. Top quality ghost suit. Damn. The others are all famous brands. How much does this cost?
Your uncle in the heavens.
My day. Look. Look at the bright moon at the end of the world. Purple bisnail. Dragon bracelet. Isn't this the Master Zuma brand name equipment? Damn. I brought 2 of them this time.
Feng Linshenmu.
That's awesome. Brother Prodigal. Can you give me some money? You can also give me some garbage. Give me some.
Brother Prodigal.
I don't ask for much. Just give me 1 million gold coins.
Countless people were pestering Qin Heng and chattering. But how could Qin Heng have time to deal with them? After standing for a while, no one was selling advanced skill books. So Qin Heng had to go to the store to repair equipment. Some jewelry, clothes, etc. don't last much longer. What Qin Heng didn't know was that he was sizing up others just now. And many people with ulterior motives were also sizing up at him. Among them is his familiar and crazy big cousin. The eldest cousin of Huang Tai frowned and looked at the position where Qin Heng's 2 figures were standing just now, and then sent the equipment of Qin Heng's 2 figures to his guild chat.
Princess, this is the equipment of Tianyao Prodigal and Tianyao Mingyu. Although it looks abnormal, it doesn't have what you said.
Princess Guangzhou and others were exposed to equipment in a second-tier red village. In addition to collecting clues online, I burst into tears at Great Wall. A talented student with a good brain. Not long ago, he had another idea. That is to find it in the game. How to find it? Simple. After all, the equipment dropped by many bosses is quite abnormal. Isn't it normal to get a 1/5 demon? After the equipment of Tianyao Prodigal and Tianyao Mingyu was delivered to the Quanglao Arrogant Guild, they also caused a burst of exclamation, pulling the princess.
Damn it! Why is he becoming more and more perverted? So fierce. Who can bear it?
Dragging the rocking girl wildly.
It's true. It's too perverted. Too fierce. With my small body, I probably won't be able to withstand a few of his attacks.
Dragging the prince.
It seems it's not him.
The same information quickly spread to the Millennium Dynasty, Iron Blood Alliance, War Temple, Pretty in Pink and other guilds. After everyone checked, in addition to saying that the prodigal son of Tianyao was abnormal, they also excluded the couple. But when the news reached the ears of tearful Great Wall and Feng Shigua, the 2 of them remained silent. At this time, the 2 of them and their fellow riders were fighting against the Corpse King in the palace of the Corpse King on the front line. Others were rushing to the new map, and these 3 people thought that there was probably no one here. So they came running. They were really fooled. There were a large number of Corpse Kings and things that kept exploding, making the 3 of them laugh so hard that their teeth almost fell out. At this time, the Great Wall of Tears was already level 35. With the dog, Feng Shigua was obsessed with upgrading weapons, but only reached level 28. The car dealer is 30 years old. After silence,
my 6th sense tells me that Tianyao Prodigal is the biggest suspect.
Feng Shigua narrowed his eyes and said, after getting into trouble with Tianyao Prodigal, Feng Shigua went out of his way to check all available information on Tianyao Prodigal, including the early days when he wore an invisibility ring to dominate the first-line Woma Leader Hall, and dominated the 20-line Corpse King Hall. When chatting with Princess Guangtuo and the others, he also specifically asked about their past grudges. When Feng Shigua learned that he had dragged Princess Guang and others to open up the wasteland of Wama-san and encountered a large number of dark warriors, Feng Shigua's first feeling was also that this was a good thing done by the prodigal son of Tianyao. His 6th sense has always been accurate, and so has his equipment. If it feels like it will break, I won't be able to keep the equipment intact. Although it was not 100% successful, it was still very rewarding for him. What made him depressed was that he had been working hard all day and was suddenly exposed. It was so irritating. It's like making wedding clothes for others. Money is a small thing. The main thing is that I can't swallow this breath.
That's right. He's not wearing any equipment. It's very possible that he's very cunning and didn't wear it on purpose, for fear of us finding out.
The Great Wall nodded in tears. Later, he told Princess Guangzhou and others about his and Feng Shigua's guesses. However, although everyone had doubts after hearing this, there was unfortunately no evidence. I can only let it go temporarily. This made Feng Shigua and Tear the Great Wall a little depressed. But there was nothing they could do about it. The most important thing is that even though they knew it was done by the prodigal son of Tianya, they couldn't find the person. Even the princess of the Prince Group, whose entertainment business is spread throughout China, has no news about the prodigal son of Tianya.
Huh? The best. The best.
The depressed Feng Shigua suddenly exclaimed after picking up a sturdy glove.
What good stuff? What the HL?
The Great Wall and the car dealer kept asking questions with tears in their eyes. Even the discerning Feng Shigua called it the best. So it was definitely not bad.
A sturdy glove with 0 to 4 defense. 0 of 2 magic defense. 0/2 attack. 0 out of 2 magic. And 0/3 Taoism. Ha ha!
Feng Shigua laughed wildly. My day. I burst into tears at the Great Wall, and the car dealership were dumbfounded. And then, they all became ecstatic.
What a pity. With so many attributes, if they could all be added to Taoism and defense, it would be amazing. It's a bit wasteful to separate so many attributes.
Feng Shigua's face was filled with broken thoughts. On the other side, Qin Heng, who had finished repairing his equipment, walked into the pig cave. He entered behind others wearing a blessing necklace. He had no choice but to offend too many people, and was afraid of being ambushed. Fortunately, no one inside did such an immoral thing. However, his every move was naturally watched by the crazy cousin in the safe area. Princess Quangtua and others were notified immediately. Princess Quangtua and the others were also in the pig cave maze.
Ha ha! The prodigal son from the end of the world is here. Let's go to the entrance and blast him,
the princess said excitedly.
That's right. Hack him to death.
He dragged the rocking girl madly. Not to be outdone, the Prince Kwang looked at the two excited people and said a little speechlessly,
Do you know how to get back to the entrance?
The duo, who were immediately excited by the question, were dumbfounded. Once they entered the pig hole maze, they were completely confused about the direction. Originally, they wanted to go to the newly opened 6th floor, but after wandering around in the maze, everyone was dumbfounded. Can't find a place on the lower 6 floors. Yes, no matter how they wandered around, they just couldn't find the lower 6 floors. During this period, they met people from many guilds, such as the Marfa Friendship Alliance, the Millennium Dynasty, Brago, etc. A new map is open, and everyone is not in the mood to fight. They all want to find the 6th floor of the pig cave. According to the rules of the game, this 6th floor may be the last floor of the pig cave. There might be a big ultimate boss inside. Who wouldn't want to be the first to enter? But everyone was looking for it like headless flies. But they couldn't find it. The other guilds were also not found. Don't ask how they knew it. In today's game where spies are everywhere, it really shouldn't be too simple. What makes Princess Guangzhou and the others even more depressed is that, let alone finding the 6th floor, they can't even return to the entrance. It's like there are countless yurt maps here. They are everywhere when you go around. Now I want to ambush the prodigal son of Tianya. But you have to go back to the entrance. You can't even find the entrance. And you're ambushed.
What a crappy game. I can't find the unknown dark palace. Nor can I find the 6th floor.
Princess Quangtu yelled in anger.
Ha ha. Isn't that great? No one can find it. If we find it first, that would be awesome,
I said wildly.
That's right. We can't go on like this. Let's do this. Every time we go to a yurt, there will be one person left behind. Look how big it is here.
Quangtia Princess rolled her eyes and suggested.
Princess is wise.
He dragged the rocking girl wildly and flattered her. Soon, Qin Heng arrived outside the pig cave maze. I came randomly along the way, from the 1st to the 3rd floor, and there weren't that many people. There are obviously more people on the 4th and 5th floors, which may be related to the presence of white wild boars and evil poisonous snakes. Entering the pig cave maze, there are so many people at once. Right at the entrance, there are many people standing here waiting for the monster spawn. The place is very big, and there are 6 or 7 groups of people at the entrance. Seeing Qin Heng's 2 numbers coming in, everyone's eyes lit up. Before they could get close to each other or do anything else, Qin Heng's 2 numbers were randomly chosen. I randomly arrived at the hole leading to the 6th floor and got right in. Qin Heng quickly used random scrolls in the pig cave maze to fly to each entrance. Drill in and out. He was also afraid that someone would follow him. No way. That's the effect of celebrities. During this period, he saw the arrogant people, the Iron Blood Alliance, the Temple of War, and the brothers in his own guild. But he was too fast and flew away as soon as he landed. It was unclear whether others saw him. Anyway, he didn't meet any of the people who had trouble naming. They didn't know which corner of the maze they had gotten into. Brush. Qin Heng entered the 6th floor of the pig cave in one step. Boom. Boom. To his surprise, there was someone here. King of Brago. Queen of Brago. Young Master of Brago. Prince of Brago. Princess of Brago. Japan. All of them are palace ministers. King of Brago. Level 35 warrior. Queen Brago. A level 35 mage. Prince Brag. A 34th level Taoist priest. Princess Brag. A 34th level Taoist priest. Young Master Bragaji. A level 33 warrior. 1 mage. 2 warriors. 2 Taoist priests. At this time, half of the 6th floor has been cleared. And these 5 people are fighting the evil snake. The evil snake looked like it had just started fighting. And it still had 2,000 drops of blood. Seeing Qin Heng's 2 trumpeters coming in, King Brago and others were also stunned. Then he laughed. This is awesome. I can take revenge. 5 against 1. It's not easy to kill them. Ha ha! There is a way to heaven, and if you don't take it, damn it! Kill! As a result, before he could finish his words, Qin Heng's prodigal son from Tianya had already poisoned him. As the saying goes, enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. There's nothing to say. Just do it. Kill! Brago Jia Xiao and Brago King, as warriors, immediately rushed towards Tianya Mingyu. The Prince of Brag, the Princess, and the Queen also moved towards them. Also rushing up were 2 dark blue level 7 skeletons. To kill players, the first thing to do is to kill the mage. But how can it be so easy to kill? Tianya Mingyu, who was originally using the magic shield, swerved quickly, dodged a soul fire talisman, and was hit by a thunder and lightning spell and a poison spell. It only lost 30 drops of blood. The 2nd level magic shield, coupled with the devil's robe, helmet, and official position bonus. Both magical and physical defense are very powerful. Gula drank a bottle of powerful solar water, then raised his hand, and a holy word spell killed a 7th level skeleton with a click. Prince Brag, who had lost his 7th level skeleton, was immediately shocked, and then he yelled, Hack! It's hard to train a level 7 skeleton. I finally reached level 7. But someone accidentally blew it up. This simply shocked everyone. A few of them have long known how powerful the 7th level skeleton is. Even level 34 warriors don't dare to win against it. It's too powerful. But now, he was killed by a mage. This is incredible. The King of Brago and others were stunned. They were stunned. But Tianya Mingyu and Tianya Prodigal were not stunned. With another wave of his hand, Tianya Mingyu killed another 7th level skeleton again. Princess Brag was so angry that she cursed loudly and was heartbroken. The prodigal son of Tianya has been poisoning the opponent's mages and warriors continuously. The 2nd level dog also rushed towards the mage Queen Brag. Holy word! She uses holy word! Kill her first! The Queen of Brago was sprayed in the face by the dog from a distance, and she lost more than 30 drops of blood. She quickly ran away with her shield. The prodigal son of Tianya and the dog are chasing after him. The soul fire talisman slapped the opponent fiercely, knocking out more than 40 drops of the opponent's blood in one blow. I guess the magic shield is still level 0. How much health does a level 34 mage have? It's just 152 drops of blood. In an instant, Queen Brago was beaten half disabled. She screamed in fright, and quickly drank the powerful solar water. Princess Brago followed behind her, desperately trying to increase her health and defense. After King Brago and young Master Brago were stunned for a moment, they rushed towards Tianya Mingyu again. But Tianya Mingyu ran away randomly. The 6th floor is a rectangular map. Although it has been expanded, it is overall much smaller than the 5th floor, which is clear at a glance. If it were random, he would still be flying on the 6th floor, with a few clicks in a row. Tianya Mingyu suddenly arrived not far from Queen Brag. who was being chased away by the prodigal son of Tinya. Zilala. A flash movie passes by. 75 off. A terrifying value rises. Queen Brago, who had only 65 drops of blood left, lay on the ground with a cry. The bell rang loudly, and a Siberian bracelet and a bunch of potions exploded on the ground. Randomly and so on. Brush. Qin Hung, who was following behind, quickly stepped on the Sibei bracelet.
Husband! My best Sibei!
Queen Brago screamed.
Ha ha! Thanks! Do you have any more?
Qin Hung ignored the people chasing after him and bent down to dig into the softest part of Queen Brago.
Asshole!
Unwilling to be humiliated, Queen Brago cursed loudly and went offline.
What the hacks? Kill them!
The king of Brago roared angrily and rushed forward again. The two Taoist priests also summoned the skeleton again, and the soul fire talisman shot towards Tianya Mingyu. Tianya Mingyu rushed forward without retreating, immediately closing the distance with King Brago and young Master Brago. The king of Brago was stunned and was about to blast down with fire, but Tianya Mingyu pushed the two of them away with a resisting fire ring, and then let out a wall of fire on the ground. As for the soul fire talisman of the two Taoist priests, she could dodge it if she could. If she couldn't avoid it, she would be attacked twice at most, and she could make up for it with a powerful solar water. At this time, the prodigal son of Tianya was not just watching a show. He quickly poisoned the four of them and gave Tianya Mingyu added defense and magic defense with a group healing technique. After one operation, he pushed Princess Brag from behind and started hacking hard. Level 34 Taoist Priest. 292 drops of blood. Each time he attacks, he can take away about 60 drops of blood from the opponent. So scared that Princess Brago also turns around and runs away, constantly adding blood to herself. Qin Hung didn't bother with Tianya Mingyu. He was just chasing a Taoist priest away. In this way, Tianya Mingyu will have one less long-range attack threat. His dog chased after him at the same time, but was entangled in the opponent's skeleton. Level 2 dog versus level 3 skeleton. The two babies are hacking each other there. This is the only bad thing about Taoist priests fighting. Once they fight, babies will fight with each other, and Taoist priests will fight with Taoist priests. The king of Brago and others did not care about the princess of Brago. They were eager to have her to restrain the prodigal son from the end of the world. The two warriors rushed forward again, but were pushed away by each other's resistance fire rings again and again. Occasionally, a raging fire attack would hit the opponent, but I was depressingly surprised to find that it only knocked out about 40 drops of blood. The best time ever was when the two of them, Fierce Fire, Assassination, and the Taoist priest's soul fire talisman were all photographed. The opponent's magic shield instantly shattered, and his health dropped to more than 50 drops. But after the opponent pushed them away with a resisting fire ring, their health volume instantly dropped back to over 150. And in the blink of an eye it was full again. Grass! Cursing angrily, the three of them attacked again. But after going back and forth several times, the surrounding open space has turned into a sea of fire, and the evil snake also rushed over, followed King Brago, and pinched him. The king of Brago ignored it, rushed into the sea of fire, and continued to attack Tianya Mingyu. This time, Tianya Mingyu finally fought back. Before he could rush forward, Tianya Mingyu raised his hand, and a thick bolt of lightning passed through, instantly taking away more than 70 drops of King Brago's blood. Hack! King Brago let out a frightened expression, drank powerful solar water, and executed an assassination swordsmanship at the bright moon in the distance. But Tianya Mingyu had already run away easily and blocked Princess Brag, who was being chased by Qin Hung, and was running around. After Princess Brago was violently hacked by Qin Hung, there was a lot of fire on the ground, which made her blood volume unable to increase, remaining at around 160 drops of blood. She just kept drinking the powerful golden sword medicine and treating herself continuously. As for fighting back, I occasionally counterattacked the prodigal son of Tianya, which only managed to inflict more than 20 drops of blood. In an instant, she lost interest in attacking. Just as I was running to add blood to myself, suddenly the bright moon from the end of the world appeared in front of me. Zilala. A flash of light shot over, instantly giving her a heart-piercing experience. The blood volume suddenly decreased by more than 70 drops. So fierce. Before she could recharge herself, Tianya Prodigal's soul fire talisman hit her almost at the same time. Remove another 50 plus. In an instant, she was beaten to a pulp. Ahu. With a scream, Princess Brag flew away randomly with a hiss. But she was unlucky, and with a whoosh, She fell into the sea of fire behind the bright moon at the end of the world. Wow! Qianyao Mingyu hit her with an ice roar in response. With a sound of awe, Princess Brag also lay on the ground. With a sound of a bell, a large number of equipment, potions, etc. randomly exploded on the ground. At a glance, there are more than 10 pieces of common equipment. It seems that she is responsible for picking up the equipment. Qin Heng's two numbers immediately rushed forward and stomped on them like bells and bells. At this time, King Brago and his men rushed up. Qianyao Mingyu stabbed them with the fierce fire of the opponent and pushed them far away. When I rushed up again, all the equipment on the ground had been picked up.
Ha ha! A bunch of rubbish.
Qin Heng's prodigal son laughed loudly.
Asshole! Put on the blessing necklace and fight with him.
King Brago roared angrily. And the remaining 3 people put on prayer necklaces. The first 2 people were probably too panicked and died before they had time to change. The loss was not small. The 3 men who had changed their prayer necklaces rushed forward again. This time the 2 warriors attacked the prodigal son of Qianyao. The Taoist priest also attacks from a distance, because they found that fighting Qianyao Mingyu was too depressing. As soon as they rushed forward, they were pushed far away before they could make a cut. Even if you get a chop, after being pushed away, and then rushing forward, the blood of others will be full. So they decided to try another one that wouldn't push people. As a result, Qianyao Mingyu quit before she came here. If you catch Master Bragaji, just give him a push. Push him away. A flash of light passed by. 90 drops of blood. In the process, more than 20 drops of blood were burned by the wall of fire. After being pushed by the resistance fire ring, the character will freeze for a while. Taking advantage of this gap, Qianyao Mingyu rushed forward again, resisting the ring of fire again and pushing the opponent away. At the same time, it is also a flash movie. The blood volume of young Master Bragaji dropped like crazy. On this side, Qianyao Mingyu pushes the other party happily. On the other side,
ha ha!
The prodigal son of Qianyao laughed and simply stopped running, resisting the attacks of a Taoist priest and a warrior. And his dog was entangled by an evil snake. But it doesn't matter. The warrior's fierce fire only destroyed more than 60 drops of his blood. And the Taoist priest's soul fire talisman only lost less than 30 drops of blood. He has 365 drops of blood at this time. The powerful solar water and powerful golden sword medicine usually accumulate so much. Why don't you use them now? When will it be more? Drinking the powerful Tai Shui, etc. Qin Heng's soul fire talisman was shining on the Prince of Brag and shouting wildly while he was treating his group. A level 34 Taoist priest with 292 drops of blood. Qin Heng's 3rd level poison, plus the 3rd level soul fire talisman and the fire wall on the ground, can take away more than 60 drops of the opponent's blood with every attack. It takes at most 5 hits to kill the opponent. But the opponent also had powerful solar water, which also gave him blood. And the 3 of them were in a stalemate for a while.
Ha ha! He is trying to make a potion with us. Kill him!
The king of Brago laughed wildly. Not to mention that they have a lot of powerful solar water on them. The main thing is that they could open the guild store to buy it. The king of Brago, who has huge financial resources, plans to fight with the prodigal son of Qianyao. He took a step back and stabbed the prodigal son of Qianyao with his sword. This time, the sword went down and cut off more than 50 drops of Qin Heng's blood. Prince Brag also slapped the soul fire talisman wildly. He also summoned the skeleton. Unfortunately, the prodigal son of Qianyao became invisible, and the skeleton went to fight the evil snake. The prodigal son from the end of the world opened the warehouse, and was not afraid either. He is waiting for Qianyao Mingyu to deal with young Master Brago. Soon, the screams of Master Bragaji were heard not far away. It is completely normal for a little warrior to be brutally tortured to death by a veteran mage wearing ultra-luxury equipment. Qianyao Mingyu just repeatedly pushed the opponent into the wall of fire, added a flash movie, and repeated it again and again. Every attack can take away more than 100 drops of the opponent's blood. Young Master Bragaji, who only drank powerful solar water, couldn't replenish it at all. After all, you have to drink the powerful solar water in bottles. And you can't drink 10 bottles at the same time. This little time difference is enough to be fatal. As soon as young Master Brag died, Qianyao Mingyu rushed over and gave Prince Brag a slap in the face. Under the combined attack of the 2 numbers, it only took 3 rounds to knock the opponent to the ground.
What the heck? Wait! We are not done yet!
Seeing that the situation was over, King Brago cursed angrily and ran away back to the city. If you continue to fight, it will be a waste of a blessing necklace, which is meaningless. Unfortunately, the 5 of them also accidentally entered the 6th floor. None of the 5 people knew how they got in. Otherwise, there are hundreds of brothers in the maze. And if they all call over, it won't be like this. He regretted leaving to search for the 6th floor. I found it after searching. But I still don't know how to break in. As a result, the boss was not defeated and my wife died. That Siberian bracelet is so big. It's absolutely crazy. I can only write down this account silently and talk about it later. Seeing that the opponent was flying away, Qin Heng's 2 numbers immediately surrounded him and attacked the evil viper. While fighting, he checked what the opponent dropped. At this sight, his eyes suddenly brightened. Siberian bracelet with magic 3, defense 2, and magic defense 0 to 1. This bracelet is hanging, with a little magic added, and 2 points of defense, and a little magic defense. Although it is not a super abnormal top quality, it is still a great top quality. It seems that if you want the best products, you have to get them from these guild bosses. They often team up to fight boss, and the chance of producing the best brand is very high. And since they are rich, it is estimated that merchants will come to them after receiving the best products. He happily threw the sea bear bracelet on the ground, and Tian Yangmingyu immediately stepped on it, replacing it with a demonic 3 sea bear. After looking at the other ordinary equipment, there was only one small piece of top-notch equipment, which seemed to be the harvest of this group of people before. Soon, under the attack of 2 people and 1 dog, the evil snake was defeated. 2 red light pillars soared into the sky, a handful of purgatory, and a silver snake, as well as a copy of Magic Shield. Not bad. Looking at the time, he saw that less than 15 minutes had passed from the time he went down the pig hole to the time he killed the evil snake. The fight was a long story, but it was over in a matter of minutes. Qin Heng looked into the pile of monsters inside, and sure enough, there was a white wild boar inside. He was too lazy to fight the mobs. Someone was already rushing in. Time was running out, and it would be nice to get as much as he could. The Taoist priest disappeared and poisoned the white wild boar to lure him out. In less than a minute, it exploded again. Unfortunately, apart from a bunch of ordinary equipment, no famous brand equipment dropped this time. Fortunately, there is a copy of Hell's Thunder and a skull, which is okay. After packing up, Qin Heng was in the corner. The mage was at the end wearing an invisibility ring, and the Taoist was outside. They all wore prayer necklaces and then went offline. Brush. Qin Heng is online again, but on the second line. The place where he went online was still on the 6th floor of Pig Cave. I log off on the 6th floor of Judong, and then I log on again, and I'm still here. However, Qin Heng changed his route. He was here to fight the evil snake. We don't have enough time to go to the unknown Dark Palace, so we'll fight here first, and then go to the unknown Dark Palace and other routes after the matter is resolved. Ouch ouch. Hum hum hum. Hiss hiss. As soon as it went online, the screen was filled with dense monsters, including black boars, red boars, scorpions, and wedge moths. The monsters around him immediately rushed towards Qin Heng. The wedge moth was spitting, and the black boar was beating him hard with a mace. Qin Heng didn't care. This attack was trivial to him now. Zilyu. The mage was wearing an invisibility ring, but it was not attacked. The firepower was attracted by the Taoist. After turning on the magic shield, the 2 numbers started flying randomly. This is to find the evil snake here. Soon, Qin Heng found the evil snake in a corner. This was easy to handle. As soon as the 2 numbers merged, a group of monsters immediately surrounded them. First clear out the wedge moth, then use the poisonous evil viper, one with stealth lightning, and one with the soul fire talisman to attack the mobs directly. Although the Taoist priest can become invisible, it has no effect on monsters that have attacked him. Qin Heng didn't bother to use it anymore. He just added blood to himself and ignored it. He has completely ignored the attacks from the mobs. This is the benefit of having a high level and good equipment. In order to fight monsters, he didn't even summon a dog. In less than a minute, the evil viper was destroyed. Nothing happened. I was given a copy of Group Healing Technique. The mage's H.L. Thunder exploded. Qin Heng summoned the dog, quickly cleared away the surrounding monsters, and picked up the things. No top quality. Continuing to fly randomly, I found the white wild boar and exploded it. But nothing exploded. Only one copy of Holy War Armor and 2 pieces of God of War Armor were given. Depend on. This is the first time. Are you treating me like this? Qin Heng couldn't help but feel depressed. Randomly go to a corner, clear it, and go offline again. From the time he entered the second line to the time he came off the line, it only took less than 10 minutes. When he went online again, he was on the third line. There are also no players here on the third line. In the same way, the evil viper and white boar on the 6th floor of the third line pig cave were defeated. This time, the evil poisonous snake finally gave the silver snake. The white boar still didn't explode. Half an hour later, Qin Hung defeated the white boar and evil viper in 3 more lines. A total of 1 magic wand, 1 inferno, and 1 ruby ring were exploded. Not bad. It is estimated that if it was not the first time, there would be no such explosion rate. I looked at the time. It was almost 4 in the morning. Qin Hung found a corner, changed into a suit of extra defense equipment, and wore an invisibility ring, and went offline here. He planned to go online directly on the 6th floor later. Play quickly. First collect the 6 levels of pig holes in each line for the first time, and then kill the Dark Palace chickens in other lines. Otherwise, there will always be players breaking in, and it will be a big loss if we don't fight less. Exit the game. Qin Hung listened for a while, and Chun Ju and others around him fell asleep. Mingyu is also in her own Mingyu pavilion, and she doesn't know whether she is sleeping or practicing. After going to the toilet first, Qin Hung turned on his invisibility and flew towards Fengyu Tower. Huh? Where are people? Qin Hung was surprised to find that the man was gone, and Yurong was fast asleep. Depend on. Someone ran away. Qin Hung frowned, and unwilling to accept it, he began to fly around the entire Fengyu city. My day. So many little red dots? Not long after, Qin Hung quickly encountered a group of little red dots. This is, if you look closely, you will see that it is an extremely luxurious house. Write a letter to Ling Mansion. Could this be Ling Alfing's home? Qin Hung thought for a moment and remembered the content of Nyo Air's gossip. After looking at the terrain again, he was sure that this was indeed the Ling Alfing family. Chapter 190. The mythical beast shows off its power. A reversal. Kill the 8-star Grandmaster. Fengyu City Ling Mansion. This is where Ling Hong, Deputy Master of Fengyu Sect, lives. It was around 4 o'clock in the morning, and everyone in the Ling Mansion was sound asleep except for some guards. Qin Hung floated invisibly over Ling Mansion, looking at the pile of small red dots below with a fierce glint in his eyes. Ling Mansion. Ling Alfing's family. It's all little red dots. Could it be that the fact that he killed Ling Alfing was leaked? Otherwise, why would they all become enemies? However, since they are all enemies, no matter what the reason is, just destroy them. As for whether it would cause turmoil in Fengyu City, and how Fengyu Sect would react, it was not within the scope of Qin Heng's consideration. What he considers is that if others want me to die, then I will let him die first. If he is not capable enough, he can naturally hide in Fengyu Tower and slowly shrink away. Now that he is a 7-star intermediate grandmaster and has super luxurious equipment, he still doesn't dare to fight? That's too cowardly. Why keep these enemies doing evil in secret? Although most of them are 5-star, 6-star, or 7-star, it is easy to dodge over guns, but hard to guard against hidden arrows. I might give you some poison or something. Therefore, the best way is to kill them all. Once it's over, you can practice with peace of mind. However, there is an 8-star and a 7-star here. Killing 7 stars is easy. Killing 8 stars is probably a bit more difficult. It seems like this is the only way to go. After thinking about the battle plan in his mind, Qin Hung took out a silver mask and put it on. This was seized from the Yimin branch last time. Originally, Qin Hung only thought that this thing was a silver product and could be sold for some money. Just in use now. A big kitchen knife appeared in his hand, carrying this big thing like a butcher's knife. Qin Hung fell down. The 3-star guard at the door was not a little red dot, so he didn't care. The little red dots are all 5-star and 6-star guys, probably loyal guards of the Ling Mansion. However, they were all fast asleep at this time. Qin Hung entered invisible through the wall and looked at the little red dots lying on the bed without any pity in his eyes. This world is cruel. He knew it the day he traveled through time. If Yuan Yuan's motorcade hadn't happened to save him, he might have died. And Yuan Yuan saved him not because she was full, but mainly because he was handsome. I think it's valuable. This is the reality. But no matter what, others did save him. This is undeniable. He won't care about this either. Therefore, after experiencing life and death, Qin Hung understood that being kind to the enemy is the greatest cruelty to oneself. He even regretted not slapping that handsome young man to death in Fengyu Tower before. It's okay now. Someone else has run away, and is still plotting against him in the dark. Therefore, now Qin Hung will not make this kind of mistake again. Unless you can't beat them, you will kill them all. Kill an enemy. Thousands of enemies to kill. Thousands of enemies will still be killed. When there are no more little red dots in this world, he can settle down and live a happy life with a wife. For example, the bright moon. But seems a bit not big enough. If it were bigger, I could have more babies. Why did Mao think of Mingyu again? With his thoughts on his mind, Qin Hung kept holding on. Raise the knife and drop it without hesitation. Brush. Just like the breeze blowing, a human head is separated and blood spurts out.
Ding dong! Gain 50,000 experience points.
Brush. Another one.
Ding dong! Gain 50,000 experience points.
After the killing, Qin Hung would touch the corpse and then sweep away all the valuables in the room. Anyway, there is an infinite warehouse. Just throw it in there. He didn't know whether he would be able to use the money in the future, but it was always good to prepare for a rainy day. In his previous life, he understood a truth. Money is not all powerful, but without money, it is absolutely impossible. In his previous life, he was a second-generation rich man. Although he was not short of money, he had seen too many relatives and friends come to him to borrow money. What does it feel like when an elder borrows money from you in a humble manner? Qin Hung knows best. Therefore, he would borrow money from anyone who asked. And he would never press for it. He would pay it back if he wanted to, and forget it if he didn't want to. Of course, this is also within his ability. Only those who have money dare to borrow like this. If they don't have any money, they can't borrow it either. Therefore, money is a good thing. Now he is supported by Mingyu, a beautiful woman, but who can tell clearly what will happen in the future. Don't let the heroic man be stumped by a penny when the time comes. Get it if you can. If you don't get it, you won't get it. In short, it is the 10-light policy. All the valuables were stripped away. Even all kinds of furniture that could be sold as second-hand scraps were swept into the warehouse. It's not troublesome anyway. With his master's speed, it only takes more than 10 seconds to clean up a room. After he left, the entire room was emptied by Qin Hung, except for the corpse and some clothes. As he walked through the houses, Qin Hung felt like the god of death was summoning him, and all the little red dots were killed by him with one strike. Everything valuable is swept away. It's like a level 20 typhoon passing through, leaving not a single blade of grass behind. 10 minutes later, Qin Hung finally came to a huge and luxurious room. A middle-aged man and a beautiful middle-aged woman. One 8 stars. One 7 stars. The two of them looked somewhat similar to Ling Yaofeng. Qin Hung guessed that maybe they were Ling Yaofeng's parents. TSK. It's true that old people never grow old. If you look carefully, you can see that he is sleeping soundly. Maybe it's due to inertia. After all, Gong Hong still sleeps more comfortably. I don't know if I can kill this 8-star with one strike of my sword? Qin Hung fell into deep thought. Grandmasters are fundamentally different from warriors. During this period of time, Mingyue's wife had instilled a lot of knowledge in this area into him. It is also introduced in the book. Grandmasters with 7 stars or above have developed powerful body-protecting powers in their bodies, and they even have the ability to regenerate broken limbs. As long as you are attacked, the huge energy in your body will automatically protect you. It's easier to assassinate a warrior, and you can kill him with one strike. But it is difficult to assassinate a grandmaster. Unless you can break through the opponent's protective energy with one strike, you will only seriously injure the opponent. In fact, if you can't break through, you won't even be injured. Therefore, if a 7-star grandmaster is thrown into a group of warriors and is attacked wildly, it is impossible for him to die, because the opponent can't even break through the defense. Hitting the grandmaster is like scratching an itch. Unless you can drain all the grandmaster's energy, you may still drag him to death. The same goes for 8 stars. But when you reach the 9-star grandmaster, it will be difficult to use up all the energy, because the 9-star grandmaster has touched the threshold of the immortal mirror and initially controls the power of heaven and earth. Energy is hard to use up. After Qin Hung was silent for a while, he decided to consume some of the other party's energy first, directly beheading the head or stabbing the heart. These two places are where the master pays the most attention to practice. The defense is also the strongest. However, the place where these two people connect should not be so awesome. Right? By the way, should I go out of my way to practice, so that I won't be looked down upon by Mingyu? Why do I think of the bright moon again? The speechless Qin Hung calmed down and pointed with his hand. Zilala. A dazzling laser blast hit the connection between the two. According to Mingyu, martial arts masters are slightly less resistant to spells. Therefore, Qin Hung chose to use Fast Light Movie. He didn't use the poison spell first. Naturally, because he was afraid that if the poison spell was applied, the other party would wake up first. With his current level 3 flashlight movie, Ruta can't destroy this thing with one blow. That's so damn strong. There was an explosion. The flash of light directly penetrated the connection between the two of them, blasting a big hole in the bed. The two of them were abruptly split into two by the flash movie. Ouch! Oh! After the flash movie, accompanied by two painful and shrill howls, the man jumped high in pain in his sleep. His head hit the ceiling of the room with a bang, and he flew out. Before she could react, a butcher's knife swept past her, instantly cutting off her head and flying high into the air. She, a 7-star grandmaster, could no longer withstand Qin Hang's severe blow. Ding dong! Get 100,000 experience points. Right now, there was a loud bang, and the ceiling of the house exploded. The charred man below appeared angrily, just in time to see the woman's head flying up. Her eyes almost burst open. A loud cry. Die! A huge fist with strong light suddenly hit Qin Hung. Qin Hung chuckled lightly, kicked off the ground, smashed through the wall with a diagonal thrust, and rushed out. There was a loud bang. The entire room was instantly blasted by angry fists and turned into a large pit of more than 10 meters. Ha ha! Do you want it? Qin Hung was suspended in the air, holding the bloody thing in his hand, and shook it at the man who had already dressed, held a long sword, and rushed out holding the woman's body and head. The Grandmaster can regenerate his limbs. If there is a drill body, the consumption will not be so great. This thing is definitely very attractive to the other party. Hidden door? How can it be? Only then did the angry man notice the silver mask on Qin Hang's face, and his face instantly turned ugly. He is Ling Aofeng's father, Ling Hong. The dead woman was Ling Aofeng's mother. However, at first, he thought it was his betrayal to the Fengyu sect that was exposed and caused trouble. It is suspected that the master of Fengyu sect came to kill him. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be someone from the hidden sect. Ha ha! Come if you want! Qin Hung chuckled and flew out. You can't fight with the 8-star Grandmaster in Fengyu City. Otherwise at least half of the city will be destroyed. And he was also afraid that if he let go and attacked, he would attract people from the Fengyu sect headquarters and Mingyu in the distance. When the time comes, they will also attack themselves, and it will be difficult to deal with it. It's okay for him to run away, but it's difficult to kill the opponent. It's better to lure him outside the city and kill him. Seeing Qin Hung flying away, Ling Hong's eyes showed a fierce light, throwing down the corpse in his hands. Contain, madam. Brush. He chased after him very quickly and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The disciples who came below after hearing the news caught the headless body in horror. What to do? The disciples around you look at me. I look at you. Those present are no longer Ling Hong's confidants. The cronies were all little red dots, and they were all killed by Qin Hung. Damn it! It's the dog killer of the hidden sect. Go and inform the eldest son and the sect master. A small leader was silent for a moment and then ordered. These little minions don't know what Ling Hong and Yi Min are doing. Therefore, I hate the hidden door very much. Brush. At this moment, 2 7-star grandmasters came through the sky very quickly. What's going on? The first woman asked. And when they saw Mrs. Ling's body clearly, they were all shocked. They are the elders of Fengyu sect. Hearing the noise here, I was ordered to come and check. As for the 8-star boss, he still has to look after the sect master, so naturally he won't come. Elder Qi, there are thieves from the hidden sect who attacked the deputy sect master and the others. The deputy sect master was injured and his wife has died. The deputy sect leader is chasing the thief. The little boss reported truthfully with an angry look on his face. The Yi Min people attacked Ling Hong? The 2 elders who came here looked at each other, with a strange look in their eyes. They are the cronies of the sect leader, and they already have accurate information about Ling Hong's plot to rebel. However, the door owner was seriously injured and could not clear the door at the moment. But now someone from the hidden sect actually took action to kill Mrs. Ling. What's happening here? Could it be a trick? Deliberately showing to the sect master that he is loyal? But isn't the price too high? When asked how the deputy sect leader was injured, the 2 were completely confused. This cruel trick is a bit cruel. So cruel. After the 2 looked at each other, the man slowly spoke. You should restrain yourself. At this moment, a Samsung disciple rushed over. Elder!
Something bad has happened. All the disciples above the martial arts master inside have been killed by the Yi-Men.
What? The two elders were startled. Their bodies flashed, and they instantly reached the residence of the disciples inside. After some investigation, the two were confused again. Those who died were all close associates of Ling Hong, the deputy sect leader, and a traitor under their control. This doesn't seem to be a trick anymore. If true, this is too perverted. Could it be that Ling Hong had a falling out with the Yi-Men people, causing the Yi-Men to kill him? The two of them couldn't help but miss their sister. I had no choice but to order everyone to pack up the body of the deceased. One person stared at it, while the other hurried back to report to the doormaster. As for Ling Hong's safety? Just kidding. If a traitor dies, then he dies. If he doesn't die, if he comes back, he will be killed while he is seriously injured. Other side. Brush. Qin Hung flew away at high speed, and Ling Hong chased after him angrily. My wife is dead and my life is cut off. This hatred is too great. The opponent is just a 7-star grandmaster. He doesn't think he will lose to him. As for whether there was an ambush ahead, he was not very afraid, because he is an 8-star master. Unless there are several 8-star masters or 9-star bosses waiting for him. Who is he? Although the other party was wearing a Yi-Men mask, Ling Hong didn't think he was from the Yi-Men. He was passionately in love with Yi-Men, and there was absolutely no way that Yi-Men would kill him. Hidden Gate mask, capable of thunder and lightning. 7-star Dharma King. Could it be him? Ling Hong instantly thought of the murder in the Yi-Men branch. It is said that the Yi-Men branch was made by a top warlock, thinking that his son Ling Alfing might also die at the hands of this person. Ling Hong's momentum increased even more, and he wanted to catch up immediately and cut the opponent into pieces. However, his life is in the opponent's hands, so he has to be careful. If he hadn't taken his life into consideration, he would have blasted it away with his sword energy. A quick glance at his lifeblood revealed that it had been electrocuted and scorched. Without the original object, direct rebirth would consume a lot of his master's power. The power of the Grandmaster. The unique mysterious power after being promoted to Grandmaster. You can regenerate your severed limbs. It can also be used to save others. However, this is a life-saving thing, which is extremely rare. Generally, no one will use it until the critical moment. After use, it takes a period of practice to make up for it, or there is a miracle cure. But the treasures of heaven and earth are hard to find. How can it be so easy to find the elixir that can supplement the master's power? Therefore, this remaining piece of life is very attractive to Ling Hong. If he could get it back, he would be able to save at least half a year of training. After all, the structure of this thing is extremely sophisticated, and there is no room for sloppiness. And he is a man who attaches great importance to this aspect, so it must be repaired to perfection. Or even stronger. In their thoughts, the two of them flew out of Fengyu City very quickly, then flew past Huanghua village. After a while, they stopped in a barren mountain. Seeing Qin Hung falling, Ling Hong rushed down as fast as he could. When they reached the top of the mountain, they suddenly discovered that the man was missing. Hidden? It is indeed the 7-star Dharma King. Snort. Is this enough to stump me? Ling Hong raised the sword in his hand, and instantly, the whole sword glowed with intense light. Cut! A loud shout. Ling Hong's sword swung downwards. A sword energy that was more dazzling than the sun struck the top of the mountain. There was a loud bang. The earth shook. Smoke and dust rise into the sky. Looking through the smoke and dust, the entire barren mountain several hundred meters long has disappeared. A big bottomless pit is left. With a pop, a large amount of water spurted out from the bottom of the pit, like a huge fountain. Huh? Where are people? Ling Hong stared down with solemn eyes, letting go of all his senses. But nothing was found. At this moment, he was suddenly hit by a green poison. He turned his head and looked around. At some point, that damn warlock was wearing a fiery red armor, and his whole body was shrouded in a layer of golden light. He was raising his hand again. He was all red again. What's this? Poison? Feeling that his vitality was decreasing, Ling Hong was shocked. Then the body with a ferocious face flashed and was behind the opponent in an instant. Just when it was about to strike hard, Zilala. Suddenly thousands of thunder and lightning appeared from the opponent's body. Ling Hong, who had just appeared behind Qin Hung, was immediately trembling with electricity. Before he could react, Qin Hung raised his hand. Zilala. Flash movie. A thick bolt of lightning instantly blew Ling Hong away. Although the opponent was not killed, the opponent's health bar was reduced by a small amount. It looks like you can't kill your opponent without 100 or 80 blows. Wave your hand. With a whoop, a huge dog appeared in the sky. As soon as the dog appeared, he immediately stood up and flew towards Ling Hong. That's right. It's flying. Dogs can also fly in reality. Mythical beast. Mystical beast. Can it still be called a mythical beast if it can't fly? What's even more terrifying is that this beast is level 5 once summoned. A mythical beast with a blue name. The last time Qin Hung was at level 37. He didn't practice the skill of summoning divine beasts. So what he summoned was an ordinary dog. After cultivating to the 2nd level dog this time, the summoned one directly became the 5th level of the 2nd level skill. Even the leveling and upgrading process is saved. The appearance of the level 5 dog made Qin Hung also confused for a moment. And then he was ecstatic. With the addition of level 5 dogs, he will be more confident in killing the opponent. Ah! Ling Hong, who was blasted away, steadied his body angrily, and was about to continue attacking Qin Hung when a huge red dog appeared in front of him. Hoo-hoo-hoo. This huge dog sprayed a long line of flames at him from a distance. The flame turned into a fiery snake in an instant and bit him fiercely. Magical transformation. The magic that can only be performed by the 8-star Dharma King transforms into human form. At this moment, Ling Hong was really shocked. This thing is a pet summoned by the opponent. An 8-star pet. Who is this person? In the blink of an eye, the long sword in his hand was shining with dazzling light, and he was about to destroy the fire snake with a loud bang. He was suddenly hit by a bolt of lightning. I was instantly shocked and trembling all over. The hair stood on end. Although the power of thunder and lightning was resisted by his strong defense, it also injured him and interrupted the sword energy he was about to release. His head was bitten by that fire snake. With a bang, the fire snake exploded, and his whole body was surrounded by flames, which caused severe pain all over his body. Before he could react, the red monster not far away was spitting out flames and turned into countless fire snakes to bite him. Asshole! Ling Hong was angry. His body dodged, and he avoided another lightning attack. With a bang, the thunder and lightning split a large pit more than 10 meters deep in the ground. The figure flashed again. Ling Hong wanted to bypass the giant red dog and rush towards Qin Hung, but he was stopped by a flash of the giant red dog. 8-star giant dog. The speed is equally awesome. Bang! Ling Hong struck the giant red dog with his sword in anger. Something shocking happened to him. The giant red dog didn't even take a step back, and there was only a shallow wound on his body. The defense is simply terrifying. Call! The giant red dog blasted him away again with a mouthful of flames. Pung! At the same time, a fire talisman hit him in the distance. In an instant, while being hurt, he felt that his soul was trembling. Although his inner strength turned around and dissipated the fear, he was bitten by a bunch of small fire snakes again. Boom, boom, boom. This time, the little fire snakes exploded after biting him. The explosion caused his skin and flesh to burst open, and he was in great pain. Die! Grow low. Ling Hong's internal energy surged, and with a wave of his hand, countless sword energy hit the giant red dog. He felt that if he wanted to kill the Dharma King, he had to kill his summons first. Otherwise the summons would be too annoying. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is too skinny. He hit with all his strength, but only knocked the red monster back 1,000 meters. And it seemed to be fine. Good chance. Brush. His body flashed, and he appeared in front of Qin Hung again. Z-la-la. Qin Hung has been guarding against him for a long time. Hell's thunder. Thousands of thunder exploded again. The explosion made Ling Hong tremble all over. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Hung hit the opponent's head with another flash of light. The opponent was instantly blown away 1,000 meters. Have to say, the defense power of this 8-star Grandmaster is terrifying. Qin Hung's powerful attack hit a vital part, but it only took away 1/10 of the opponent's health. After such a period of fighting, Ling Hong's blood volume has been reduced by 1/3. Before Qin Hung could be happy, Ling Hong's body glowed with golden light, and all his injuries recovered instantly. The power of the master. Recover injuries instantly. The effect is equivalent to powerful solar water. After Ling Hong used the power of the Grandmaster, not only did his injuries recover, but even the lifeblood that had been blown away by Qin Hung grew again. The opponent's injuries suddenly recovered. Qin Hung was stunned for a moment, but was not surprised, because Mingyu had taught him this knowledge a long time ago. It's hard to kill a Grandmaster of the same level. Cross-border masters are even harder to kill. It's because of the heaven-defying existence of the power of a master. Unless you can crush him, you really have to fight for a long time until the opponent's Grandmaster power is exhausted. But which Grandmaster is so stupid? Seeing that we can't win, why are we still fighting with you? Run away immediately. You can run into a big city and hide while fighting at the same time. Grandmasters are not allowed to fight in big cities, and there are usually experts in charge. In short, that's what Grandmaster fights are like.